Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Northeast Georgia History Center's 24-hour telethon. We are so excited. We're so glad to have you with us. We've got a lot of great things planned over the next 24 hours, and we hope that you will be a part of them in some great or smaller bit. And, of course, the purpose of a telethon is to raise money. Most of you tuning in probably already know about the Northeast Georgia History Center. You know what we offer. You know what our goals are. You know what our mission is. But as you also know, 2020 has been what we call a year. And there's lots of things, lots of challenges that have been faced. And we're going to talk a little bit more in depth about those this morning. We just wanted to give you the heads up that we're here for you and we know that you'll be here for us. So, welcome to Good Morning History, our new, at least for today and tomorrow, morning show with my very special guest star, Marie Walker.
Hello.
The magnificent Marie. And, of course, behind the scenes, as always, making all the things go, is Libba Beecham.
Yay!
Hey, everyone. Oh, it's so exciting to finally be here. Really excited for the telethon. Glenn, let me get out of your face. Hold on. There we go.
Sure.
Yes, So yeah, we have been working so hard on this telethon, and it has been so much fun. So we have a lot of awesome programs for you today. And if you check the chat or your event description, whether you're watching on Facebook or on YouTube, we have a program for you so that you can see all of the programs that we have today. Yes, Marie has it as well, a printed version. And we also have all of our donation tiers, which, you know what? We might as well go over those this very moment.
That's a great idea.
What a great idea.
Let me turn to this very handy program that's available online in PDF form anywhere around the world. So, Marie, you and I can just take turns at this. I'll start us off.
All right.
Our first donation tier is $5. And for just $5, you can get mailed directly to your home or business a fantastic Northeast Georgia History Center sticker and a thank you postcard.
Now, our next tier is $20. Now, you get all that you see above, plus a Northeast Georgia History Center keychain, a Northeast Georgia History Center button, and a Northeast Georgia History Center newspaper that tells stories of the communities.
That's right, and it's a history of the First Amendment and journalism right here in Georgia, and that, as we know, is a very important thing. The next tier, $50, gets you all of the above, as well as a Northeast Georgia History Center cookbook, which came first, which of course may surprise you that it has a lot of chicken recipes in there, Gainesville being the poultry capital of the world.
Now, next we have our $100 tier, which means you get all of the above, plus our Northeast Georgia History Center mug, which is new this year.
Yes.
Came into being. It's fantastic. And you also get a Northeast Georgia History Center magnet.
Now, the next level, $200, gets you, I'll say it again, all the above, plus recognition and live stream credits. You see an example right there. It's our big sponsors, of course, are the Cottrell Digital Studio and the Eddie Mae Avistra Education Center, but we want you to be a part of that August company, and if you give $200, you will get your name here.
Now, for $500, you get all of the above, plus one live webcast or in-person program with a historic figure for you or in your group.
That's
or
right.
how many people you want.
Any historic figure we can pull out of our hats can be yours. Now, the last but not least certainly is the biggie, the $1,000 level. If any of you out there are feeling incredibly generous or perhaps have a rich uncle who you want to send the link to the telethon to, you get all of the above, plus a signed copy of my book, Hall County in World War II, plus 2 tickets to our Taste of History fundraiser in 2021, and here on site, recognition on our Partners and Friends board. So that $1,000 level, we're hoping to get at least one of those during the next 24 hours because that can make a big difference in what we're able to do here to continue bringing these quality programs to you. And we want to make sure that everyone knows your name. if and when you give that much money, or anything that you give, of course, is going to make a big difference, and it's really going to help us out, right, Marie?
It really is.
Absolutely, and it looks like we already have someone who has donated, and let me make sure that everybody can see that. So, they say that they said that Northeast Georgia History Center is very special. I want to make sure that we thank everyone.
Absolutely.
That let me fix our alert so that everyone can be recognized, and so thank you so much for that donation. Let's see. So, who just donated? I'm gonna go check. Now, let's see.
Now, one of the things I can confirm is that those mugs that you get at the $100 level or above, they work great. They don't leak or anything.
Oh, and here we can see the backside of it.
That's right.
Is Glenn's saying.
History in a nutshell.
That's right.
Because everyone who studies history loves it, but they know how complex it is. And so when we get questions, and we do sometimes, what was World War II? Can you tell me a little bit about the history of the presidency? What is space and time? And we want to answer those questions because all those questions have answers, but they can be so incredibly complex. So we find ourselves having to say, well, in a nutshell, ... So we had to put that on our mug because it seems like we say that almost more than anything.
Yes, and I would like to personally thank Cindy Wilson for her $50 donation.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank
Yay.
you so much, Cindy. And Cindy, I recognize your name. I know that you've been in the chat for many of our live streams, so thank you for being a top fan of the History Center. Cindy said in her message, Northeast Georgia History Center is something special. I am happy to have discovered your programming. Truly, it is very above and beyond. That really means the world to us. Thank you so much, Cindy. And I'd also like to give a shout out to one of our earlier donations, Chris. So thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
For your $40 donation. Thank you so much.
And and Cindy, I want to make sure you understand that you and all the folks who have followed us this year, we need the money to run the operations, but we need your words. You don't know what effect that has on our internal motors and our internal brains. That's what keeps us personally going, is knowing that we've got friends out there, that we're making a difference, and that even though we have to reach through the ether to actually have contact with you, that it really is meaningful. So thank you so much, especially for your kind words.
Yes, and that brings to mind this season, of course, brings a lot of reflection for all of us, as it is so different than every other year this year. And we've, just like Glenn was saying, in the beginning of the pandemic in March, we were in an interesting situation because, yes, it's very challenging. It's a scary time for many nonprofits, especially because so much of our operations and the funding for our operations and educational programming does come from on-site visitations, right, from field trips to visitors. But at the same time, from basically the next day, when we knew that we had to close, we were like, all right, we're ready to go. We have the Cottrell Digital Studio here. We have been doing webcasts with... I'm sorry, I gotta remember, don't look at the chat when you're talking. But thank you, Amber, for your comment. But we were doing webcasts for schools all over Georgia and through Zoom. And we had just sort of started live streams for the general public, right, and then we really had to get them started. And for 10 weeks or so, we did weekday programs, which I'm sure many of you got to know us through those weekday programs. And then, of course, Marie was brought on board, which was just so exciting. So I have to say that from my personal experience, I have felt very fortunate for this pandemic experience because we still get to do the things we love just in a different way.
Right, and that's the thing. When we were in the very the throes of the quarantine and everyone was staying at home really hardcore, Lib and I talked about how we almost feel guilty because there's so much going on in the world and we're having a lot of fun. Yeah. Right? We're coming in and getting to meet new people and reach out to a worldwide audience and talk about something we love. We consider ourselves very fortunate to be able to have those opportunities. And then we got Marie and drug her into We created a trifecta. if you
Yes.
will.
I mean, we have a fantastic team here. I mean, we are a small team, but I have to say a very highly effective team. And we really put our all into everything we do here. And Marie, since you are the newest staff member here, just tell us about, when were you introduced to the History Center? I know you volunteered with us for years, so give us your story.
Yeah, so my story, if you will. So I'm not sure where is a good place to begin with this because I've always loved history so much, but I guess we'll just dive into it medium rise, if you will. So I was actually dancing at the National 4-H Convention. They have that usually at the Atlanta History in downtown Atlanta, in this big, beautiful ballroom. And I was doing mid-Victorian dancing with my historic dancing group. And then I met someone else who worked at the History Center, and they were like, oh, wait, you like to do this dancing stuff? You like to do the and I was like, oh, yes, and I can also cook over a fire. And that was really the main skill that got me to volunteer at the History Center is because I had my own costumes that I make, and also I knew how to cook over an open fire.
Right. Those are like fundamental interpretive skills.
Yes. So if you want to be a historic interpreter, make sure you have a good outfit and you can cook over a fire, and everything else will fall into place.
Which, just so everybody knows, we will have one of Marie's open fire cooking demonstrations today. So check the program. We have so many programs that I can't get the lineup in my head.
I know.
Yeah.
But we are going to
That's
have.
why we have this.
Yes,
we're
that's
going to
why
be
we
going
have our
like this a
program.
lot, but that's okay.
Yes, and just a reminder, if you would like to see our program, there is a link in the description. I will also go ahead and put another link in the chat right now for you. But Marie, we are just so excited to have you. So you volunteer, you do a lot of reenactment as well. You're a seamstress. It was pretty much, I mean, how could you not come to the History Center? It was
It was great.
It was a steal. Yeah.
Because you started volunteering here, what, 3 years ago?
Yes,
Something
for
like
family days. It was my freshman year of college. Actually, you know what?
that? What?
That's to this day almost.
No.
Yes.
Really?
4 years.
4 years.
To
Look
this
at
day,
her.
because my first family day at the Northeast Georgia History Center was our Victorian Christmas family day.
That's right.
So almost
right.
4 years to the day.
Aw, that's awesome.
Is when I started just being here at the History Center and doing our family day stuff. And then I graduated.
Yay.
Yay! And then I was able to be hired here.
Yay. Which was very happy happenstance for the History Center.
It
Yes,
was
certainly.
fantastic timing. For me.
Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, through this year, guys, what has been your favorite moment?
Oh, wow.
Now,
I
one
know that makes us suspect.
that is a hard question because we really do have so many, because so many of you out there have reached out to us in various ways. I mean, even writing us letters the old-fashioned way. I recall one special letter that Glenn got.
That's right.
I'd love for you to talk about that.
That's the one that popped into my head. So we're doing the daily live streams, and still going to the post office and checking the mail like you have to when you're a business, and got this handwritten envelope out of the box. I'm like, well, this is interesting, and was from well out of state, let's say, and got back and opened it up, and it was a young lady by the name of Olivia, who was telling us how much she loved history and how she was a bona fide history nerd and how she's been watching the broadcast all the time, and that warmed my heart, and we began a correspondence, if you will, back and forth, and I haven't been as on task with that as I wanted, but the letters do kind of still come back and forth, and knowing that we had gotten someone watching who was so inspired by that they took the time in the early 21st century to sit down and write a letter on a piece of paper and put it in the post and have it delivered. That's a really personal connection that I really appreciated and we really needed in the midst of not being able to, really be close to real people in a physical face-to-face way. So getting that letter was a very remarkable, inspirational, heartwarming. It just made everything come together. I think it really did. So thank you, Olivia, if you're watching. That meant the world to me and to us.
Yes, and we've received letters and emails as well, your Facebook messages, especially your comments at the end of our live streams.
Yes.
It really just warms our heart. So thank you so much for all of your enthusiasm. It really is very special because while we are a small museum, we had wanted to have a broader reach, and we kind of were not well, in a way we were kind of forced into it.
Right.
Well, all right, let's do this, and it has just been nothing but positive, and we've learned a lot too. So, I think that over the next year especially, you'll see our live streams improve even more.
Right.
When we were doing our reruns of our live streams this November, and we're also doing reruns in December, like, they're really great programs, but you can also tell that, we've just gotten a handle of things in the studio now, and things kind of work like clockwork now. So
yeah, and that's part of the beauty of it. We are small, but we're also streamlined, right? We're educational ninjas.
Yeah.
Because there were no committees or administrators that we had to go through when all this hit. Libra and I were like, well, you want to do this?
Yeah.
Okay. And we did.
Yeah.
And we just learned as we went. And we didn't have to come up with some great big, request for proposal and pitch to someone to do it. We just started doing things.
Yeah.
And it seemed to work. And like Libba said, we've continued to improve. We've continued to pull great people in.
Yeah.
We've been able to hire Marie. We've got people like Shiara, like Mustafa that we pull in for a lot of great programs. And it's just all come together.
Yeah.
And we've had a great time doing it. And it's all because of you, though. Because if it wasn't for the crowds who watch us, just talking to the camera and knowing there's no one back there is not fun. But knowing that you're there is fantastic.
Yeah, and I would say that, it's hard to pick a moment, but I do think those weeks where we were getting such a broader audience was really the highlight for me. Now, Marie, you may have a specific moment in mind, but one really big project that you did a fantastic job with was our virtual summer camps.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
And that was just so much
I was
fun.
thinking, live stream wise.
Yeah.
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 It's funny because we do so much. We have a podcast. We do our reading program, now virtual reading program, Gainesville Reads, every week. We do Homeschool Connection now every week, which is lessons for homeschool students every single week. And we offered our virtual summer camps.
Yes.
But Marie, talk to us about, when you reflect on the past year, what comes to mind as those moments that you're just really thankful for?
Being able to work here full time is definitely one of the biggest blessings and greatest joys of my life, and especially in 2020. And then of course once I got here, we hit the ground running.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, you had to.
yes. There was no other way. So getting to just come here and just talk about things that I really enjoy and learning about, one of my favorite live stream programs I think that we did, that we are going to be doing a part 2 of today, was my historical fashion program. That was just so much fun. That was, I think, one of the last live streams I did before I actually came here full time.
Right.
But we're going to be doing some more today where I get to show more outfits that I make and talk about historical fashion, which I'm very passionate about. I also, one of my first big project once I got here was our virtual summer camps, which was so much fun, and I loved it so much. I'm so happy. I think the moment that made me so happy about the summer camp program was that we did 3 weeks of them. We did our American Revolutionary Camp, we did Frontier Camp, and then we did Civil War Camp. And a lot of the kids from Revolutionary War Camp loved it so much that they signed up again for Civil War Camp.
That's right. Yeah.
And at the end of Civil War Camp, a lot of the kids were asking, can we do this all the time? We don't want to go. And I'm I don't want to go either, because getting to do summer camps was so much fun, and I loved the virtual interaction that we were able to have, even though it was indeed virtual. so we ended up doing Homeschool Connection. That was really born out of that. It wasn't really something that like Liv or I thought of. It was really the kids saying, "Can we do this all year?"
Yeah.
And we're like, "Yes, we will. We will for you."
That's right.
So then I started writing lesson plans.
Because history nerds have to watch out for one another.
Yeah.
That's one thing we've definitely learned.
Yes.
You know.
And the students in Homeschool Connection are so much fun. They are such a bright part of our week every week.
Yes.
And the thing is that as part of Homeschool Connection, they also get access to our members-only programs. And Glenn, just the other day when you were doing your letter writing in the 18th and 19th centuries, one of our homeschool students, our very enthusiastic students, you know the one I'm talking about, said, "I don't want this to ever end." Because he was just so fascinated by it, and we really love that.
And that's one of the things that I think we have a strength in, is that we can talk about the big picture stuff, right? We can say, well, what was World War II and how did that affect the United States, and what role did slavery play in early America? We can talk about that. But we can also get down to some of that nitty-gritty stuff, like how they wrote letters in 1800. I mean, that's fun, it's educational, and it may not help you understand the course of the world, but it helps you understand how individuals actually lived and experienced their own time. And I think that's something we have to be cognizant of, because we're all people in the time stream, right? And a lot of the things we take for granted that we do, that we live, we just don't think about it, right? They're just things that happen to us, like being on a phone or driving in a car. And if we knew back then, let me rephrase that. If we knew how people did the simplest things in the distant past, we would be so much richer in our knowledge. But yet we have to struggle and have archaeologists dig in the ground and do a lot of guesswork just to figure out what people ate sometimes, right? And so getting those personal connections of how people lived, I think really helps this history connect with this history. And that's one of the things I love doing here at the History Center. I think that's one of the things that, modesty aside, we do a pretty good job of.
Absolutely. And someone thinks we've done a good job. Roseanne Kent, thank you so much, Roseanne, for your $50 donation.
Oh, thank you.
Roseanne said in her message, "Your center is the keeper of the stuff and stories of North Georgia, my people. Thanks for all the good work." Thank you so much, Roseanne. We so appreciate it. And, we're almost ready to show a really cool video from one of our awesome staff members, Leslie Jones. So Leslie has like 10 different titles. So
she does, well, her title is Museum Services Manager. Well, think of all the services that a museum
Yes,
provides.
exactly. So Leslie took on the organization and cataloging of our archives. And this was a huge endeavor, and she even got a grant for it as well. And so now our archives are in a much better place than they were, thanks to Leslie and thanks to Ava, who also helped Leslie as well. So Leslie is going to show us what is it like to actually work in the archives. You'll get to see some of the cool items that she is currently archiving. And you'll also get to see a part of your donation is going to go towards helping preserve these artifacts that have been donated to us. And we are able to catalog them for you, research them for you, and share them as a research resource for you. So we're gonna switch over to.
Actually, there's one thing I want to talk about.
Oh yes,
first,
please
if
do.
we could.
Yeah, sure.
Because we almost forgot.
Yes.
There's ways other than making a donation that you can get stuff from us.
That's true. We don't want to leave out our. Let me get to it.
We were going to do that right now, right?
Yeah. We can do our raffle.
Definitely.
So yes, we do have raffles today. So let's go into our raffles, and then we'll dive into the archives.
Yes.
So first up, today, Marie is going to be sewing a handmade apron, and you can have the apron. Now, Marie, do you want to tell us a little bit about your apron you're going to be sewing?
Yes, so I just went and I picked out fabric yesterday. It's going to be a nice blue check. It will be a waist apron, so it ties around the waist, which was very popular in from a very long time ago. This one that I'm going to be making is probably going to be more suited to the mid-1800s or the perhaps mid to late 1700s would be the most suitable time period for this. I usually make ones from about the mid-Victorian era because that's the area that I have the most expertise in.
Right.
So that is what we will be looking at more today. But it will be entirely hand-sewn. And you will be able to, if you look in our program, you will be able to see exactly when. We will be doing some hand stitches, a hand stitch tutorial about what some of the stitches that I will be using in the apron, and then we will have the actual making of the apron.
Yeah, so to enter the raffle, you go to the same link as a donation, and raffle tickets are $5 each, and you can get as many as you like.
That's right.
So the more you buy, obviously, the more chances you have to win. And just make sure that in the message of your donation, you let us know which raffle you would like. So, I see we have some comments from Scott. Hi, Scott. Totally agree. Living history. You do an excellent job. Thank you so much, Scott. Vanessa says, we cannot thank you enough. We love Young Historians Homeschool Group. Thank you so much,
Thanks.
Vanessa. That is very kind of you. So, let's go to our next raffle item. So, you can get an apron hand sewn by Marie. You can also get a mystery history basket.
That's right. So, what's in this basket? Well, it's a mystery, but it's lots of cool things from here at the History Center, from our shop, some books, some postcards, things like that. And actually, the basket itself is pretty cool. So, same deal. It's $5 per ticket. Just let us know if you're going to be raffling for this item, to make sure you put in the in the description that this is the item that you're doing your raffle for.
That's right. Okay. So next up we have Glenn. You can present this one.
Yes. One of the greatest academic minds of our time has written a picture book. But it's a really cool picture book. It is local history, Hall County in World War II. And these are really about 90% of the photographs in this book are from here in the History Center collections. And of course, it's a home front focused book. And this book normally sells in our shop for about $21.99, but we're going to be raffling one of these off at $5 per ticket. And remember, all these raffle items, shipping is included in the raffle ticket price. So if you happen to win, you get it shipped to you absolutely free. And if you want, I can sign and personalize this book if you win the raffle. So make sure you put in for this one.
All right, and next up we have, this is a really cool one as well. So today, during our blacksmith demonstration, you can actually get the candlestick holder that Stephen made. So Stephen Bartlett is one of our living history interpreters, and he's going to be presenting the blacksmithing demonstration, and you can win this really beautiful rustic artisanal
locally sourced
candlestick holder, and it's really beautiful. It's also got a nice weight to it, so it just feels like it would just look really, really cool in your house. I'm kind of jealous. Maybe I might.
No employee discounts on the raffles.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And then we also have a digital membership for you and a friend. So you can enter a raffle for a digital membership for you and a friend. And our digital memberships allow you to enter our members-only live stream programs every Friday at 2 p.m. Eastern, as well as access to all of our previous member-only live streams, which at this point I think we have well over 20
I think
now.
so, yeah.
So, and a lot of the times these programs are going to be a bit more niche. So, for instance, the one we did on 18th and 19th century letter writing was a members program. And so you can get a digital membership for you and a friend. And lastly, we have a tour. So you can win a group tour for 10. Now this can be, if you live in the area, you can come have a private tour at the History Center. Or we can do a virtual tour of our exhibits. So, Glenn, would you describe for folks outside of Georgia or who have not visited the History Center what they will see in our exhibits?
Yeah, so the exhibit is called Land of Promise, and the gist of it is that people have been coming to this area because it is a land of promise. It has resources, opportunities from prehistory all the way up to the present days, and that's really what our exhibit explores. It's the history of this region, of this very unique region we call home in Northeast Georgia. So you're going to see the first part, of course, is about the first peoples who live here, the Native Americans, the conflicts, and sometimes the cooperation between European settlers and the Native Americans, which leads to removal. We have the expansion of the frontier, the Civil War, the coming of the railroad, and expansion into a modern world driven by textile industry, poultry industry, and lots of modern things that have brought us to where we are in the present day. So this tour, again, if you're in the area, this can be local. We can do a masked, socially distanced tour in person here, or if you just want to know about Northeast Georgia, but you live in, say, New Mexico, we can do the tour virtually with the exact same format. So hopefully that's something a lot of you will be interested in, and that's a pretty good deal. If you only pay $5 or $10 for 1 or 2 tickets, that normally is about a $150 price to have a private individual tour for a group of 10 to 20. So be sure and tune into that one. Now, those raffles help us, and I just want to take a note. Look, we're 30 minutes in, and we've already got 10% of our
Yes,
goal.
and that is amazing. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's do a few shout-outs to our latest donors. We have, and people commenting. Gabby says, I love what you do. You are injecting love for history in new generations.
Good,
Thank you
that's
so
the
much.
goal.
Yes, and so far you are correct. We have reached that 10% milestone. That is so exciting. I'd like to thank Barclay and Miriam Rushton for their $100 donation.
Thank you, Barclay.
Thank you so much,
Miriam.
Barclay and Miriam Rushton. They say in their message, great idea for a fundraiser. Looking forward to checking out your programs today. Okay. Thank you so much for your generous donation. Now, Glenn, I think are we ready to go into this really cool archives video? So,
yes.
Folks, I'm going to put in the chat while the video is playing all of the raffles so you can know which one to enter, but it's the same donation link. So just make sure that in the message you just say which raffle you would like to apply your donation to, and we will enter you. So let's go ahead and go to the archives with Leslie and see what is it really like to be an archivist at the Northeast Georgia History Center.
Hello everyone, my name is Leslie Jones and I'm the Archives Manager here at the Northeast Georgia History Center. Today we wanted to show you what it's like to archive on a budget. Why on a budget? Well, because we need donations from people like you to help us preserve these artifacts the way that they should be preserved. So let's start today with how we archive here at the History Center. So today, we are archiving kitchen supplies. We have a lot in the archives that have not been cataloged yet. So here are a couple that I thought would be really interesting to show you. So we have stuff like Johnson's powdered wax for dancing floors, and it still has powder in it. Pretty cool. Colgate shaving mug soap. Bluebell brand pears. It even still has the tin. Something in there. Maybe we'll find out. So we're going to try to archive all of these today. So we need our baker's box. First thing we need to do is label the box so we'll be able to find it when we're in the archives. So right now I'm working on the shelf A4. So this box is going to be A4, shelf 2, box 1. and then we write what is going to go in the box. So I'm going to say kitchen products. See, first step, already done. Pretty easy. So next we need to pad the bottom of the box to protect the artifact from the hard surface of the box. So we have these styrofoam sheets here, and we cut it to size. Now our box is lined. So now we can start actually cataloging the artifacts. So let's start with the very first one. Let's start with that dancing powder because it's so cool. Alright, so when we're cataloging this, we need to look at every single thing about this item. The size, the color, the texture, the company, any of the words, how there's still powder in it, that'll be a great note, and the condition of the item. So we're going to start putting that in the system here, and then we'll get to wrapping it. Alright, so what I put here was, it's powdered wax for dancing floors. It's made by S.C. Johnson & Son. The colors are white, yellow, and black. It looks like there could have been some green in here at one point, so I did add that. Then I added, the company that it's in is Racine, Wisconsin, and it is large size, so I added the 14 ounces. Then I said that it's cylinder in shape, and it has the little powder holes, and it also has powder still inside. There is this label on top. It is hard to read. It does say 1909, so I did add that. And then for the condition, I said it's rusted and a little warped on the bottom, and there's this dent here on this side, and obviously it does have some rust, but really for 111 years old, it's in great shape. Let's look at it a little bit closer. Right? Great shape. Alright, so we're gonna pack it. What we need is tissue paper. So we take 2 sheets of tissue paper, and I'm gonna first do it long ways and then do it widthwise, just to try to cover it to make sure none of the powder falls out. Just to make sure it's really tight, I'm going to do it one more time around the top. So that's it. Our dancing powder wax is done. Very first artifact that goes in this box. Takes a little while, but really it gets to be so much fun to catalog these things. So let's try to finish this whole box. Black raspberries. Another can of the same black raspberries, except this time the label is in much better condition. Much better. So since this can is exactly the same as the other can, what I did was I just added notes on the other one, except this one I made sure to point out that this one is in much better condition. So when we do use it in our exhibits, that we would use this one instead of the other one, and maybe clean up that one, maybe better preserve that one, but actually use this one. Bluebell peas. This can of peas is packed in syrup made with high-grade sugar. 1906. Fascinating stuff, I gotta say. In this can of peas, what was in it? The shaky thing? A piece of shale. Random piece of glass. You might be asking yourself, Leslie, are you really wiping this with a glove? I am, because it's already dirty. Why not? We'll just make a pretty little pile. Pretty little pile. It's fine. It's fine. 100-year-old dirt. Rowley's pure granulated nutmegs. Even has a recipe for donuts on the back. I would not recommend these donuts. Guaranteed wholesome and unadulterated. That's how I want my nutmeg. Maybe there's still some in here. It does not evaporate, so I tested it, and it doesn't evaporate. Woo. a little different because it's in really great shape. We're going to keep the box for these lids, but because there's so much wiggle room in here, I'm going to pad the box to make sure it doesn't wiggle anymore, and then we're going to wrap it. So how we doing on the box? Nice job, right? Thanks. So the box here says it's wide mouth canning caps with snap lids, but that is not what's in the box here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap the box and the lids separate because it is a different product. That way we can use both. Six. We're getting pretty full here. I think we can fit in a couple more of these tiny items. That's pretty cool. I don't know if you can see it, but it still has the label on it and everything. Used maybe a couple times. Jeremy, smell it. I'm gonna smell it. Actually, not that bad. Pretty cool. I think someone donated their sewing kit. Has some binding, some buttons, all kinds of threads. Needle. Little lace trim. It's kind of cute. So when someone donates a collection, we archive it all together. So say someone donates 12 items, each of the items will be in that one collection. They all need to be wrapped together, they all need to be typed in the system together, everything needs to stay together because it's one collection. So we have, I'd say, over 10 items here, so it's going to take me a while to catalog all these, but this will be a one collection. I think I'm just going to call it a sewing kit collection because there, unfortunately, is no name of the person who donated on this box. If you're watching the telethon, let me know that this is yours. I'd love to actually catalog it with your name, but otherwise we're just going to name it sewing kit. I have trouble seeing colors sometimes that are blue or green. What do you think? Is that blue or green? I'm gonna go ask Lila. Luna says let's go with a neutral and say it's teal. I'll take it. It looks like two different colors. Looks green. Green? I'm gonna go with green. If it's not green, tell me. Let me know. I'll fix it. I actually want one of these. Do they still sell these? Somebody tell me. This has a bobbin on the inside, and then you can actually cut off the thread right here. I do cross stitch all the time. This would be a lifesaver. I want one of these. Do they still exist? Somebody tell me. This fabric here, or thread, can you see the, I don't know if it's, there's a pattern on the thread that they were making that turned into this, here, they made that. I don't know how you do that. How do you do that? I need to ask Marie, she'll probably know. It's amazing, right? This just, it looks like just a random piece of thread. But she made it. Whoever owned this made it. So, like I said, don't underestimate your donations. We have a name. Not gonna reveal it just in case they don't want people to know that they donated it, but we actually do have a name on the bottom of a checkbox. Pretty cool, right? So So this probably is the person that donated it, so I'm gonna write down their information, and if it is you, let me know. It's such a cool find. And there's 27 different items in here. So what I'm doing, since these items are so small, it'd be really hard to actually put these in the box and have them easy to be found. So I'm gonna leave them in the checkbook box. But I'm gonna pack it up so where it won't move around and the thread will be saved and this amazing fabric, everything will be protected in here. So the archives consultant, Ava, when she came to help us basically teach me how to do this stuff, she taught me a lifelong lesson, thank you Ava, is the shake test. So when you want to protect something, like artifacts, something really fragile, even when you're packing, you want to do the shake test. So I'm going to shake this and make sure nothing moves around, and if it isn't, it's good to go, and if it does, we need to add more tissue. You're the best, Ava. Wind beneath my wings. Let's take a look at our box to see if we are full. So, I think we could fit more stuff here, but we don't want to put it on top of the artifacts because then it could mess with the ones on the bottom and the ones on the top. So what we do is we create another layer, like when we padded the bottom, we're going to pad this layer here, and then we're going to add on to it. I think this sheet is already done. Perfect. See? Now we can start a new row here without damaging any of the items down there, like the floor wax or the Colgate soap that I kind of messed up. So let's get started on another layer. Paper. Little Tommy Tucker sings for his supper. What shall we eat? White bread and butter. Is that a Mother Goose rhyme? Oh, Little Miss Mary. It is. These are a little loose. What are we gonna do? We're gonna put tissue down there to make sure it doesn't move. And then we're gonna do the Ava shake test. Why did I take off my glove? So we have 2 items left, but I don't think they're going to fit in there comfortably, and I don't want them to be crushed. So we're just going to finish the box. We have quite a bit of room left, so what we do is we fill it with tissue, make sure it doesn't move, and it's protected. So let's do the Ava shake test and finish the box. There we have it, one finished box. This took maybe, I want to say, hour and 45 minutes, and that was to do, let's see, 40 things. This is why the archives are so important. That's why I volunteer most of my time doing the archives, because of how much work goes into doing this. Because one of the things the donation goes to is actually preparing these the way they should be. When I said we were doing this on a budget, we really are, because we should be doing this with acid-free tissue, we should do this with better padding, we should do this with acid-free boxes, but we're making do with what we have. So donations would be amazing, and this is how you can help with the number below, or Lil, why don't you show us the different tiers? Thank you for joining me. This is my all-time favorite part of my job, and I hope you really enjoyed it. I'd love to do this again if anyone's interested. And if you have any questions about these items, or if you'd like to donate anything, please let me know. Bye.
Tired of reading history books?
No.
Oh, well, interested in learning about history in a fun, virtual way?
I'm listening.
Then you should become a digital member of the Northeast Georgia History Center. Receive exclusive invites to weekly members-only live streams and access all of our past members-only programming like letter writing in the 18th and 19th centuries, 1920s fashion and dance, open fire cooking with Marie, the history behind Les Miserables the musical, all for as low as $3 a month or $35 a year.
What a bargain!
So, what do you say? Will you become a digital member of the Northeast Georgia History Center?
I already am. Hey there, folks. I'm Glenn Kyle, the Executive Director of the Northeast Georgia History Center, which is why I can give you the History Center guarantee to provide high-quality, entertaining, and family-friendly history education. Now, this has been a year like no other, and we've had a lot of challenges, and the History Center has risen to most of those challenges, but the one we need the most help with right now is to make sure that we meet our budget and our operational costs through the end of 2020. That's why we're here. That's why we need your help. It is a call to action. What we need is for you to make a donation to us, if you can, from any level of $5 all the way up to $1,000, and we've got a lot of great gifts and neat things that you can get if you give to that. So, I want you to think about what we do. I want you to continue to appreciate the things we do, because no one online that we know of is doing things in such creative and engaging ways as so many of our audiences from age groups 5 to 95. So, if you can do anything for us, please do. You can, number one, click on the link below that takes you directly to a website where you can put your information in and give us a donation that way. Call us at 770-297-5900 to give us a credit card number and we can run that straight through. Or you can do it the old-fashioned historical way and just get a check to us. There's two ways to do that. You can drop it off here at the History Center or mail it to us at 322 Academy Street Northeast, Gainesville, Georgia, 30501. We look forward to hearing from you. We look forward to sharing all of our great history and educational programs with you this year and in the coming years. And thanks again for being a supporter of history and the History Center. And we're back, folks. We hope you enjoyed that little insight into the archives with Leslie. And I have to say, I don't know if you've done a lot of work in archives in your young career, but I have, and you probably noticed watching Leslie that you can really get into a history nerd zen zone when you're going through things. It's a lot of interesting things that you may not have seen before. It may be things very familiar, but it's very pleasant. The phone doesn't ring. No one comes in to talk to you. You're just down there in the archives looking at history stuff. Now, want to let you know we've gotten a couple of other donations via check. Marie, why don't you tell us about that one?
Thanks, Mom!
Good old Marie's mom contributed, and if Marie's mom can contribute, so can you. So
my mom dropped off a check this morning.
That's right. So as you just saw, there's several different ways. And good old Leslie is actually on the phone now. You can call in and make your donation that way. You could also call and tell her what a great job she did working there on the archives while you're making your donation. I'm sure that would be great for her. Now, I also found out that just this morning, we've gotten a couple of new digital members already. And that is also a fantastic way to give. It may not help the little beeper thing move across the board to our $3,000 goal, but that's okay because it's still a fantastic way to support us and a fantastic way to make sure that you get some of the best programming available here on the interwebs. Now, speaking of the interwebs, it's very remarkable when you think about how far we've come. Libba was talking about the handwriting episode that we did. One of the things that has changed, obviously, as you see us here on the internet itself, is digital communications and how people are able to talk to each other, to express ideas.
We've definitely experienced that a lot in
We
2020.
We really have. As I've said, we have these amazing things in our pockets that we're able to call anyone, anywhere, at any time. A blessing and a curse. But our next program coming up, and while you're watching it, please enjoy the video, but also please think about the kind of donation that you can make. We're going to be looking at digital communication devices and how the history of that started to really change and alter the world that we live in a way that is remarkable and revolutionary, because people, starting 100 years ago, they did not have this kind of technology. And in the last 100 years, it has become a central part of our everyday life. So, we hope you enjoy this next program based on digital communications, and coming up right after that one, Marie's going to be doing some of that fantastic hand sewing that she does. So stay tuned, click that donate button, and thanks for tuning in to the History Center's Telethon.
And thank you for your donation. Whew, I'm so glad I had help today.
I'm Alexander Graham Bell. My friends call me Alex. And I'm Thomas Alva Edison. All my friends call me Boss. I invented the telephone. And I actually made it work. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. Look, nobody else came up with the idea of converting sound into electrical currents and then back into sound. You just got that because you were at the patent office first. Are you accusing me of stealing ideas? Well, no. Well, good, because that's mostly what you do with your workers. Whoa, 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 be nice. It was my idea to make your transmitter work with a new carbon diaphragm. You and your fascination with carbon. Carbon this, carbon that. My brain's made of carbon. Oh, look, Mr. Sheep Butcherer. Look, light bulb boy. Hello? Hello? That's right. It's time to talk about old-timey electronic communications here at the Northeast Georgia History Center. I'm Glenn Kyle, and we haven't really touched on this before, but it's incredibly important to think about is the way that we have begun to communicate electronically, and how did that start? How did we get to where we're at today? And of course, it is a vast and complicated story full of innovation, full of exciting narratives, full of incredibly dull but incredibly important technological advances. We're not going to get into all those details today. We're just sort of going to place everything into a broader historical context. And to do that, we have to set up the world as it was before electronic communications. And this is something that we have talked about here because we want people to understand what it was like back in a 3-mile-per-hour world. Remember, the way that we expressed ideas to one another, the way that we exchanged news was through the written word. And that means we wrote things on paper, and that paper had to be delivered. Now, even when we printed things on paper and could make it go a little faster, like newspapers and things like that, those things traveled between points as fast as a person could walk or a horse could walk. Not a horse could run, because of course a horse can't run 24 hours a day. They have to rest, they have to eat, they even have to sleep. So the rate at which the post is going to move is very dependent upon how many stops you have along the way, the health of the horses, the weather, the quality of the roads, and things like that. That's why I say it's a 3-mile-an-hour world. So if I want to call my family member, or not call, see, it's already entered the idioms. When I want to communicate with my family or my friends, I have to write a letter and get that to them. And that letter, depending upon how far away they are, could take days, could take weeks, could take months, even on the North American continent, much less trying to go overseas. So people, of course, always wanted to find some way where they could communicate more rapidly and perhaps even instantaneously. And that's something that the technology of the later 19th century really began to wrestle with and to find ways to do it. And we did. And we used electricity and electronic signals over wires to do that. Now, of course, we're going to start very simply with electric wire, of course, usually copper wire. You can send an electrical impulse over that. That's fairly easy to do. They had to find a way to amplify that to make it travel over long distances, and they had to find a way to make that meaningful. Now I'm going to do a little genie move here and kind of show you how they used to string the wire, and then we'll go into how they used to do it. Bink. Okay, so we have here a very small replica of what the lines would have looked like. Imagine these as the large poles, and they have on top glass insulators, right? They're glass because glass does not conduct electricity, and strung along these glass insulators and the poles up in the ground is copper wire. And it's going to be varying gauges, it's going to be varying strengths, because that's what the signal is going to move along. And at first, this stuff wasn't even insulated, right? It was just bare copper wire. And if there's any break along a point, that means that communication ceases. So very often, when they strung the wire from one place to the other, they're going to do 2 different lines so that if something does happen to one, or it breaks, or a bird lands on it, or something like that, hopefully the signal is still going to be able to continue. But this is the basic method of how things are going to run when it's wired technology all the way up into modern phone lines and really electricity lines. But we're not talking about electricity, we're talking about communications. So this is what you're going to see all along from the late 1800s all the way up until very, very recently. The telephone lines or the communication lines are going to be of this. So you can see, glass insulation running as far as it could. And to repair it, you would have to ride the line and find where the break was. So much for wires. Okay, so now we have the means of which to send an electric current over long distances. And as you can imagine, this is a rather significant undertaking. There are companies that have to invest a lot of money in the labor, in the poles, in the copper wire, and maintaining them to do that. So they're going to have to, of course, charge a fee to use the service. And the first way they do this is with a Morse key, using Morse code. I know most of you are probably at least familiar with this a little bit. It's the right? That's what Morse code is. Samuel Morse invented this system and came up with a type of code to send messages. And what he did, he used that little series of dots and dashes and applied it to letters of the alphabet so that you could sit on one end, and this is called a key, a Morse key, and you would tap that, right? And that's how you would send the message out. And it would be hooked up to a battery, would come into it, and then the signal would go from this Morse key down those wires that I just showed you over a certain distance, and on the end would be this receiver. Now, you may not be able to hear this one really good, but you can see there are two coils here, two electric coils, so the wire would be coming into this, and it would go through those two coils, and every time the electric pulse went through the coils, it would cause this little metal bar to move ever so slightly, right? It's very, very slight, but a trained telegrapher is going to be able to listen to those sounds, right, and determine what the message is. And this becomes very, very common. They have this actually in the American Civil War. There are a lot of technological advances that the North tends to have over the Confederacy, and significant and complex communication system, electronic communication system is one of those. Grant is able to communicate with Washington, D.C. back and forth during the Western campaigns, and he uses it when he comes to Washington, D.C. to send orders and get reports from the other generals around the country. So it becomes very, very important, and it's the same process going up into the Old West and things like that, right? Is that dot, and it's clicks and things. And when radio communication is developed, it really uses Morse code to do the same thing. Even though it's not traveling over wires, it's traveling over the airwaves. Morse code does the same thing. And that's great. But the problem is, you either have to know Morse code or you have to go to the people who run the Morse business and have them send your messages back and forth, those telegrams, right? Wouldn't it just be way easier if we could actually talk to one another the same way that we're doing now? Or you might do it with a friend sitting at home in your living room. Just talk. And that sort of became what people were looking for the next leap. And we finally get a fellow named Alexander Graham Bell. And I won't go into the whole history of how he developed his telephone, but it is interesting. You can look that up for yourself. But the idea is he basically invented a good microphone and a good speaker that could transmit it over a longer distance. The beauty is you can still use the same conductive wire. You can still use copper wire, or maybe steel wire, but usually copper wire to use that. And you could use your voice and transmit your voice to some other place, and someone could hear it. And someone could listen to you and talk back to you, and it would transmit your voice. This was revolutionary. Again, think of the days where we had to wait for horses and mules to bring letters for weeks and weeks, and suddenly, if the infrastructure's in place, we can simply pick up a phone and talk to each other and hear voice and have a conversation. A conversation would have taken months in the days before the telephone. Just so you understand how revolutionary this is for the exchange of ideas and information and contact. Now, at first you had to have someone, when you picked up an old telephone like this one, you can see there's no keypad, there's no dial on it or anything. You just pick it up, and when you pick it up, you raise this arm, which opens a line, and this is the part you talk into, and this is the part you listen to. And you would pick it up, it would open a line, and someone on the other end would say, "Hello, operator." And you would say, "Hello, I need to contact such and such," or BR549, and you would give them a city or a place. with a number, with an associated number. You had to know the number. And the operator on the other line, and you can see a lot of these operators in the photograph behind me, would have to manually look at their board and take the wires and connect them like this, right? That's what that is behind me. Is it's a huge, large, interconnected circuit board. And back behind that, if you think that looks complicated, the back is nothing but wires, but those connections had to be made manually. And this job, in England, it was given to young boys, but here in the United States, it was a job that was almost exclusively given to women. Women were actually pretty good at this. It was considered secretarial, but the ability to handle all these complex transformations of numbers and letters and make the connections, that's something that women generally tend to do better than men. And so women made excellent telephone operators, and it sort of became a job that women could do in the era when women did not have the opportunity to do a lot of jobs in the real business world. Many of them could become telephone operators, and many of them did. Now, as this system grew, it became more and more complicated, and it could take longer and longer, actually, to make the connection. Because remember, you have lots of different lines from lots of different companies running in between towns, in between cities, sometimes in the same city if it's big enough, and they need to somehow interconnect. And so the operators could get very, very busy, and the more people that got a telephone and paid for the service, by the way, remember this is still a business, the more people had to create a complex system where all these different single points could communicate with somewhere else. And it's about at this time that they began to lay the first transatlantic telephone cable. They had already laid a transatlantic Morse code telegraph label. They had already laid a transatlantic telegraph cable so that they could send Morse back and forth from Europe to America. Again, imagine the mind-blowing simplicity of being able to send a message from New York to Paris and get a reply in the same day. So weird. But now we're getting to the point where we can actually have telephone conversations. And the real technology is being able to push a strong enough signal so that it can get through to the other side very, very clearly. So there are lots of repeater stations and lots of things that are developed to make the signal continue on and be very, very strong. Now, of course, what they want to do is continue to make this easier and easier, because they have this where you can just pick up and ask to talk to Sarah and she can connect you, but it's still a step in the process. There's still a labor pool that has to work. And this system goes from the earliest days of the telephone, really, in some places, until the 1940s or even 50s. But at that point, they have developed a system that is more or less automatic. Now, there are still operators there if there's a problem, but it's called, in England, it was a rotary system. In America, it was a panel system, but basically, it was this, right? The handset has become something that has both the speaker and the microphone in one thing, so that you can hold it up to your head like this. And then down here, there is a dial. And there's a dial with 10 numbers, 1 through 0. And then, of course, each telephone, each location is given a telephone number. And you will simply, a lot of you folks my age and older know what this is, but some of you younger ones might not understand it. And you have to put the number in this way. And what it does is inside the phone, as you turn that dial, it sets that certain number. It sends a signal to a local telephone exchange. And this local telephone exchange has, it's not a computer. It is a computer, but it's not a digital computer. Everything's manual, right? It's mechanical technology. And it's a series of magnets and relays that make these connections with the signals they're getting from your telephone. So from your telephone, when you dial the number, you're able to get that connection. Now, this was a very, very big change for a lot of people. Like I said, this method had been going on for decades, and now there's a new system that people have to learn. Well, the telephone companies knew that they were going to have to help people understand the new systems. If it's going to be self-driven, there are going to have to be cues that people using a telephone have to follow. So what we've got for you now is a short video by Westinghouse made in 1954 that's a great tutorial on how you can use your new rotary phone.
Hello, everyone. I'm from your telephone company, and the message that we have for you is that we are changing your telephone service over to dial. There's been a lot of planning, preparation, and work in order to bring dial to town. You may have noticed that lots of work has been going on. New cable pulled into place and other types of construction. If the dial isn't already on your telephone, it soon will be. Many months ago, our engineers started to draw up the plans because equipment must be tailor-made to fit the needs of each community, not only for today's requirements, but for years to come. To design, build, and install this equipment takes time and money. This is an investment in the future of your community. It won't be long now until dial telephones are ready to serve you. So that there will be no interruption in your telephone service during the changeover, everything is made ready. When the signal is given, the fuses are pulled out of the lines that were part of your manual equipment. At the same instant, we close the connections in the dial equipment and dial service is born. Instead of hearing the operator's familiar "number please," you'll hear the dial tone. That means that the equipment is ready to handle your calls. Dial service, however, doesn't do away with the need for operators. You'll always find operators ready to help whenever you need them. For an emergency, information, for out-of-town calls, or for any call in which you experience difficulty. You will find that dial telephones are very easy to use. And I'd like to give you some pointers so that you can make the best use of your dial telephone. Now, let's examine the dial itself for just a moment. For convenience in dialing, the letters go around the dial in alphabetical order. And the numbers are in numerical order, from 1 to 9 and 0. And in the center of the dial appears the number of the telephone you are using. With dial service, telephone numbers consist of a central office name and 5 numbers, like this: Main 2 9970. We use central office names and the additional numbers so that as many telephone numbers as possible will be available for each community. Also, this numbering system makes it possible to fit you and your neighbors' telephones into a uniform nationwide plan. This enables operators and telephone users to dial long-distance calls to distant cities. Now, there are a few easy rules to be followed when dialing because careless dialing mistakes will waste a lot of your time and cause someone else to be inconvenienced and probably irritated. When you want to make a call, always be sure you have the right number. Consult your directory for any number you're not sure of. Write the number down. Like this. It will save you a lot of time and trouble if you keep the numbers in front of you while dialing. Now, let's use this demonstration model for a moment while we dial our number. Take up your receiver and always listen for the dial tone. Remember how it sounds, a steady hum. Now, let's dial the number we looked up and made a note of. Remember, always be sure to dial the first 2 letters of the central office name, then the 5 numbers. For example, For word 49970, dial W O 4 9 9 7 0. When dialing, notice that I brought my finger around until it firmly touched the finger stop. And now I remove my finger and let the dial go back by itself. Failure to bring your finger firmly to the finger stop with each pull of the dial may cause you to reach a wrong number. The same can happen if you force the dial back instead of letting it go back by itself. For incorrect dialing causes inconvenience and delay, not only to you, but to anyone you may have dialed in error. Another important point to remember when dialing is that wherever you have the letter O or the numeral O, as in our example number worth 49970, you will find the letter O next to N on the left side of the dial. The numeral O is always in the same space with the word operator. Now, soon after you dial the number you want, you will hear this tone. That's the ringing signal, an interrupted burring sound. Now, it tells you that the telephone at the number you dialed is ringing. The ring will continue until the telephone is answered, or if there is no answer, until you hang up. So let the telephone ring for at least a minute, or about 10 rings, to give the person you're calling time to answer. Now, if the number dialed is busy, you will hear a signal like this. The busy signal, a buzz-buzz sound. When you hear this signal, hang up. Try again a little later. Now, those of you with a party line may lift your telephone to listen for the dial tone and hear conversation or ringing signal. This means that another party on your line is using the telephone. When this occurs, hang up. And wait a reasonable length of time before you try again. Now, to make certain that you are completely familiar with the use of the dial, let's review the few easy rules. Make sure that you have the right number. If not, consult your directory. Write the number down. Make a note of the numbers you frequently call. You can get a free personal numbers booklet for this purpose from your telephone company business office. Now, before dialing, listen for dial tone. If you dial before you hear dial tone, you may get a wrong number or no number at all. Refer to the complete number while dialing. Then, dial the first two letters of the central office name. W O. And the 5 numerals which make up the complete number. 4 9 9 7 0. Making sure your finger firmly touches the finger stop with each pull of the dial. This will save you time and inconvenience. And when you have completed dialing, listen for the ringing signal. Wait for the party to answer for about 1 minute or 10 rings. If you wish at any time to review dial procedure, you will find instructions in the front of your directory. If you will remember these easy rules, you will dial correctly and be pleased with the use and convenience of your dial telephone.
So, you see, that's something also that people my age and older, we remember those dial tones and those ring tones and, those busy tones that seemed to last forever, and we couldn't get in touch with who we wanted to talk to. Remember, folks, this is before call waiting. This is before anything like that. But it was amazing because you could just pick up a phone and dial someone, right? And this starts to become the classic phone. Now, this phone is red. This is not the one that was used between Kennedy and Khrushchev during the Cold War. But they came in a variety of colors now. They became stylish, and they could ring. And the rotary system still, I love that sound. It takes me back to my youth. When they used this, it opened up a whole new world. And people who grew up with this couldn't imagine the way things used to be. We only saw this kind of stuff. It was old-fashioned, right? The 1960s saw the Andrew Griffith Show, and of course in the small town of Mayberry, people still had to pick up the phone and ask for Sarah. But in most places, people were getting rotary phones, and that began to revolutionize how we were able to communicate, how business could be done, how information could be exchanged. This is the point where letter writing starts to go away, because we don't need to write letters so much anymore. Unless it's something very personal, we can just pick up the phone and call someone. Now, locally, it wasn't a charge except for your normal monthly phone bill. However, if you had to call long distance, that could get quite expensive, because you had the companies, the local companies that began to use telephone systems and exchanges had to pay for other services and integrate with other companies and things like that. So calling long distance could become quite expensive. And we're talking dollars and dollars a minute. And so you had to limit it if you were going to call long distance. There were lots of different things you could do. You could call, collect. And for you young kids, I want you to notice there's no kind of screen or anything here, right? This is, you dial the number and you get it, which means that when your phone rings, you don't know who's calling. And so when you pick up, it could be your best friend, it could be your aunt that you don't want to talk to, it could be a lot of different people. So every time you pick up the phone, it's a surprise as to who it's going to be. You also got telephone books. These were printed books that the phone companies put out locally each year that would have everyone on the system's name and telephone number, and usually an address where they lived. And it was the directory, and it was a great way to look things up, and the businesses were put into the yellow pages. And of course, when your phone rang, it was an actual bell. Even going back to these, there's a small bell inside that would get that electric impulse that someone was trying to contact you, and it would ring. And of course, now we say our phone is ringing, or I'm going to call you, or I'm going to dial a number. We don't dial numbers. This is a dial, right? It's circular. We don't dial numbers anymore, and our phones don't have bells inside of them, but the lingo, the vocabulary has continued on. Now, after the rotary phone, what's the next big step? In the 70s and especially in the 1980s, things began to digitize because the technology continues to grow. They begin to use digital technology rather than mechanical technology to try to make these exchanges work, because the more people, the more expansion of the telephone industry, the more numbers you're going to have, the more phones inside of individual homes and businesses you're going to have. So you're going to have a lot of data going around, and digital seems to be the way. And so eventually companies began to go, instead of a rotary phone, they would have a touch-tone phone, right? So you heard in the 1954 video the sounds from the dial tone and the busy tone and things like that. In the push-button phone era, they kept those sounds mostly just as a sense of comfort. They did the same thing, but the way it worked was very different. Instead of the rotary phone having a mechanical series of connections that it has to make, when you push your when you hit your button phone, it just sends one digital beep signal, right? And those digits go into a digitized computer exchange, and the signal goes out, much like you have here. So in offices, things began to get pretty complex. You could have different lines coming into one office to go to different desks and things like that. The digital revolution really changed the way that could be done. And we've got a little bit of a sound, so just so you know, we'll do a rotary sound, and then, you hear that? Then we'll do a push button telephone sound that sounds much like the cell phones today, but it's a little different. So those are the sounds that you're going to hear differently. These, all that I've been talking about, of course, everything I've been talking about so far depends upon wires going from one place to the other, greatly depends upon things being connected in your house. All these have cords that come out of the back and have to plug into a place in your wall. They're cords. You're limited in mobility. You're limited by what we today call a landline because the wire goes over land. In the 1990s, something began to develop that, of course, was going to revolutionize things even further in terms of electronic communication. The cell phone. Now, in England, they call these mobiles because they're mobile phones. They're mobile. They can move around. But here in the United States, we tend to call them cell phones because the technology involved a cellular communication, a radio-based frequency communication that could go back and forth. And now we have here one of the first widely available commercial car phones, right? These were car phones because you're not going to carry around something like this on your person because it would take too much of a battery. But you can see it still has a lot of the same things. You've got the handset, right? You have the buttons on the back of the handset, but now you also have a digital screen so that you can see the numbers. You have this, which plugs into your phone's auxiliary power unit so that this thing can be powered. And then this big block here, this big heavy thing, this is the transmitter and the antenna, not the battery. It's this big, right? And you have to carry this thing around in this big bag. And so it was a bag phone or a car phone, right? And those were the first ones. And you had to have some kind of money to get something like that in the 1990s. And as time went by, of course, they began to make things smaller and smaller and smaller. And until finally, you could get something that would literally fit in the palm of your hand, could go in your pocket, and could be used to communicate with anyone within, who could also have a phone. Again, super revolutionary, evolutionary, that's a good argument and conversation we could have. But it made us able to talk to someone anywhere. And I've sort of skipped over the pager or the beeper, which was a little black box that you could dial their number and then send a message and then hang up. And usually it was just the number to call you back. And it was a little black box that goes beep, beep, beep. And they would look at it and it would give them the number they need to call. I think the only time this has lasted further than it should have is in hospitals. A lot of doctors still use pagers and beepers because they can't always pick up a phone, but they do want to get the number. But those pagers were a big thing, but it was only one way. It was basically saying, here's something that you need, here's a number you need to call, so when you get to a phone, call it, right? In the 1990s, cell phones were just coming into common accessibility, and in the early 2000s, you start to get a lot of flip phones, like I said, like the Nokias and things like that. And then getting, of course, to the end of this electronic communication journey, people want more and they want more. And Steve Jobs, with the iPhone, created the smartphone, which could not only use voice communication, but could use, if the system was in place, an internet-based network so that it could get actual things on the phone as well. You could do email messaging, you could get text, and eventually you could access the internet. The internet was also very new, and the idea that you had this thing in your pocket that you could not only call someone with, but access information, I would say that is revolutionary, and we're still living with the results of that revolution today. We're in the very midst of it because it's changing the way our society works, right? We go from a time where it's all letters to a time when it's just bits and dots, to a time when we could actually use voice communication over wires, and then we could use it over the air. And then suddenly here in 2020, I want you to think about this. In just a little over 100 years, we've went from voice communication and wire communication on a fairly primitive basis to this stuff, right? We have the sum of human knowledge in our back pocket and can talk to any place on the planet through space for about $50 a month. People, this is amazing. And it's amazing, and it's revolutionary, and it's a curse. Because I'm with you on this. We all spend usually too much time on these things because there's so much on them. And you could say it started with Morse code and got all this. Why go visit someone when you can just pick up a phone and call them? Why write someone a letter when you can send them an email or a text? The ability to communicate electronically has vastly changed our world and how we interact with each other as humans. And now it's gotten to the point where we almost don't have to interact at all. And we've all struggled here in 2020 with the coronavirus and things like that. And we've begun to experiment with ways we can work from home. We've begun to experiment with ways we can educate using a lot of new digital medias. And yet there's still something about that vital human interaction that we all miss and that we all crave. These are all good things. They've made our life better, but don't let it take over your ability and your opportunity to just spend some time with a family member or just spend some time with a friend, face to face with mask, just looking at each other, talking to each other. I remember my grandmother, it seems so silly to me when I was 10 years old. My grandmother would say, well, why don't you come and see me? And I would say, well, what are we going to do? And she'd say, I just want to sit and look at you. And I thought that was so weird at the time. Why would you want to just sit and look at me? But now as I get older and I'm inundated with information and electronic communications, sometimes I do just want to sit and look at somebody. You've sat and looked at me for a little bit, learning about all these great electronic communications devices, and with great power comes great responsibility. We're going to responsibly continue to use our digital media to get history to the masses, to folks like you, and as many audiences as we can, but we need your help. We're having this telethon. We're so glad you're tuning in, and there are 3 great ways you can help support programs like this. You can help support the History Center, meet our goal, and hit all those stretch goals. Number 1, you can click the link below that will take you to a website where you can make a donation that way. Number 2, you can actually call us 770-297-5900 during normal business hours, and you will actually get a real live person who can take your donation over the phone. Or if you want to use that 3-mile-an-hour world and be really old-fashioned, you can either drop by here at the History Center to give us a check or mail us one. 322 Academy Street, Northeast, Gainesville, Georgia, 30501. Folks, thanks for tuning in. We've got a lot of great things coming up. And until I can see you in person next time, stay safe, take care, and thanks for your support of the Northeast Georgia History Center.
History Center, please hold. History Center, please hold. History Center, please hold. Please hold. Please hold. Hey everybody, Leslie here, Archives Manager at the Northeast Georgia History Center. We have so many fascinating artifacts, photographs, and documents in our archives, like all of these super cool phones. Check out this one from the 1920s. It takes a lot of work and supplies to protect and organize these artifacts. Your donations help us with that work. Please consider donating today. Any amount helps, and there are some really cool thank you gifts for your donations. Give today online at the link below, over the phone at 770-297-5900, or you can mail a check to 322 Academy Street Northeast, Gainesville, Georgia, 30501. Thanks everyone. Now, back to these phone calls. History Center, please hold. History Center, please hold.
All right.
Yay!
Yay! Thank you, Glenn, for that really fascinating presentation.
Oh, it's timely, I think.
Yes, definitely.
You could say I had a calling to do it.
Wah, wah, wah. So, anyway,
Anyway.
we have a lot of people to thank. We are already at 15% of our goal. That is so exciting. So I want to thank a few of our most recent donors. Let's take a look at the leaderboard now. So I would like to thank Chris Cree for entering our raffle for the mystery history basket and a virtual membership and to move the beeper bar. Thank you, Chris. Thank you so much. Anonymous has entered for the candlestick holder raffle. Thank you so much, Anonymous. We also have the Wilkins family who donated $50. Thank you so much. And the Wilkins family said, your summer camp programs and the Young Historians Homeschool Group have been an absolute joy for our son, Benjamin. We love Benjamin.
Yay!
Our family thanks you from Pennsylvania and hopes that we can someday visit in person. Oh, that would be so
We would
cool.
love that. We
would be so
Absolutely.
happy.
Victor Lawrence donated $51,
Woo!
saying Northeast Georgia History Center is the best. Thank you, we
Thanks.
agree. And Jeff Pardue, thank you so much for your $100 donation, saying a gym in North Georgia. Keep up the great work. Thank you,
Thanks, Jeff.
everyone. And let me make sure that we're not missing anyone.
And
else.
while you're looking, Libus, someone had asked me, are these donations tax deductible? Actually, they are.
Great.
Because we are a bona fide certified 501c3 nonprofit corporation in the state of Georgia. So your donations to us can be tax deductible. Please discuss with your financial advisor or tax preparer to determine how and how much.
Indeed.
That's the legal mumbo jumbo. But
Yes.
we are a 501c3, so most, if not all, depending upon how you give of your donation, is tax deductible.
All right, so thank you everyone for your donations so far. It's so awesome that we are already 15% to our goal of $3,000. So up next, we are going to have a sewing lesson with Marie. So,
Yay.
oh no.
So
Glenn,
what?
Glenn, look what you've done. So, if you would like to practice hand sewing, all you need is fabric, thread, and a needle. So,
That's all we need for this lesson.
yeah, we'll need just a few moments to get set up for that. So please stay with us and learn some basic hand stitches that will also be implemented in the apron that Marie will be finishing up later and is part of our raffle. Speaking of raffle, if you check our program, which I'll put a link into the chat right now. If you check our program, we have all of our raffle items available to look at there. So choose which one you want. Make sure that you include in your message which raffle you are buying the ticket for. There we go. Trying to do a million things at the same time. And yeah, without further ado, let's get set up for our sewing by hand for beginners. So here we go. We'll be back in just a few moments. Just going to set up our camera for Marie's sewing lesson. All right, here we go.
here
second.
momentarily.
Just kidding. Let's see here. Poof! There we go.
Hello.
And now the magic. Boom!
Ooh.
So everyone can see how the magic happens.
Yes. Oh, you can't see that this says sewing.
Yes.
Or can you?
Oh, it's
That's
green.
green.
That's funny. But don't worry, folks. It says sewing.
It does say sewing.
So Marie, tell us about what we are going to learn today in our sewing lesson.
Yeah, so we are going to be learning some simple stitches. Some of the stitches that we have been doing, that we're going to be doing today, we have done in a previous live stream, but they're such good basic stitches that we're going to show them again because some of you might be new and we don't want you to miss out on some of these really good stitches. And then we're also going to be learning some new stitches as well. So in this program, I will be going over the running stitch, which is like the most basic of basic stitches, the whip stitch, which I just think is fun because it's so easy to do, and it gets the job done so fast. You know, you're whipping that stitch out. We are also going to be doing the back stitch. Now this one's a little bit different than ones that we had done previously, and it's one of the strongest hand sewing stitches that you can do, which is fantastic for historical sewing. And then we're also going to be doing the hem stitch, which we will be doing so much of while making the apron. All right, so without further ado, I have my fabric here. Now I'm going to cut the fabric a little bit so it is easier to manage while doing that. So one of the things that I think it's underrated in sewing is not just the needle and thread. It is also like and like moving the needle and thread through the fabric. Like that is like I guess the verb of sewing. But making a garment, there's so much more that goes into it. There's the choosing of the fabric, the cutting of the fabric, ironing, so much cutting, patterning, and that all goes into making a garment. And I thought, you know what? We should see all of it. So I'm going to cut some of the fabric here. So we're just going to be doing a basic stitch, a few basic stitches. So I'm just going to make like a little cut on a square here. If we need to, we can measure it out. We're going to let's do an 8 by 8 square. So here's one of the 8. All right, then we're going to go up here. So I put my pin like through my tape measure because then it stays and it's fantastic. So I like thinner tape runners where I can do that. All right, I'm gonna stand, but you can still see the fabric. Boop, 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 boop. Cut, 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 cut. All right, and then we're going to turn here at the 8 inches. Now another thing that you can do with some fabric, let's see if we can do it with this fabric. And sometimes you can just make like a little snip there, and then you can just tear it. And that way you have a very, very straight line. So yeah, this fabric is great. It tore very easily. So that's one way, and a historical way to get a very straight line versus cutting. But I think we did a pretty good job of getting our straight line cutting too. All right, so we're going to move that over here just a little bit. Ooh, it is unraveling a little bit, so we're going to cut our threads. There's one I think of my least favorite things about sewing is cutting threads. It's so tedious and annoying, but it's something that must be done, or else you just get threads everywhere, and that's also annoying. Now, let's get some of our pink thread. Now, usually you want thread that matches your fabric, so kind of like this here. This one was an interesting one. This is our fabric that's going to be for the apron later. This is here to entice you to come back and to enter the raffle. So here we have a blue thread that matches some of the blues in this fabric because it is a checked fabric, so you have to choose one of the colors. You can't choose just, it's not like it's a black piece of fabric, so you would use black thread. But for today's purposes, I want you to be able to see the stitches that I'm doing, so I'm going to be using pink thread on black, so that way you can definitely see what I'm doing. Now, we have a lot of needles here at the History Center. We have like almost no pins, but we have a lot of needles. from our sewing supplies. So I'm going to look for a good needle. Now, there are so many different kinds of needles. So here we can see, here are repair needles. They're kind of like, some of them are much longer and some of them are even rounded. So those are very fun, but not what we need today. We also don't need giant needles. We just need a nice small needle to do these stitches. All right, I'm going to go, this is the needle that I have selected. This nice little needle. Now, a difference between, like I said, we have a lot of needles, but not many pins. The difference between a pin and a needle is a needle has a little eye here, like a little tiny hole. I cannot see through. My eye is just like, this doesn't exist anymore. Okay, so it has a little eye of the needle, and that is the difference. And a pin usually has like a head to it, so it doesn't travel through the fabric. So this is a pin because it has a nice little, mine have pink, so it has a nice little shiny bulb at the top, and a needle just has an eye at the top. So that eye is what we are going to put the thread through. Now, threading a needle can sometimes be very aggravating. I always recommend to get a nice clean cut on that thread, because otherwise you will get like a couple of strands of the thread through, and that is just very annoying. Also, I have like a little piece of fuzz right there at the end, even though I did a clean cut. We're gonna get it, there we go. All right, now we're going to thread the needle. Now, there are many different ways to secure the thread once you have threaded the needle. I personally, a lot of people, they'll just like, they'll have like a little bit of a tail here, and then just cut the thread to where it's needed. I accidentally pull my needle out of my thread, and then you have to rethread the whole needle, so I don't do that. I actually take this side of the thread, and then I do it lengthwise, and that also makes your thread stronger because it's like two strands instead of one. And sometimes that's good for projects, sometimes it's not, so use your discretion when you're doing different projects. But I honestly like this one better because then you can't accidentally pull the thread out of your needle and then spend like half your time actually rethreading versus actually sewing. So I do it to where you tie the two ends together. So we have the two ends of the thread here. I'm not sure if you can see that. There we go. Okay. So and then I just tie them together so we make a knot at the end of our thread. And this is nice because instead of making a knot within a thread itself, I usually do 2 or 3 knots because I just get nervous. I don't want it to pull out. All right. There we go. We got a good strong knot there. So if you don't knot your thread at the end, then you'll go right through the fabric, and there won't be anything to catch there, because you need your knot to basically fill the hole that your needle is making. Otherwise, it just doesn't work that way. All right, so I think the first stitch that I said I was going to do is a running stitch. So a running stitch is a very basic stitch where you're just going from one side of the fabric to the other. So we're going to label this like the top side of my fabric. I'm going to put a pin in this one just so that we know, because this one doesn't have like a pattern or anything. It looks the same on both sides. Sometimes you can tell the sides of your fabric easier because there will be like the top, what would be called like the fashion fabric or the fashion print, and then it'll have a back. So usually on some fabric you can tell easier, but this one you can't. So that way I have labeled the one with the pin, this nice little pink bulb. This is the front of my fabric, and this is my back of the fabric. So when I say front and back, we know which one I am talking about. So running stitch just travels from the front to the back, from the front to the back, from the front to the back. And I'm going to do this very, very slow. I'm going to try to hold it up here, which usually I wouldn't do. Usually I sit here and do it like this. Oh, actually I can do it like this because we have just zoomed in.
Super zoom.
Woo! Okay, so I don't have to try to hold it awkwardly. So for this, we're going to start right here at the edge of the fabric. Of course, now this is my top side, and I don't want my knot to show on the top side, so I'm going to go in from the back. Right, so I'm going to start right here at the edge. So I'm going to show you from the other side. So this is the back side, and we're just going to pull it through. All right, and then see my thread has caught on that nice knot that I made. So it is now secure. All right, now I have all of my thread on the top of my fabric here. Now for a running stitch, I'm just going to go straight back through, back to the other side, just like so. All right, and we have just made a stitch, right? Perfect. Okay, now we're going to go from the back to the front, just like so. And it doesn't truly matter. You want them to be about evenly spaced, about the same size, but sometimes that doesn't happen. And stitches are kind of like snowflakes, where they're all unique and they're all different. And that is okay, as long as they hold. Of course, once you've been sewing a long time, they start to look more like a sewing machine stitch, and be very even and very the same size, which is great, but sometimes not. All right, so see what I'm doing here? I'm just from the front, give it a little space, and then pull back to the back. All right, now I'm going to show you a shortcut way to do that. So, you know, my needle has been traveling from the front to the back, to the front, to the back, from the front to the back, from the front, from the back. What if? So we're doing the same idea of this motion, of this front to back motion here. But we're just going to stay here at the front, because this is where my fabric is, right? And then I'm not going to push my needle all the way through, okay? I'm just going to dip my needle into the fabric, okay? It's about halfway through. All right, and then I'm just going to motion my needle up and push it through here and do that same thing. So I'm just going to tip my fabric, and the fabric might bunch up, that's okay. We're going to pull it out. Push it through. We're just kind of like folding the fabric onto the needle, all right? So I just did that 3 times. And then I'm going to pull the needle through. All right. Look at that. We just made some really big running stitches. But for the apron today, we're going to be gathering. We're going to be using a running stitch to gather, which I will explain in just a moment. Which makes that so much faster, because instead of having to pull it all the way through and all the way back, I was able to just stay on one side and get 3 stitches done so fast. So that again. And this is also when we're not really caring about what they look like, because they're going to be covered later, because I'm gathering. So this is like a gathering running stitch that we're going to be doing right here. So see, I'm just dipping the needle halfway in. I'm not even taking it all the way to the other side. See, my needle is halfway through the fabric. I'm then going to push it up through the fabric there, see? So that'll be the stitch. Back down, and then over, and then down, and then over. And then we're going to pull through all these. Woo! All right. See? Okay. We're going to make it all the way to the other side. So I'm going to show you how I did the fast gathering running stitch one more time. So we're going to dip in halfway through the fabric. See, needle halfway through. All right, and then we're just going to take the needle here. Oh, can you see the back side? Where's the back side? Oh, there it is. Okay. Hello. It's going to come through the back here. Push it through. All right. Ooh, that's a little bit big. There we go. Back through there. All right, and then dip in, and then come up, and dip in, and then come up. And then we're gonna pull it. All right. So doing it with that technique, you don't have as small of stitches. I mean, you can. I chose not to, because we only have so much time to talk about hand sewing, and we have still 3 more stitches to do. So here we are with a running stitch. All right, not exactly the most even things in the world, but they'll do. They're even enough. Now to gather these running stitches. So this running stitch I have just done on one layer of fabric, right? And that makes it really easy to gather because I'm just going to pull this end here with all that has the rest of my thread connected to my needle. I'm going to pull that gently. Whoop. And that is how you gather things. See, so I just took all those stitches, it's on a line here, and I gathered it. And that, one more time, is. And that's how you gather things. So now I gathered all of this 8 inches that we have, into about, I can tell you exactly. About 2 1/4 inches. So we just made 8 inches disappear into 2 1/4. Look at that. So this is great. I use this on so many dresses. All of those dresses, with basically every dress that has like a very long full skirt, it is either gathered or it is pleated. Oh, pleats would be a good thing to talk about. If we have time, we might get to pleats at the end. So this is how a gathering of a running stitch works. You just pull the thread and just push the fabric down on that thread line. All right, now I'm going to ungather it so that we can see the running stitch. Because I am going to use this piece of fabric to show a couple other of our stitches. Now I'm going to cut my thread, and I'm going to tie this off so it'll be all nice and pretty and done. All right, another thing about this, having the 2-thread method of putting your needle, of threading your needle with these like 2 strands of thread, is that you can then tie them together to make your knot. All right. Knot is secure. I'm going to trim these threads. All right, I have a little pile of threads over there. All right, there we go. Now we're going to turn to, actually we have the pin on this side. We're going to turn to this side. Now, what was the second one I think I was going to say? I think I said I was going to do a whip stitch. Now a whip stitch requires 2 pieces of fabric, so actually we might get to that later. We're going to talk about a hem stitch right now, or actually a back stitch. Which one would be best next?
What's the difference?
So a hem stitch is when we're making a hem. So it's would be when we're going to fold the fabric up like this. In the 18th and usually 19th century, you do like a double folded hem, but they would be very narrow because you don't want to waste that much fabric, but you want to still make a hem. And then I'm just finger pressing it here. So you can't exactly see it. You can see a little bit of the depth, but that would be a hem. And then a hem stitch would go around to secure the hem that we have just folded. A back stitch is a very strong stitch, which usually you see around like arm circles and the crotches of pants, places that have a lot of like pull to them where the body is movement, so you see them around joints. And that, because it's a very strong stitch, and usually it could be used to, usually it would be used to make 2 fabrics join, but we can also do it just on 1 piece of fabric. Whip stitches also could be done on 1 piece of fabric, but it just makes more sense to do them around the 2. So let's do a back stitch on this side of the fabric. So to do a back stitch, again, I'm going to make a nice little knot in my thread here. All right, so this is my top side of the fabric, so I'm going to come in from the bottom, so my knot is hidden in the bottom, but I want to get close to the edge. All right, so now for a back stitch, I am going to come in at an angle right where the stitch is that I did. So I'm going to come in at an angle. I'm actually going to come a little bit behind it, and then kind of like that motion that I did when I was doing the running stitch, where I don't take the full needle back and front, I just take it, it's on the front, I dip into the back, and then I come front here again, and then I'm going to pull that through. All right. And I don't want it to pull too hard because otherwise it might accidentally gather my fabric, and I don't want to do that. All right, so now you see I have this one little tiny stitch here. And back stitches, they can be vary in sizes. Mine apparently are going to be very, very small. So this is where my fabric, this is where my stitch has come through on my fabric right here. And then this is the stitch that I have just created. And there is a gap between it. And I don't want a gap between those two. Back stitch is really, it's kind of like a chain stitch almost. They'll all be connected. So unlike a running stitch that has gaps between each of the stitches on each side, a back stitch does not. So a back stitch, I'm going to come here where this ends, where the gap is, and I'm going to fill the gap. So I'm going to come from the gap. I'm going to come to the side where the stitch already is. And then I'm going to do the same thing where I dip into the fabric, so the point of my needle is back there. And then I'm going to come, because my stitches are so tiny right now, I'm actually going to come do like a stitch and a half. So I just came in, and then I'm going to end, let's see, here we are, because I also want it to be big enough for y'all to see. All right, so I have 2 stitches here. They look really tiny, but they're there. And then I have this larger gap because I realized you need to be able to see a little bit better. So when we have this larger gap here where this thread is at the end. All right, so we see that gap, we're going to fill that gap. To fill that gap, we will take the needle and the thread, and we're going to go in. So see the back stitch, and it's called a back stitch because I am going back. I am going to fill it up. So we're going to come through where that last stitch was, where the last stitch ended. I'm going to go in there. All right. So see where that last stitch ended? We're going to take this thread back and fill up that gap. So we're going to push that, do that thing where we do a dip. All right. And then we have to decide where we want that thread to come out. We want that thread to come out on the other side of where this thread is. So we're kind of making a loop that goes around this thread. All right, so, and that's where that comes out will be the size of our stitch. All right, so you see how that thread here is in the middle of where my needle is. So now I'm going to pull through my needle after I dipped it to the back, right? And this looks more like a sewing machine stitch that we're used to. It's a continuous stitch. They're all right there. See? So now we have here. So this is the loose end right here. And these are the 3 stitches that we have over here. And then they look all continuous. That makes it really easy to have a straight line. They're all just right there. Ooh, okay, we're good. I almost got a knot in my thread. Now, again, this is a little, I'm also trying to explain it very, very in depth, but it also takes it's a little longer than the running stitch because this one is so much stronger. All right, so we are going to fill in this gap that is right between this last stitch and this thread here. To do that, we are going to go in right at the end of that last stitch where that gap is. So we are, this to you, I think it's the left because it's mirror image, yes. Okay, so on the left of that gap, we're going to go in, and then we are going to come out. See where the needle is coming out here. This thread is in the middle. All right, and then we're going to pull it through. It makes that little loop, and then we're going to make the loop disappear. Okay, good. All right, but now we have another gap, and we have to fill that gap. So again, we're going to go to where that stitch was. Push down into there. All right, where this thread is here, that's going to be our middle. because then we have to make room for another gap on the side. All right, so this thread's in the middle. Needle has taken its form. We're going to pull it through. Come on, there we go. All right. Oop, I pulled a little too tight. All right, so that looks a lot more like a machine stitch that we're used to because they're all so close together. And then this is what the back looks like. It's also a continuous line. It's not as nicely, I guess, put together as the front. So you keep that in mind when you are sewing which side you want to have the prettier stitches on. But that is how this is going to go. I'm going to keep going just a little bit so that we can see a few more. I'm not going to explain it as much. Perhaps we can check the chat to see if we have any questions.
Yeah, let's
so
see how we're doing. And in the meantime, Marie, can you talk to us about when you began sewing and how long you have been making historic garments?
Yes. So I started sewing when I was a little girl, and I had American Girl dolls, and I think I wanted to make pillows for my American Girl dolls, and my mom made sleeping bags for them, and it was very cute. But I kind of started sewing, I guess you could say, like, for the dolls. My mom had always kind of, she had sewn. She made some of my Halloween costumes. She made different little outfits for my dolls. And it was, again, very cute. I had always been introduced to the idea of sewing, but it wasn't until middle school where I actually went to a sewing camp for a week in the summer with my cousin. And that is when I learned more about sewing, more about patterning, how to cut out a pattern and how to make things. And I made a lot of pillows. I made like a little quilt thing for my doll, and things like that. And then it was not long after that where I decided that I wanted to make a medieval dress because I thought that was super cool. And that went okay. It was wearable. The sleeves, we don't talk about them. But it was this pretty lavender princess dress. It was very basic. My mom tried to help me figure out how to read a commercial pattern. So Simplicity, Butterick, Vogue, McCall's, those are the ones that you can find in Joann's, even sometimes Walmart if they have a sewing section. And those what I call like the big patterns. And sometimes those patterns still don't make sense to me and I don't listen to them. Because sometimes you get more confused after reading the instructions than just doing what you innately think. It's kind of like a 3D puzzle. So I just kind of put together the puzzle. So I started doing that. It was not about the same time where I started to get into reenacting and giving tours at a historic home called Stately Oaks. That's in Jonesboro, Georgia. And that's when I was like, wow, these historic costumes cost a lot of money and I don't want to pay that. So I'm going to make them myself. And I did. And I started off with mid-Victorian, which is about 1860s, 1850s, because that's what you wear when you go Civil War reenacting, which is a lot of the reenactments that we have in Georgia are indeed Civil War reenactments. So that's how I started getting into that. And then from there, I was like, ooh, but there are so many other fashion eras in history that are so interesting. So that's when I started getting more and more interested in different eras and then just investigating into them. So from the American Civil War, so 1850s, 1860s, I started getting really interested in American Revolutionary War because those are the other primary reenactments that we have in Georgia and historic sites. So that's when I started getting more into that, and then it just kind of exploded from there, especially because I'm also part of Atlanta Historic Dance, which is a historic dance company based out of Atlanta, and they do a bunch of different time periods. So when we started to get into a new dance, of course I had to make a new outfit. When we have a new event, I enjoy having a new outfit. Or I guess when we get into a new time period, you kind of have to have a new outfit because there are overlap that you can have, in the Regency, you can sometimes wear late Georgian things into the Regency because I've had these pants that I'm wearing since middle school. So people don't, just same as today. We don't just like throw out clothes because we're like, oh, it's not in style anymore. We keep things that are useful to us and that work. And people did that even more so throughout history, when fabric and the resources to make an outfit would be even harder than those that we have today. So I think in a nutshell, that's how I got into historical costuming and things of that nature. And then it really just kind of took off in the past couple of years, where I've been sewing more and more, and I have a whole YouTube channel called Historical Belle, where I talk about how I make dresses, and sometimes I kind of just have made dresses because I was like, I want to, and then I can show the internet how I do it.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and put a link to your Historical Belle YouTube. It's really great. I have enjoyed a lot of your videos, so let me put a link in the chat for our friends. And Marie, for those who are just learning how to sew, what do you think a good starter project would be for them?
Ooh, that's a good question. Pillows. I started by making pillows. It's basically you cut out a square and then you sew it to another square, and then you leave a little hole, and then you can put stuffing in it, and then you can fill up, and then you sew through that hole. That's how I think that's like the easiest project to make. Pillows have been used throughout history for various reasons. So if you're concerned about it being a historically accurate pillow, you can research the history of pillows if you so desire. But people have been using pillows since forever. Just they stuff them with different things, and sometimes they're different sizes and shapes and have different purposes. But I would say if you are just learning how to sew, a pillow is a fantastic project, especially if you're doing it on machine. If you're doing it hand sewing wise, I caution you to make sure that your running stitches, they're good. It's fine to do a running stitch while making a pillow. You just need to make sure that your running stitches are not gigantic, because otherwise you might have stuffing that comes out. Back stitches would be fantastic for a pillow, because you're not going to have stuffing come out through these. Because there are no gaps. So I would say like this length of running stitches, fine for a pillow. These that I got over here when I was doing more of like a running stitch to gather, not so much. They're good for gathering. They're not good for necessarily holding things together. So I think we've made it about halfway across with the back stitch. I will go over the back stitch one more time, and then I think we will not conclude. We still have 2 more stitches to. We will move on to the hem stitch. All right, so now that we have like this whole row of back stitches, it's easier to see how they're doing. I started talking, and then you can see where they started to veer a little bit because I wasn't focusing as much on the back stitch as I was on talking and telling you about sewing. So that's what happened there. Sometimes you can't do 2 things at one time. But, so just to go over this one more time. The back stitch is really when you're going back to sew. You're taking the thread back and over. So we're filling in the gap. We're making like a little loop to fill in that gap of thread. So here is where the thread has come out. You see that long thing there. We're going to take this thread back to fill in the gap. To fill in the gap, we're going to go right next to this last stitch that we did here. We're going to go in. We're doing about halfway through, and then we're turning, and we're going sideways. And we're going sideways about halfway. So this thread here is in the middle of our needle, and then we're going to pull through horizontally and have that loop fill in there. Perfect. All right. So again, you can see where I started talking and I veered down. But then we even back out again. So that is the back stitch, which looks very different than a running stitch. Here we can see, oh, can we see both of them in the same frame? There we go. So again, very different. You can see how this one up here is going to be way stronger than the one down here. But both will hold fabric together. All right, I'm going to finish off that one. All right, that's not enough thread to do a hem stitch, so we're going to have to take that one out. Ooh, I got more thread attached to me. We're going to take that out, and I'm going to rethread my needle. I like to thread my needle a little bit longer because I don't like having to stop and rethread it every so often. Of course, with a longer thread, that means you have more possibility for it getting tangled. So if you are just beginning, I would recommend perhaps you want it to be long enough to where you don't have to stop and start and stop and start, because that would get just really annoying. You want to have enough to like complete the seam that you're going through. So usually to figure out how long you need a thread that you're going to be doing, you know, measure how long is the thing that you're going to be sewing, how long is the seam that you're going to be sewing, and then give it a little bit extra. So if I was actually going to be sewing this, I'd be, just to do a hem on this, I would probably do yay amount of thread, but I don't like to thread my needle often, so I'm doing it that long. All right, so now we are going to do a hem stitch. So we're going to do it on this side. So this is our, remember, this is our pretty side, this is our front side. So we're going to go to the back. We're going to do the back of the fabric. Now I'm going to fold this up once. And this is only like a 1/2 inch that I'm folding. There. Okay, and then I'm going to fold it one more time about the same length. So that way we have about 1 inch of fabric. Now, I'm going to use this as a weight for a moment. We're going to pin the hem, because otherwise it'll start to unroll, and we want to make sure it's all even. All right, so there we go. Pin. Just sticking the pin into the fabric. We're doing like the same thing that we did the other time, where we stick the pin about halfway through, then we turn it, and then it comes back up to the top. All right, so now I have pinned my hem, which will make it easier to do the hem stitch, because I'm not trying to hold down this hem and hold it in place. The pins are going to do that for me. Now the hem stitch. Now this is a fun thing. So we're going to anchor the hem stitch, right? But we don't really want it, we don't want the knot to show on the front side of our fabric. So what we're actually going to do, we're actually going to go, you see this little roll here that we made with the hem? We're actually going to go, not to the outside, we're just going to go into that little roll right there. And we're going to go near the top of that roll, because that's where we're going to want to be. And then we're just going to just pull it through. Just pull that stitch, and that way that knot's going to be on the inside there, and it's not going to show on the outside of your fabric. Look, no knot. That's just a running stitch. So you can't even tell that we've made a stitch because it's invisible. Okay, so to do a hem stitch now, oop, I've just poked myself. To do a hem stitch, it's going to be focused more on the side, on the back side where the hem is rolled. Well, actually, this isn't a rolled hem. This is like more like a folded hem. That's a whole different thing. Oh, can't get that. There we go. Okay, so to do a hem stitch, we are going to try to take the littlest. We're only going to like peek to the. Ooh. I'm just all over the place with my thread. Okay, do a hem stitch. We're going to just grab, we're going to start right here where this fold is, right? And we're going to just dip our needle ever so tiny, such a tiny dip into that fabric. Really, we only want to try to grab like a couple threads of that fabric, a couple of that weave. See how tiny that dip was that I did? You can barely see. There's like maybe 4 strands of woven fabric in that. So you see that little black spot on my needle? That's how much of the front that I took, that I dipped my needle into. Okay, so I dipped my needle. All right, and now I want to take just a little chunk of that fold. All right, and then pushing it through. And it's coming towards me. So towards me, towards my body. and then we're going to pull that all the way through. Ooh, it got tangled. Like I said it would, because it's longer. That's okay, we'll fix it. All right, so now we go up to the front. You see how tiny that little prick is? That's how tiny we want the hem to be, because we don't want like a big attention drawn to the hem. We want just nice little finishing stitches on the hem. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to take the needle and the thread. So we just ended right here, going through the fabric. So I'm going to go just right next to it, giving it like a little bit of a space. I'm going to give it maybe like a few centimeters. And then, because, you know, it's a hem, you don't need to secure it. You need to secure it, but it doesn't need to be like a back stitch kind of secure. So a couple of centimeters over, I'm going to go through. So I'm not going through the hem to get the little prick. I am going right next to the hem, almost behind the top roll of that hem, and then just pricking like just a couple threads, just a couple threads of the fabric, like the smallest amount of fabric that I possibly can. All right, so that's just one layer. That's just the top layer right there. All right, and now I'm going to take my needle and I'm going to go through that roll of the hem that I created and then push all the way through. So you can see here, that's a thread there. It has created this small stitch on the inside that kind of is it's not quite diagonal, but it's not exactly straight. It is kind of looping around here. So this is the stitch from the back of the hem, and then this is the stitch from the front of the hem. The front of the hem they're much straighter, and there's really just like a little prick of thread showing through. Where on the inside it's going to show more, and that's fine because it's the inside. No one cares. This is just facing your body. So I'm going to do the same thing where I take a small prick of the front fabric. I'm not going through the roll, I'm just going to the side where the front fabric is, right? And then I'm going to take a prick of the back of the roll. So I'm going through this top edge of the roll right here, this top roll. That's what I'm going to go through. So take a small prick of the front fabric. All right, and then a small prick, and then go through that top line of that roll and pull it through. So there we go. So this is what the stitch looks like on the inside, and that is what the stitch looks like on the outside. And we're going up between my two fingers right here. That's what that stitch looks like. Now, once you get a little better at it, you do those two pricks in one motion. So we're going to go a few centimeters over again. So I'm going to do a prick and then push through those two. And it goes a lot faster that way. And honestly, I think it's a little easier when you think about it as one motion, as opposed to two separate ones. It's a lot faster, definitely. But honestly, I think it's even a little easier. All right, so I'm going to do a couple of those so then I can show you what the line looks like. All right, so again, on the inside, we have more stitches. They're kind of a little wonky because they're going over the hem. But here on the back side, small little pricks. And that's what you want for a hem. And you'll see this is used on hems. I challenge you, if you go to an exhibit where they have old historic garments, look at the hems of the sleeves, look at the hems of the pants, look at the hems of the skirts, and you'll see it doesn't look like a running stitch like this. It looks like a little prick stitch like this, because that's what you do to hem. It doesn't make sense to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth on a hem. It's way easier to just do like that little prick. Honestly, it probably saves more thread. All right, so now I've gotten to the point where I need to take out my first pin, so I'm going to do that. All right, so catch a couple threads of the outside that will show, come through that top stitch there, through the roll, and it pulls. All right, I'm going to do just a few more of this, and then we're going to move on to the whip stitch. Just want to get at least half of this, get it halfway across, so then you can have a better idea of what it looks like in its entirety.
Now, Marie, I'm sure you've gotten this question before about when you finish a garment, typically, I mean, how long does it take for you to complete a historic garment?
So that really depends on what garment we're talking about, because they're all unique and different, and some are far more labor intensive than others. How fancy is it? How much trim it is? I actually, and you'll see it later if you come to our historic fashion show, I just finished a cap. And it took almost as long to trim the cap as it did to make the entire cap. So here, see, look at those little pricks. Look at those little pricks of a hem. Look how cute they are. Look how different they are from the running stitch and from the back stitch. So these little pricks are far less noticeable than its other two companions, and that's why you want to do it on a hem. See, a back stitch like this, oh, where's the back stitch? Here's the back stitch. Back stitch like this or a running stitch like this would be used on a seam. So you would never actually see this on the outside of a garment unless something went terribly wrong. The hem stitch like this, you will see this hem stitch on the outside of the garment. So you want it, you don't want that big line of thread going across the bottom of your dress. You want it to look discreet. So you have these little pricks. All right. The next one I'm doing is called a whip stitch, and it is most definitely one that you do when joining garments. So we're running out of time. I just like talking about sewing so much. But we have so much other fun stuff for y'all to watch and look at today as we are doing this amazing 24-hour telethon to raise money for the Northeast Georgia History Center. You can call the number below me or go to this link that's below right here to donate so that we can continue to do amazing programs like this and more that you will see today. I am so excited. We're already to 15.43% of our goal, which is absolutely amazing. We've only done really three programs so far. I think we've only been going for about 3 hours. Oh, it is almost noon. Time flies when you're having fun talking about history. Now, we are going to get one more 8-inch square. All right. So we're going to snip, and then this tore so easily, we're just going to tear it. All right, until we get to here, in which I will snip and then tear again. Snip. I didn't need to measure that because I'm going off of the other tear that I did. Ooh, whoops. There we go. Okay. Ta-da! We have another square. All right, so I'm going to join the two pretty sides together. So see, this is the front side, this is the front side. They will go together as I join them. I'm going to remove this pin. All right, so we're going to, they're not the same size anymore because I created a hem. That's okay. Ooh. All right, so now I'm going to pin these two sides together. And that way they just stay in place while I'm sewing and nothing gets cattywampus. All right. So a whip stitch. First, gotta make, there we go. So this is, the pretty sides are on the inside together. So now it really doesn't matter what side I start on because they are both going to be hidden. So I'm just going to start on the back side closest to me and then pushing out of the needle right here. All right, so a whip stitch is really fun. So we talked about how, you know, if this was a running stitch, we go from side to side to side to side. Well, with a whip stitch, we decided this one is our starting side, and then that means that we're only ever going to put the needle in from this side. So the side where my knot went in, my needle will never come through this way. It's always going to go out this way for a whip stitch, and that's going to bring the fabric over and loop over our seam right here. So for whip stitches, I like to make them pretty close together because why not? All right, so the only hard thing about whip stitches is once you get it going, it'll be fine. But starting out, you want to make sure that the thread is looping over your seam right here and not like the side, because that would just be a problem. All right, and then you want to pull that stitch. You don't want to like pull it to where it's gathering or puckering, but you want to pull it to where it's firm. You don't want like a loose thread. So see, that's a whip stitch right there. I just made it, it went over these two sides. All right, so my thread is ended on this side, but I'm not going to put my needle back in through this side. I'm taking it back over to that side, that first side where the knot is, and I'm pushing it out again. So see, there we go. Pushing it out and then pulling it over. All right. See, so now we have two whip stitches. They kind of look like they're going up and down instead of traveling this way, which is different than the other ones that we've done today, but makes it all the more interesting. So whip stitch, like I said, it's really easy. It goes really fast. This is one of my favorites because it just makes things so fast. And also it kind of like creates a clean edge. It finishes your edge off for you because it creates this, especially if you're doing it really close together, it finishes your edge. So this one, so these, the hem stitch is another one that it finishes the edge off. You don't have like raw edges showing or fraying. This one, this was an unfinished edge right here with the running stitch because you still have, you can still see these kind of fraying ends. But a whip stitch, it just finishes off, I mean, it's not like a true finish, but I think it's close enough. Makes it a little bit nicer and it's fast. So we're just going in from the back every single time, pulling it through, and then making a nice little stitch. Go around. All right, I'm going to try to get, we have 6 more minutes.
Yes, and do stay tuned because our next program is going to be about the American Revolution with Glenn, and he's going to have some really cool reproduction items. Yeah. So you'll get to learn about the life of a revolutionary soldier, and you also have a chance to ask questions because this will be another live program. So please stick around. That will be next, the American Revolution with Glenn.
Yes, now one thing that is a little harder with whip stitches, you want to try to make sure they're all about the same length. So we can see that like here we're you know, you don't want like one to start down here, one to start up here. So you want to make sure that they're all in a row. Of course you want that for like all stitches, but with whip stitches it can just be a little harder, so you have to think about it a little bit more. So there we go, we're doing whip stitches. I'm going to try to get it halfway down, so that way I can show you what the whip stitch looks like as you are joining these two pieces of fabric, what it looks like on the top side. Because right now these are all behind the seams views that we have here. This would not be a top view. So like this one, this is the back view of the hem stitch. This is the front view of the hem stitch. Very different. you have to, when you're thinking about sewing, especially with hand stitches, machine sewing, a machine stitch is a machine stitch is a machine stitch. They're all, I mean, unless you have a fancy machine that does cool stitches, they all pretty much look the same, front and back. But for hand sewing, it's very different what it might look like on the back side versus what it might look like on the front side. All right, we're almost halfway there. We're almost halfway there. There's a Revolutionary War soldier coming. But it's not the British. The British aren't coming. It's the Americans. All right, a few more stitches and then we'll be halfway done.
And I'd also like to thank, we had a few people call in donations, and two of them were anonymous, so thank you to those 2 anonymous donations, and to Matt for his donation. Thank you so much, Matt, for your $15 donation. And we had 2 anonymous donations for $5. Every little bit helps, folks, so thank you so much.
You are helping us reach our goal. All right, so there we go. We have half of the whip stitches done. See how different all of these stitches are that we did today? They're all so different, but they're all hand stitches that you can use on your historical and modern garments. Now for the big reveal. I will show you what a whip stitch, what it looks like from the out. Yep, it looks like nothing. Except I'm pulling it apart a little bit there so then you can kind of see the stitches. That's what you don't necessarily want that. You want to keep them a little tighter so they don't look like a whole lot. But see, the problem with whip stitches is, and why usually you don't use them on a seam, that's why I was saying you want to make sure that they're all very close together on the same part, otherwise you will see them in the seam. And this is why they are for quick things where you don't necessarily need the need to see because you will see them. So they aren't used a lot on seams of garments. A whip stitch, usually you would do like a running stitch, because if you do a running stitch and a running stitch, sometimes like that is even called like an English seam. It's like a slight variation of like a running stitch seam. But yes, so there we are. But whip stitches, they're really fast and really nice. Again, I'm pulling it apart here so you can kind of see what the stitches look like on the front. If I were doing this all really nice, neat and tidy, you would not necessarily see the whip stitch. Here, let's see if I can pull it a little tighter again to where you might not see. Nope. So like down there at the bottom is going to be what it looks more like. So you will see the thread on the front side if you do a whip stitch, but not as much as you see here, because I am indeed pulling it apart so that you can witness what it looks like a little bit better. So there we go. Look at all those seams we did today. So much progress. So many seams. Fantastic. All right. Well, join me back here at...
Let me check.
I don't remember. I have it on my calendar.
5 p.m.
At 5 p.m. And then you will see how I am going to use this fabric and some of the techniques that we just learned to make an apron. So it'll be fantastic. I'm really excited about it. I don't know if I'll be able to get the entire thing done in an hour, but we'll find out. It'll be a great time. But it will be done today, and it will be available for raffle. So if you have trusted me after seeing some of these stitches and want to go ahead and enter that raffle for the apron, you can certainly do so. And if you would like to donate to any of our tiers or anything that we have said before, and I think we're going to go over again, you can do so by going to the link right below me or calling in at the phone number right below me.
And I'd like to thank Terry Fritcher, just donated $55.
Yay, thank you.
And Terry says she's got a raffle for the mystery gift basket.
Ooh.
Good choice, Terry. And $50 to as a donation. Terry says that she lives in Iowa and stumbled across your Facebook page in March. I love all of your programming. I enjoy your acting skills. I learn something every time. I love the trivia quizzes too. Thank you so much, Terry. And since you do love our trivia, be sure to catch us for our World War II trivia with Glenn. That is taking place at 2 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much, Terry, and thank you, everyone. So now that actually boosted us up to 17% of our goal of $3,000. So thank you so much. Now, next up, we have the American Revolution with Glenn. So we are going to get set up for that. So stay with us, and thank you so much, Marie, for that awesome lesson.
Of course.
All right, we'll be right back.
Right. There's a lot that goes into designing and creating historical garments. The research itself is a lot like the sewing. With each detail you learn, with each stitch of knowledge, you gain a fuller picture. It's not just dress up. Well, sometimes it is. Hi everyone, I'm Marie Walker, the director of the Ada Mae Ivester Education Center here at the Northeast Georgia History Center. I first began as a living history interpreter for the History Center's Family Days going back to 2016. Since officially joining the History Center in May of 2020, I have had so much to reflect on. The joy of having a job where I can share my love and passion for history, overcoming the challenges of providing programs during a pandemic, and the gratitude I feel for all of our members and viewers around the whole world. Today, I am asking for your donation. $1, $5, $20, $1,000, anything truly does help and gives us reassurance that we can continue our mission in these challenging times. There are several ways that you can give. 1, click on the link below. 2, give us a call at 770-297-5900. Or, number 3, drop by or mail a check to 322 Academy Street Northeast, Gainesville, Georgia, 30501. We appreciate your support so much. Now, I got some more dresses to make.
Hey everyone, it is I, Glenn Kyle, And our next program is one of my favorites to do. We're going to look at the American Revolution from the eyes of a Continental soldier. Now, we wanted to do this one so that you could get a true, accurate picture of what it is you'll be supporting. This is the exact program that we do for school groups, distance learning, homeschool groups, adult learners. When they ask for a Continental Soldier Revolutionary War program, this is what they're going to get. So make sure you enjoy this, and if you think this is something that everyone should have access to, please think about giving a donation at the links below, because this is what your money will support. Now, enough of that. Let's get into a Continental soldier. So I am dressed as I said, a Continental soldier of the American Army. Now, the American Revolution, of course, began in 1775 and went all the way to 1783. And it's important to remember that we didn't know who was going to win. This is one of the important things about history you need to think about, is that when we look back on it, we know how it ends. But you have to put yourself in the mindset of those who lived in the time, and you have to remember the complexities of what their life was like. So, travel back in time mentally to 1776, 1778. And there are lots of different soldiers fighting for the American cause. There are militia, who are men, adult males between the ages of, say, 18 and 45, who could be called up immediately and bring their own clothing and weapons to go and fight for the cause, and then go back home when the danger is over. There are provincials who are raised state by state, and they are usually signed up to serve for 1-year terms. Then there's the Continental, the lowly Continental soldier, who would sign up for a variety of terms depending upon when in the war he joined. It could be 1 year, it could be 3 years, it could be for the duration. But the Continental soldier provided the core and the regular forces of American independence. They were going to be given uniforms, they were going to be given equipment, and they fought in a lot of different battles in all the theaters. Now, let me go ahead and go through the life of a soldier and some of his equipment. We think of soldiers as someone who's going to be fighting. And American Revolutionary War soldiers did their share of fighting, but that was not very much of most of their time. They're only going to be actually involved in military combat operations maybe 1% to 2% of the time. So what are they going to be doing the rest of that time? Well, they're going to be training and drilling, working with their officers. They're going to be marching to and fro, depending upon where the generals of the armies think the armies need to go. They're going to be doing fatigue duty, which is a fancy term for digging trenches, doing cooking, preparing meals, forts, building roads, bridges, things like that. And during the wintertime, they're going to be staying as warm as possible and still drilling and training and building their winter quarters. There's a lot of physical work to being a soldier. So why would people join up? There's a lot of different reasons throughout the entire length of the war. Initially, people wanted to sign up because they believed in the cause of American independence. There were also a lot of young men who may not have had very many other opportunities. They wouldn't have had very good paying jobs. They wanted to get away from home. They wanted an adventure. And so one of the best and quickest ways to get into an adventure was to join the Army. As time went by, a lot of those folks either tended to drift away or became so involved in the Army that they wanted to stay. And by the time of the end of the American Revolutionary War, you have a lot of different types of men serving in the Continental Army. You have men who have deserted from the British Army, men who have deserted from the Hessians, who were mercenaries hired by the British, who are in the American Army. You have freed or soon-to-be freed former slaves, African Americans who were serving in the Continental Army. As a matter of fact, by the end of the war, records are not exactly reliable, but we think as much as 10 to 15% of the Continental Army was made up of African American soldiers. And as I said, they're going to be issued and they're going to be trained. General Washington's goal with the Continental Army was twofold. Number one, he wanted an army he could depend on in the field to stand up to British regulars. And at this time, the British Army was one of the best trained, best equipped armies in the world. And you couldn't just go up against the British Army and hope to win. So General Washington needed those soldiers to be well-trained, well-disciplined, and to really know their job and to have the state-of-the-art weapons and equipment. Number two, he needed the Continental Army to survive. And as the war went on, and especially looking back at the course of the war now, we realize that part of Washington's genius as a military leader wasn't really how he fought the battles. On a tactical level, actually ordering his forces on an actual battlefield, he was okay. He could get by. But his real genius was in realizing that he didn't necessarily have to fight to win. He simply had to not lose. Now think about that for a second. The British Army is trying to put down a rebellion in 13 of its colonies. That means the British have to go from colony to colony and force them back under the control of the British Crown. That means they have to win. The Americans simply have to not lose and wait for the British to basically get tired, run out of money, run out of steam, and then American independence would be secured. In effect, that's what happened. So keeping the Army intact and keeping the Army well-trained and well-disciplined was the most important thing. But you can't have a good discipline unless you have soldiers who know their job, who are well-equipped. Continental soldiers didn't necessarily get paid much. We'll get into that in a second. But on to the life of a soldier. As I said, they're going to be doing a lot of marching. They're going to be doing a lot of drilling and training, learning how to use their weapons, learning how to build encampments quickly. And as they would march along, it was actually not very common during the campaign season in the summer for them to even have tents. You see behind me, this is the kind of place a part of the Army might stop for a night. There's a home up top of the hill where the officers could stay. There's probably, it also means there's a fresh water source nearby, a stream, maybe a well where the soldiers could get water from. And the soldiers are not going to go hunt for food. They're going to be issued food from the Army if the Army has any food to issue. And we'll get into that in a second too. But all this marching day after day, week after week, month after month means a soldier has to carry on his person everything he's going to need, not only to fight, but to live. So he's a fighter. We're going to come back to this in a second, his musket, but I want to put this down so I can go through with you what the soldier's stuff on his body is going to be. And by the way, let me make sure you know, since this is live, since this is an educational program, if any of you are watching who have questions, there will be time at the end to answer any and all of your questions about Continental soldiers or the American experience in the war. What is this thing? Why am I lugging this thing around along with a musket and all this other weight? This is a tin kettle. Now, not every soldier is going to carry this, but this is something that's going to be split up into a group of men called a mess. And a mess is not a formal military structure or unit. It's anywhere from 5 to 8 to 10 men who sort of band together as friends. Perhaps they knew each other at home. They're the social unit of the Army. They're going to march together. They're going to cook together. And so each member of a mess is going to carry a little bit of equipment for the group. Whether it's an axe for building defenses, whether it's an extra portion of food, or whether it's the kettle. Now, there's nothing in this, although this is a multi-purpose thing, right? They can use this thing to carry water from a stream, but they're also going to do a lot of cooking with it. And it's big because, as I said, it's 5 to 10 men who are going to be preparing their meal. So this is the division of labor, right? When they get to where they're finally going to camp, a couple of guys might go off and get water. A couple of guys might get the rations ready. A couple of guys might go gather hay or pine straw to lay on at night. And then they're all going to come back together. Someone's going to cook the food in this kettle. So this kettle is a very important part of the equipment of each mess. Now, the men marching are going to have to carry, as I said, everything on them. And I want you to think about your day. Right? When you wake up in the morning, you get out of bed in your bedroom, you probably go to the bathroom, you brush your teeth, you wash your face, and then you go to the kitchen and you're going to, prepare a meal and eat a meal and things like that. You're living in a house, and each room of your house generally has 1 or 2 different purposes. Soldiers don't get to stay in houses all the time, very seldom as a matter of fact. So they have to carry their rooms with them, and that's what I'm going to go through with you now. So I'm going to start off with more or less a good part of the soldier's house. Now this is a backpack. In period it would have been called a knapsack, right? And you notice it's very small. It doesn't have a lot of support. And one thing to point out too is all the straps for all this equipment is right here on my chest, and even period accounts let soldiers say that sometimes it could be hard to breathe. It sort of constricted the chest, constricted breathing, and it wasn't for, goodness, about another 60 years that the United States Army decided, why don't we put some stuff on a belt and not put everything on straps across the chest? But that's neither here nor there. So what am I going to have in my knapsack? Let me open it up here. The first thing I'm going to have in here, the biggest thing in my knapsack, if I can get it out, is this. Goodness gracious me, it's an exciting blanket, right? Just a folded up wool blanket, maybe thin, maybe thick. This is my bedroom, right? This is where I'm going to sleep. This is what I'm going to cover up with if I'm cold. That's it. No pillow, no bed, no nice rug to sit my bare feet on when I get up. Just this blanket. That's the bedroom, okay? What else do I have in here? I have, this could be very important. Maybe this is part of my bedroom. It could be, because I'm not going to sleep in this goofy hat. I'm going to sleep in this if it's cold, which is just a watch cap, piece of knitted wool that can go over my head, or I can even wear this in cold weather underneath my hat. Here in my knapsack, and just for the record, that's it. That's all there is in my knapsack. May not look like much, but there's my bathroom, right? And by bathroom, I literally mean a bathroom. I have a comb to keep my hair in order. Hygiene was actually considered very important in camp. I have here a mirror so that I can see my beautiful self as I comb my hair. And, you know, again, cleanliness and hygiene were important in camp. They were considered something important and essential to keep a soldier healthy and in fighting trim. So a razor, I also have a razor here. This razor may be shared by between several men of the mess. And so, you know, they could shave themselves. So there's me getting ready. And something else in here. Oh, heavens, something incredibly valuable that I'm almost loath to show you. It's so valuable, you might want to steal it. Do you know what that could be? That is a piece of soap, right? A piece of soap. So simple to us. We can have any pieces of soap we want, but for a Continental soldier, a piece of soap was a rare treat, and it's the same soap they're going to use to wash their face, to shave with, to wash their hair, to wash their body, to wash their clothes if there are no washerwomen present. So that piece of soap could be a very, very valuable piece of equipment and maybe even something to barter with. So there's my bedroom, there's my bathroom, all carried in my knapsack. Well, what about my kitchen? Well, let me show you these two pieces of equipment. This one's pretty self-explanatory, of course. This is a canteen. And this is what a soldier is going to carry his water in when he's on the march, right? He's not necessarily going to drink from this in camp or anything like that. This is so that he'll have something to drink from on the march. Now, you can see it's just got a little spout in top. It just has a wooden plug and a linen strap so that I can carry it over my body. This canteen, empty, weighs a couple of pounds because it's made of oak. When you put water in it, it does become quite heavy. Now, this little piece, it looks a lot like my knapsack, but it's not. It has just a single strap, sort of, that goes over your shoulder. It is called a haversack. And you'll notice it's very rattly and makes a lot of noise. Well, this is the kitchen, right? This is where, if I'm issued any rations like flour or pork, salt pork or something like that, all my food is going to go in this bag. And in this bag, as I said, are going to be the kitchen. Oh, look, I have a tin cup, right? Got a drink out of something. I have a tin bowl, which is going to be my bowl, my plate, what I dip from the tin kettle in. And in here I also have, where did it go? A spoon. Again, it seems very simple, but this could be a very important part of a soldier's equipment. He doesn't have a spoon, he doesn't eat. So every soldier is going to have a spoon, whether he brings it from home, whether he steals it from a farmhouse on the side of the road, what have you. Now, they could, the food they're going to issue to soldiers, the main concern is that not so much that there will be a lot of it, but that it is preserved. There's not going to be a lot of fresh meat. There's not going to be a lot of fresh bread, because those things you have to cook in place and carry, and they'll go bad relatively quickly. So that's why they're going to have salt beef, salt pork. It's a good way of preserving the meat. They would put so much salt on this stuff that sometimes they would have to soak the meat for hours just to get some of the salt out of it. And of course, bread can go moldy and bad after just a few days, so they're going to need some kind of bread product they can give the soldiers. So they go with this, and this is really just a thick piece of, it's called ship's biscuit because it was often used on ships' voyages. By the time of the Civil War, they've got a new name for it, hardtack. But they didn't call it that in the American Revolution. Notice it's a round shape, and it really is just flour and water that they bake and then bake again. So it's basically twice baked to get as much moisture out of it as possible. And that's it. That's not a lot of stuff, is it? It can't be, because remember, the soldiers having to carry everything that they're going to use and need. So they're going to be very, very selective with what they carry on their person, what they carry in their body. There's only a couple of other things that a soldier might carry. They're going to use their pockets. So here we have just a basic pocket knife, an incredibly useful tool that can be used for a lot of different things. Almost every soldier is going to have a pocket knife in his pockets. And then here we have a small wallet, an attaché, whatever you want to call it, that a soldier may carry. This is not an issued piece, but they're going to need some place to put their papers, to put their money, and so they might carry something in that. They have some, if they're lucky, they might have a little small lead pencil with some papers that they can write some notes with. But here we come to an important issue. We come to money, right? And a Continental soldier is going to be paid, in theory, $8 a month. Sure doesn't seem like a lot now, but back then it still wasn't a whole lot, but it was a decent amount. But these dollars were basically Spanish coins, and I actually have an example I can show you, right? So it's going to be a Spanish silver coin. 8 of these per month would be considered a small fortune in the American Revolution because they were very rare, very hard to get. Hard money, as they called it, was hoarded, was spent up, and so to make things work, they would issue paper money, right? Today, our paper money is fairly stable, fairly common, but back then, it literally was worth the paper it was printed on. Usually it was the promise to pay silver coins sometime later on after the war was won. And I've got 3 reproduction examples here to kind of show you how inflation affected the war. So here we have one in 1776, just as independence is declared, and these are all 3, like I said, reproduction notes from Georgia. They're all going to be individually signed. This one is for only 1 Spanish milled dollar because inflation hasn't set in yet. Let's see, here we have one from 1777, and just 1 year later, this one's gone up to $5 value. Well, with inflation, things become much, much more expensive. Let's see, we have here one in 1778. So only, a couple of years after independence is declared, and people are going to need bigger denominations of paper money to buy the things they need, even though they're worthless. This single bill is $40, right? And remember, a Continental soldier is only going to be paid $8 a month.
Now, speaking of money, just wanted to
Oh, that's right. So,
give a few shout outs because we've had some significant donations
wonderful.
during the program. So, a big shout out to the Norman family who donated $101.
thank you, Norman.
And the the Norman family says, my kids are excited about the Monday history broadcast and actually pay attention. So, talking about our homeschool connection program, we are so happy to have your kids there. They are such a positive part of our week. Thank you to the Norman family, and thank you to Merlene Dubé for your $50 donation over the phone. Thank you so much, Merlene.
Wow, thank you. So, thank you for those donations. They go a long way. I assure you, they go much further than a continental dollar would.
And thank you to Regina. Regina, thank you so much for your $10 donation. Regina says, supporting proudly this magnificent attraction. Thank you so much, Regina.
Thank you, Regina. So, we've got through what a soldier is going to carry, his bedroom, his kitchen, his bathroom. We've gotten through the pay that is going to be practically meaningless. There's a great account from an original, one of the few accounts we have of a regular old soldier in the Continental Army called by a fellow by the name of Joseph Plum Martin. And if you haven't had a chance to read this book, I strongly recommend it. I think copies can be had. He wrote it as a memoir in his old age in the very early 1800s, so you can find copies on Google Book, I think, at no cost. And he served almost the entire war with the Continental Army. There are amazing stories he has. Things like not having enough food and having to boil shoe leather just to have something to eat and chew on for caloric intake. But he also says that they never got paid except for one time. And somehow, and he still can't explain it, 1 month they all lined up and they actually paid them each 8 of the silver dollars that they were due that month. And apparently they were so dumbstruck that they didn't know what to do with them because they'd never seen this much money in years and years. So Joseph Plum Martin, take a good look at that. Now, how about the uniform that I have on, right? Getting a uniform was considered part of your pay in 18th century armies because, as Marie has just said previously, sewing and fabric and clothes were expensive items. They were. There was a lot of labor that went into it. There was a lot of materials that went into it. So a full suit of clothes was a significant investment by anyone who bought them. And if the Continental Congress is buying thousands and tens of thousands of uniforms, you can bet they're going to consider that part of the pay for a soldier because they're a soldier's clothing. So I have on, I'll go from top to bottom, I have on this incredibly jaunty hat, not a tricorn, that's a word we use now, but they would call it a cocked hat because the hat is just round but is cocked up in 3 places. This one has some danglies, really just to denote a little bit of rank and to look good for a soldier because looking good was actually considered an important part of a uniform for an 18th century soldier, probably more so than being practical. The soldiers didn't have any say in it. Here's your uniform. You get what you get. I have on a tailcoat. Let me turn around. You can kind of see the coat. It has fronts and backs that sort of pin together right here. So those can be let down in colder weather if I need more coverage. It has red facings, and by facings I mean the parts that go down through here in the front and the cuffs and the collar. Generally speaking, this is what denoted a military uniform from a civilian uniform. They would be faced in different colors so that it would have this martial look, and it has, as you can see, a lot of buttons. Believe it or not, buttons could be a good part of the expense of a coat. Now, most people, when they think of a Continental soldier, think of a blue uniform with red facings. This is the image we have of the classic Continental. And later on, that was true. That was the color that George Washington generally wanted his soldiers to have for a uniform, classic American look, as opposed to the red British uniforms. But early on in the war, the Continental Army was willing to take anything that it could get. And so its ally, even before it became a formal ally, they purchased a lot of uniforms in France that came in both brown and in blue. And when they all came over to the United States, basically Washington said, well, we need to divide these out by regiments so that the regiments, at least within the unit, have the same color. So I am wearing one of those brown coats that was very typical. My accent belies it, but for some of those Pennsylvania and Massachusetts soldiers that were going to get this brown uniform. You see a lot of this style of Continental uniform, say during the crossing of the Delaware for the Battle of Trenton, the Battle of Princeton, and almost all the way up to Saratoga in 1777. But later on in the war, in the North, the uniform had basically become the classic blue coat with red facings that we think of today. I also have on what we're in a period called small clothes, a waistcoat that goes over a white shirt, and this could be either linen or wool, and wool trousers, wool knee trousers that come just below the knee. And then I have on stockings, which if you think of your socks, imagine your socks, but they go on right over your knee, and then the pants sort of go over them, and right around your knee they come together. They actually do provide a lot of warmth. And I have on those classic buckle shoes from the 18th century. Now, this is not by any stretch of the imagination what every single soldier is going to have at every point in the war. Supply issues, wearing out on campaign, soldiers are going to look very different. And there are a lot of instances that we know of where soldiers have been issued a uniform and they have to wear that uniform for so long during the campaign that they are simply going to be in rags. There may not even have proper shoes to wear. There are accounts of men's shoes wearing out, and they simply take like cow or pieces of goat hide, fold them over their feet, and tie them at the ankles so they'll have something to go over their feet. So it really varies based on supply, based on the local situation, both north and south. And what I have on now, and the equipment I have on now, is pretty much what a newly issued soldier is going to look like. All this stuff is in pretty good shape. Now, let me come back to the musket, right? This musket is, again, from France. This is a French Charleville musket. It is a flintlock. It's a muzzleloader. It fires it's a 69 caliber, 0.69 inches is what the barrel inside is. It's a smooth bore, so it does not have rifling. And the idea with these muskets is that they would be issued to military forces, and the men would join together in large units in line and fire these weapons all at once, all in the same direction. That's how the tactics of the 18th century worked. And it's important to remember, sometimes as Americans, we tend to think back to the American Revolution and say, oh, well, the British were stupid. They wore red. We hid behind trees and fired at them one at a time. That's not how...
Sorry about that.
That's okay. The soldiers needed to all be in line. Again, a good soldier could fire one of these about 3 times in 1 minute in ideal circumstances. It used probably closer to 2 times a minute. And the officers had to direct that fire to go to one place at one time to be as effective as it could be. And so the men had to drill and train in line how to move, how to make directional changes, how to about face, and do all these things together as one unit. There's a lot of drilling and training that goes into this. This is called a flintlock. Let me come a little closer because it uses a concept of flint and steel. So, and we've got a video we want to show you of one actually being fired, but you have here a pan, and you have a hole going through the barrel from the pan into the main part of the barrel. And you load the charge into the barrel, the main gunpowder part, with the ball, and you put a little bit of powder here, and then you close the pan like this. And I'm going to show you. Let me pull this back. And when you pull the trigger, hopefully you saw some of those sparks. Those sparks are going to fall into the pan and set the gun off. Now, we want to go to a quick video to show you, and the video is outdoors because, you know, outdoors is the place you want to fire a black powder weapon. And it goes through the details of how to load and how to fire the musket that is typical to an 18th century soldier.
All right, let's see if this works. We're going to try to get this video going. Here we go.
So I want to talk to you about how the weapon was loaded and fired in the American Revolution.
All right, 1 second, folks.
So I want to talk.
I think I'm going to drop the video directly in the chat, or sorry, the stream. That should.
Okay.
There we go.
So I want to talk to you about how the weapon was loaded and fired in the American Revolutionary War. Both sides are going to be doing this in very, very similar ways. Only a few details would change. Now, you notice I also have the bayonet mounted. I'm going to take the bayonet off for this demonstration, but I did want to show you that it has an angle to it so that we could access the muzzle if we needed to with the bayonet attached. But as I said, we're going to take that off today to make it a little bit cleaner. Now I want to walk you through the process, and then we'll actually load and fire the musket. So this is a muzzle loading weapon. It uses flint and steel to create a spark. So when a soldier does this, he's going to open the pan. The pan is here. There's a small hole drilled through the barrel to the pan so that the priming powder, when it ignites, can ignite the charge in the main barrel. So we're going to take a cartridge from our cartridge box that'll be wrapped in paper. Inside the paper are some gunpowder and a lead ball. And they'll take that cartridge, rip it with their teeth, put a little bit of powder here in the pan to prime, not the entire charge, and shut it. Then they're going to cast about. They will pour the powder first and then the ball down the barrel. They'll draw the ramrod like this. Make sure that it is all the way down to the bottom. That's a very important part of the process. Replace the ramrod because that's important. Then they will go to shoulder arms. This is an important step because the officers need to know when everyone is loaded and ready to fire. So all soldiers, when they are loaded and ready to fire, will take the musket, put it at their shoulder, and when everyone is there, the officer will give the command, make ready, take aim, fire. And then they will pull the trigger, and that will ignite the priming charge, which ignites the main charge, which sends the ball down range. That's the process of how it's loaded. That's really the mechanics of it. So I'm going to do this in time with a charge to show you how it actually looks. I'm going to do it from the side so you can see it. So the soldier will be at shoulder arms, and he will be given the order to load and fire. Then come back to this position and listen for another order to load and fire. If they're doing it by volley, if they're loading and firing, they will simply go back to loading at this moment. So that's the process. You see, it can be rapid. All those motions have to take place in a short amount of space because, of course, they have a lot of friends on either side of them. That's the loading and firing of the Revolutionary War musket. So I want to... All right, so you saw there the glory of firing a flintlock musket. And a lot of those movements and motions that I was going through, they seemed sort of stiff and rigid, but they're supposed to be, because you have to remember that you're in a line, you're in linear formation with your company. A company is going to have anywhere from dependent upon, again, when the war, how big the unit is, from 30 to 50 men, and a regiment's going to have anywhere from 300 to 500 men in it. And they're all going to be standing shoulder to shoulder, and they're going to have to be moving their musket around. They're going to have to be marching in line. And so these movements have to be very practiced and very rigid. And when I say training and drilling, that's really what I mean, is that first of all, when a soldier comes to the Continental Army, they're going to learn to do those things, as you saw me just doing, one at a time. The corporals are going to take these new men to the side. They're going to work through the motions with them, help them understand the basics. Then they're going to be put into a larger unit, just a group perhaps of 10 or 20 men so they can figure things out. And then the company is going to drill and practice so that the officers and the men can learn how the company is supposed to operate in battle. And then they're going to have larger and larger up to the regimental and perhaps the brigade level. Now, when I'm saying company and division and things like that, what does that really mean? So for the American Army, as I said, a company on paper was supposed to be about 50 men. with attrition, with losses in battle, with desertion, sometimes that figure could get as low as 20 to 25. But a regiment is supposed to have about 10 companies in it. So you just multiply that number by 10, and that's where you get the number for a regiment, anywhere from 400 to 500 men. This is the confusing part. When you start reading about the American Revolutionary War and the battles and the units, sometimes they'll call something a regiment, sometimes they'll call something a battalion. This is very confusing, and I'm going to be honest, for years I couldn't grasp the concept because they just use them interchangeably and never describe the difference. Well, I'm about to let you in on the military historian secrets. They're the same thing. A regiment and a battalion, for all intent and purposes, is the same thing. It's weird. Basically, when it's marching, when it's doing paperwork, when it's getting supplies, it's a regiment. When it's on the battlefield and actually participating in a battle according to the drill manuals, it's a battalion. I know it seems silly, but that's the way it works. So don't worry too much about those terms. And generally speaking, in the American Army, a captain is going to be in charge of a company, and a colonel is going to be in charge of a battalion or a regiment, and a major is going to be there to sort of be his second in command. And when they would combine several different regiments together, 3 to 5, that would be placed under a brigade. And a brigade, you would have a colonel or a brigadier general. And a brigade, 2 or more brigades would be formed into a division. And then a division would go all the way up to an army. So again, depending upon what part of the war you're in, how big the armies are, you're going to have these different groupings of men, and that helps the officers be able to give, as we would say today, command and control. You want to be able to organize things, give your orders to only 4 or 5 men, and then those men could, your division commanders would tell their brigade commanders, the brigade commanders will tell the regimental commanders commanders will tell the company commanders. And so it goes. Now, that can still be very confusing on the battlefield. You probably noticed when I fired the musket, just one time, a lot of smoke came out of that. So imagine 50 men in each company firing all at once. When they do, your target is going to be obscured for the next at least few seconds. And the people shooting at you are going to do the same thing. It's a very, very confusing thing. Sometimes they would try to use drums on the battlefield to give commands, but as you can imagine, a drum may sound a lot like an artillery boom or a musket boom, so that can also be very confusing. Battles are very confusing. They're very, very frightening, right? People are trying to kill you. You're trying to kill other people. And so the experience of battle in this time period was something that was different for each person, but everyone was probably afraid. And that's the thing you have to remember. When I say a good soldier could fire 3 times a minute, well, you know, just standing there practicing with no one trying to kill me, I can load and fire this thing 3 times a minute. If there's someone 50 yards away from me trying to do the same thing, I'm probably going to start shaking and slow down a good bit, right? So a Continental soldier, why were they fighting for American independence? As I said, the ones who had done it for adventure or to get a quick amount of money, they've disappeared by the middle of the war. And it's Washington's men, and in the South, the ones he sent south under Nathaniel Greene, they're the ones who hang on, keep the Continental Army alive and a center of resistance. You have to remember, the British won most of the battles of the American Revolution. George Washington lost most of the battles he was a general at, but he kept the army alive. And the British, they took city after city. They took Savannah. They took Charleston. They took Philadelphia. They took Boston. They took New York. They took all the cities where resistance to the crown was centralized. But it didn't matter because that Continental Army that embodied the spirit and reality of resistance remained intact. And it's those officers and men, more than anything else, on the American side of the Atlantic that really made a difference in us achieving victory. Now, there's lots of other things that go into the American Revolution. The help of the French and the Spanish is incredibly important and central because when they joined the war, not only did they give us aid, but it forced Britain to fight the war not just in the 13 colonies, but across the entire Atlantic Ocean, in the Caribbean, in the Mediterranean, in India. So their forces become spread very, very thin. We're getting more and more help, so we have a great victory in the Americas eventually, but not all at once. So now, if anyone has any questions about the things I've talked about today, about some of the equipment, how the men fought, how the men lived, or just a general question about the American Revolution, please put that into the chat and we will answer it as best we can.
Yeah, so while everybody's thinking of those questions, I'd like to give a shout out to Ed and Diane Mann for their $50 donation.
Yay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ed and Diane. And they say, we have been enjoying the broadcasts from Northeast Georgia History Center since our grandson Joshua started going to your summer camps. He has loved all of them and the other classes he has taken and often reminds me of interesting upcoming ones. Hope your fundraiser is a success. Well, y'all are certainly helping us make it a success, and Josh is an awesome student. We have Josh in Homeschool Connection, and he's often in the streams as well. So thank you so much. Now let's see if anyone has questions. But in the meantime, Glenn, could you speak to the roles of women during this time?
Yeah, absolutely. And it would be a mistake to think that women did not play a role in the movement for American independence, both ideologically and physically. So women are 50% of the population now, just as they were then. And they had voices. Now, society and culture is different. It did tend to place women in a more secondary and subservient role to their male counterparts, especially once they were married. We have great letters back and forth between John and Abigail Adams, which is probably the closest example that we have to an equal partnership in the 18th century. And those letters are fantastic, and you can tell there was a real tenderness and affection that they had for one another. And we always look to that, and we should, but I don't want you to think that that was a typical relationship either. Many marriages were made for convenience. Many marriages were made for economic necessity. But they did play a role. There were women in the crowd at the Boston Massacre, right? There were women who participated in the war effort. As a matter of fact, women were part of the Army, an official part of the Army, and not for what some of you may be thinking. The soldiers, as I said, had a lot of duties to do. They had to dig entrenchments. They had to march. They are not always going to have time to keep their uniforms clean, to cook their food. So the Continental Army, per regiment, had a set number of women that were allowed to come along with the regiment to serve as cooks and washerwomen. And they would not necessarily get paid by the Continental Army, but they would be allowed to draw rations. They would be allowed to eat from the Army supplies, and the men were expected to pay them for the washing that they did. It was not required that the men have their washing done by the women, but it sure was convenient, and the women could make money this way and accompany the Army, and if they had children, they could bring the children as well. Now, like I said, it was generally not allowed for every soldier's wife or sister or mother or girlfriend to come along with the Army. It was a very formal role, and so not everyone had their wives there, but some men could. And these women became an everyday part of the Army, became an everyday part of camp life, not only doing cooking and cleaning, but sometimes they may be able to get some vegetables with some trade locally and be able to sell those vegetables to the men. They may have other wares that they could sell. They may be able to make shirts. And that's what you have to remember. These uniforms, the men only get one coat, one pair of breeches. Really, the shirt is I don't want to say disposable because they're still not disposable, but that's the piece that's closest to your skin, right? That's what the men are going to get dirty. They're going to sweat on it. That's what has to be washed on a regular basis to maintain health. So if they're lucky, they might have two shirts, but more frequently, they're only going to have one, and that shirt's going to have to be washed to stay healthy on a regular basis. So the women are going to have a lot of work. They may be able to make shirts. So women play an important role in Army life. Women play an important role in just keeping the spirit of the people moving, because you have to remember that wars are won on the battlefield, but they're also won in the spirits of the people, of the nation on behalf of which the war is being fought. And that home front belief in the cause is going to be an incredibly important factor in keeping the cause going. And the cause of independence had support from both men and women. However, incredibly complicated sidebar, there were also a lot of men and women who believed that the rebels were bad, who believed that the crown should be superior, and they stayed loyal to the British. These folks were called Tories, and that is an incredibly complicated story. Libba, can I have 6 more hours to talk about that?
Maybe next time.
Okay, maybe next time. Maybe in our second annual telethon.
Yes, absolutely. So, Nick in the chat says, Glenn, so what role did aliens play in the American Revolution? Just kidding. Great idea and great job. Thank you, Nick. But it does bring to mind aliens of a different sort. So, when it comes to people who are not citizens or not settlers or colonists, you mentioned Spain's role. I mean, outside of those who were formerly under the British Crown, talk about those connections outside of Britain or outside of the Americas that helped in the war effort.
Okay, so there's a couple of different ways we can look at this. We can look at the big picture. And from the big picture, backing up a couple of decades, the British had won the French and Indian War, which had totally kicked France out of North America and had kicked a fair bit of Spain out of North America, right? This was a huge war for empire. In Europe, they called it the 7 Years' War. Britain had come out on top, big time, in the great game of empire between nation states. Those nation states wanted to get back at Great Britain in any way that they could, and maybe get some territory back, but they just really wanted to humble Great Britain and bring it down a peg or 3 internationally and economically. So when the American Rebellion began to take place, Spain and France were like, interesting. Let's watch this for a little bit. You know what? They haven't immediately been crushed. Let's send them some weapons. Let's send them some money. Let's get a ship in there that maybe they can use on the seas. This began very informally at first. Spain set up what today we would call a shell company, right? To funnel weapons and money through the south, through the Gulf of Mexico, what's now the Gulf of Mexico, up to the rebels, and made its way all the way up into the Carolinas and even to Virginia. Once Spain and France initially became involved formally in the war, by which I mean that Spain and France declare war against Great Britain in support of the American cause for independence, it is a total shift in the war, and I alluded to this briefly earlier. But when France and Spain come in, it turns from a fairly localized rebellion against British power to a world war, at least on a small scale, that the British are now having to fight, not just in North America. They have to fight the Spanish in the Caribbean and the French in the Caribbean. They have to fight the Spanish in the Mediterranean. They have to fight the French in India. Britain has a finite amount of resources. And so they have to start pulling ships and men from North America and sending them to the Caribbean and to the Mediterranean and to India. And so when France is able to send some soldiers to North America, when Spain is able to send its navy to the southern part of the, or I guess technically the middle Atlantic, where the Caribbean is, they start to overwhelm the English powers. And most of us know about the French helping us out, right? They were at Yorktown and things like that. But the Spanish role has tended to be understated, unfortunately. But when you start looking at it, I've been reading some great books on this the last year or so. Spain played an incredibly vital role in securing American independence. I just mentioned the Battle of Yorktown, right? The American army was there. The French army was there. The Spanish people weren't there, but do you know where the money came from to pay for the French fleet and the American soldiers and the French soldiers? All the money for the Yorktown campaign came as a loan from the Spanish that went on the French ships that went on up to the Yorktown Peninsula. The Spanish didn't allow it but helped that to happen. Huge role. That's the grand overarching different nationalities coming in. Now in a smaller role, there were some Spanish soldiers along the Gulf. The Battle of Galveston, the Battle of Pensacola, led by a Spanish general named Galvez, for whom Galveston is named, was a French victory and a Spanish victory and a victory for the American cause. The Hessians that were brought over by the British to serve as mercenaries for the cause of the British crown and putting down the rebellion, a lot of those Hessians got here, got captured, and realized that, this is a pretty good place to live. This is a very rich land. There's lots of opportunity. I'm either not going back to the army, I'm going to desert, and to get land, because land was given often as a reward for military service in the American army, they joined the American army to fight for the Americans, and then they were going to get land afterwards. Same thing happened with a lot of Irish. Same thing happened with a lot of the British soldiers, actually. So you get a lot of this amalgamation in the Continental Army that simply isn't really present in the formal armies of Britain or of Spain or of France. The Continental Army, as I said, becomes a polyglot of different nationalities and different backgrounds. African Americans, free and enslaved, Germans, British, some French. It's a remarkable thing, and it becomes a very diverse force by the end of the war in 1783. So yeah, there's a lot of cross-nationality influences on the American Revolution. It's not just Americans hiding behind trees and shooting the rifles at people in red coats.
So it looks like we don't have any questions in the chat, but we are at the end of our hour. And I also want to thank Nick for his $15 donation. Thank you so much,
Thanks, Nick.
You must have liked your answer to that. So everyone, I also just put in the chat on Facebook and YouTube our program, which has all of our donation tiers. So we have lots of awesome thank yous in our donation tiers. So take a look at those, make your donation. And coming up next, we are going to have a open fire cooking demonstration with Marie. But before we head out, Glenn, is there anything that you feel like, as a historian, that people ought to know or that people often misunderstand about the American Revolution that you want to leave us with today?
Yeah, the one thing I'll tell you is that, and this can be applied to a lot of history, but perhaps especially to the American Revolution. Today, we have what could be interpreted as a foregone conclusion, a specific, inevitable sense of destiny that the American nation was going to not only be born, but survive and thrive. And when you look at the time, that simply wasn't the case. The founding fathers, and just using that term comes with a lot of baggage too, but some of them admit, like John Adams, they didn't know what they were doing because there had never been a revolution like this before. There had never been a war like this before. And so they're kind of just finding their way, doing what's best, always on the verge of what seemed like disaster. As I said, George Washington lost battle after battle, right? This was not an inevitable event by any stretch of the imagination. And even the Battle of Yorktown, which we think of as the last battle of the American Revolution, does anyone out there know when it took place? It was October of 1781. When was the peace treaty signed? 1783. So there's at least a good year and a half of time when the Americans don't know it's over, right? There's been a huge victory at Yorktown, but that doesn't put the official seal of the end on the war for independence. There's a lot that still has to be done. So don't think of the American Revolution or anything in history. Don't take its outcome for granted just because we can look back and see what the outcome was. Put yourself in their place. Understand their struggles. Understand their uncertainty. And understand that they're doing the best that they can in a situation that they don't know how it's going to end.
Great point all around. Thank you so much, Glenn. That was an awesome program. And yes, so that was an example of a program that we do for students all over Georgia and now, more recently, all over the country.
All over the country.
So let's go over, before we conclude and move on to our open fire cooking demonstration with Marie, let's go over our donation tiers. So for $5, you can get a Northeast Georgia History Center sticker and a thank you postcard. For $20, you can get all of the above, plus our keychain, our button, and a really cool newspaper about journalism in the Northeast Georgia region, which is a really fascinating read. For $50, you can get all of the above and our cookbook. Lots of really yummy recipes in there. I know Leslie has tried some of those and can attest to them being delicious. We also have, for $100, you get all of the above, plus our new mug, our In a Nutshell mug, and our magnet as well. And then moving on up, for the high rollers, we have a $200 donation. You get all of the above, plus a 1-year digital membership and recognition in our live stream credits. Moving up to our $500 donation level, you get all of the above, plus one live webcast or in-person program with a historic figure. You see me down there portraying Juliet Gordon-Loeb, but it can be any historic character that we can put together for you.
That's right.
And we have over 20 already that we do for schools and live streams, so plenty of options there. And then, if you're feeling particularly generous, we have a $1,000 donation level where you get all of the above, plus a signed copy of Glenn's book, Hall County in World War II, and 2 tickets to the annual Taste of History 2021, as well as recognition on our History Center Partners and Friends board here at the History Center. Now, Glenn, why don't you tell us a little bit more about what is the Taste of History, and in particular, it's kind of ties into why we are doing the telethon.
Exactly. So the Taste of History is, we've done these at the Northeast Georgia History Center for as long as I've been here, and it's our big annual fundraising event. And we do a variety of different topics. We've done, the founding and history of Hall County. We've looked at the history of healthcare. Last year's, we looked at Sandra and Nathan Deal, Georgia's governor and first lady, for several successful terms. And part of the reason we're having this telethon is because of all the reasons that y'all know about. For 2020, we had to cancel the Taste of History because it's a big event. It's a room full of people, 600 people all coming together to celebrate history and make their donations. We had to cancel that for safety reasons, for health reasons. So we didn't have the big fundraiser that very often nets anywhere from $50,000 to $75,000 a year. So we've gotten a lot of help from a lot of people over the year, but we still need just a little bit more to meet that end of year budget goal and make sure we can keep these programs going like you. Now, for 2021, health crisis willing, we are going to have the Taste of History. The one we had planned on having for 2020, it's called In Her Steps, and it is a look at the ratification of the 19th Amendment, which you should know granted women the right to vote. And we're going to be honoring 6 regional women, fantastic ladies who have played a big part in making Northeast Georgia a great place to work, play, and live. So in a nutshell, that's our Taste of History. If you want to do that $1,000 level, the tickets are going to be something to really enjoy, I assure you. It comes with a delicious meal, and it comes with a fantastic program.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much, Glenn. And everyone, check the chat for a donation link. And next up, we have an open fire cooking demonstration with Marie. And you'll be learning the techniques of how to successfully start a fire.
Successfully is the key word there.
And this is going to be really cool. As Marie was talking about earlier, that's one of the skills that really made her stand out when she was doing her reenactments and also volunteering for us as well. So We're going to have a brief message, and then we will go into our open fire cooking demonstration. Thank you all for being here, and thank you, Glenn.
Oh, thank y'all.
A lot of folks ask me what it's like to work here, and I love it, but there are some things that take getting used to, especially when it comes to actors.
Our liberty must be maintained, preserved, and inspired for all time.
All right, Glenn, it's time for a sound check.
Who? Surely you mean President Adams.
See what I mean? Excuse me, President Adams, we need to do our sound check.
Sound check? Why would you check my sound? Are you some sort of tyrant? Again?
All right, we're good, Mr. Adams.
President!
Glenn.
Genius's sorrow's child.
Hey everyone, Libba Beecham here, director of the Cottrell Digital Studio at the Northeast Georgia History Center. I've been with the History Center since 2017, and it has been such a rewarding job. I remember when we first began our live Zoom webcasts with students and teachers all over Georgia, and feeling that we were really on to something special. When the pandemic hit and we had to close our doors in early March, it was a strange feeling because we were concerned for sure. As a nonprofit, we rely on our on-site educational programs, our events, and of course our visitors to sustain us. But at the same time, we were more than prepared to start offering virtual programs for the public from day one of our closing. And for 10 weeks, we offered live stream programs every weekday. Our very first being a live stream with Girl Scouts founder Juliette Gordon-Lowe, portrayed by yours truly, with an audience of over 400 Girl Scouts and their families. And since we've reopened, we've offered free live streams every Wednesday and members live streams every Friday, thanks to our new digital membership option, which is only $3 a month or $35 a year, by the way. Our audience has grown so much since then, and the response to our live stream programs has been so positive. I speak for all of us at the History Center when I say that you have helped us make the most out of this challenging time. By watching our programs, participating in the chat, commenting, emailing, calling us with your kind remarks, writing us letters, you really do help us realize the value of the work we do here. Today, I am asking for your support in another way. Your donations today go toward furthering our mission, and any amount is appreciated. And there are lots of great thank yous for your donation. So please give today at the link below, or you can call Leslie over the phone at 770-297-5900. Stop by or mail us a check to 322 Academy Street Northeast, Gainesville, Georgia, 30501. Thank you so much. And as they say, the show must go on.
Good day to you and welcome back to the Northeast Georgia History Center live stream presentation. I'm Marie Walker and today I'm going to be talking about open fire cooking. So to do that I have of course my open fire and then I'm going to be making biscuits. So along the way I'm going to be talking about basically just what I'm doing and how people back in about the mid 1800s would have lived. That's how I am dressed today, and that is what I'm going to be talking about. Of course, a lot of these practices date back to far older, and some go practices even survive today, but usually we aren't doing it for our main meals. We have stoves for that, but sometimes people do this. You use your cast iron when you go camping or something with your family. So maybe you can do that if you have a backyard camp out or something like that. But be sure to check what fire is allowed in your area and what codes apply to that before you do anything of that sort. Today we are out behind our White Path cabin, which people have lived in from its construction in the late 1700s up until the 1940s. It doesn't have a stove in it that we have today. You have a hearth fireplace, and then also you have this cooking circle out back. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of that before we start. I have my fire pit back here. A lot of times it's kind of an interesting shaped fire pit, and that's because it has a little spout on it, which I can then take and rake my coals out on, because the coals are what I'm going to be actually cooking on. I'm not going to be cooking over the open flame. I'm going to be cooking on the coals, because that's the greatest source of heat. That is where the fire lives, I guess. That's the heat source of it. So as you know, the flame is not actually the hottest part. The hottest part is the coals down where kind of the embers, the coals, the blue part of the fire. That is the hottest part of the fire, and that's where we're going to be doing our baking. If you're trying to cook like soup or something, or you're trying to boil water, sometimes you can do that over an open flame. It works all right if you're trying to cook a stew or just keep something warm. But for baking especially, we need the coals. Now, we have the fire pit out back. Some people think, especially in the South, we have separate cookhouses where generally enslaved people would have cooked for larger families on a plantation or something of that sort. But you also have, cookhouses sometimes in smaller houses where farmers that did not have enslaved individuals where they just would have cooked. Now, some people think that's because of fear of fire. And yes, that is, the cookhouse sees a lot more fire than just like your regular house. But if that was their only concern, they still have fireplaces in their own homes because that's their source of heat. They didn't have central heating like we do today. You get your heat from your fireplace. So if that was their only concern was fire, well, it kind of is redundant to have fireplaces within your own home. And so for people who live down south, you know what I'm talking about. It gets really hot down here, especially we're in northeast Georgia. In the summer, it's anywhere between 90 and 100 degrees on a given day. One of the main things is heat. You don't want to heat up your entire house in the middle of the summer to bake your biscuits. You're going to take that outside where you have open air and fresh air, or your cookhouse, which is smaller and is not going to heat up your entire main house. Of course, cookhouses were known to burn down far more often than regular houses just because of the nature of cooking. On the coals, you do that, the fire's going all day, could possibly be unattended, because what you have to do, you have to build the fire up way big in the morning so it bakes down, or it collapses upon itself, so you have the coals to do your work on. So while our fire is getting the coals heat up, I'm going to be doing the prep work. Like I said, I'm going to be making biscuits. Right here I have my flour mixture. I did a lot of the measuring ahead of time, but back then you don't always have measuring devices. A lot of it's just eyeballing it. So, oh, it's blowing away. We have our flour and baking powder mixture here. And then I'm going to mix in my lard. The lard called for about two things of lard about the size of an egg, which is not very specific, but it gets the job about done. So this is my interpretation of how big I think eggs are. I guess my chicken lays about this size of eggs, and that's what I'm going to be putting in here. Good, baking gets messy. So I'm going to be working that in here. I prefer to work with my hands, especially with flour, just because it's more fun, and also I feel like I have better control over it. So I'm going to be breaking apart the lard and mixing it in with the flour and get that dough going there. A lot of times you just use what you had, so substitutions could be made. You had to be creative. If we're going to talk about the White Path cabin, which we're cooking behind, in the mid-1800s, which is the time period we're portraying. Where do you get your food? You either grow your own food, you have your own livestock, which could help you produce your own food, or you might go to a general store. A lot of places, the general store could be right around the corner, or it could be a couple days' ride. It's not necessarily specific. I do not know exactly for Gainesville where the general store would be. I'm sure we could find it on a map, but I don't know it off the top of my head. This White Path cabin was also moved here, so trying to figure out where it would be in location to that at this time, I'm not sure. But a lot of times people tried to put their homesteads or wherever they were building their houses, they would put it in at least like a couple days ride within the nearest general store, because that's where your provisions are coming from. That's where your supply train is going to be, that's where you're going to get, like your supply train is going to go to. And therefore, you need that to survive, so you're going to build at least where you feel like you can ride there and get your necessary provisions within a general amount of time. That isn't helpful for you. All right, so I got my lard pretty well worked in there. I'm now going to add my water. Sometimes you might make biscuits with milk, like buttermilk biscuits or something of that sort, but we don't have milk, so we're using what we have, which is water. And then I'm going to work that in there. All right. I like to be able to work with it, the dough, because once you feel the dough, you can feel a certain consistency. Yeah. The water, the recipe called for a certain amount of water. I think it's going to need more water, and that's why I have my bucket that I got from the well. So we're going to go over, and I'm going to dip my cup in my water pail. There we go. Let's try this. All right, do we have any questions so far that I can answer while I'm kneading? No? All right. Well, if you have any questions, let us know. You can do so in the comments. We would love to hear from you.
Marie, what other types of meals might a person during your era make?
All right. So we have the question of like, what other meals might a person have during this time period? So stews were very popular. Basically, it's whatever you have, you throw it in a pot, and that's your dinner for the night. That could contain different types of meat or vegetables that you might have had on hand or grown or gotten from the general store or traded with your neighbor for. All right, we're going to add a little bit more water here. Some meats that were popular, you might have like turkey, like wild turkey, or chicken. Chicken is still a very large agricultural product in this part of the country.
Can you repeat the ingredients you're using?
Yes, so the ingredients I'm using is basically just flour, water, 2 egg-sized things of lard, and water.
What kind of lard? What is lard?
So that's a good question. Lard is like a fat, it's kind of like a fatty portion of an animal that you then use for baking. Modern substitutes could be like Crisco or butter. Not really butter, but Crisco is probably the modern equivalent of what we have to that.
Where did you get your lard?
Well, I'm not sure if you're asking me where I got my lard or where you might get lard from in this time period, but if you were in the 1800s, you might get your lard from butchering an animal, or you might get it from a general store or trade it with someone who had butchered an animal. All right, so I want my dough to be able to stick together nicely. I don't want it to have any like flaky parts or parts that could flake off. And then I want all of the flour in the bottom of this bowl to also be gone. So leavening, the cookbook I was looking at said baking powder, to use baking powder, so that's what I did, and therefore I assume baking powder would have been helpful at that time. Also yeast has been around forever. If you want your dough to rise. We aren't using yeast necessarily. If I was making like biscuits or some type of bread, like a loaf of bread, I would use that. But since I'm making biscuits are a little different. They don't rise necessarily as much. So I'm just using baking powder.
How much time would be spent cooking for a woman during this time?
So how much time would it take for a woman to be cooking during this time? She would get up early and start the cook fire. Like we talked about a little bit in the beginning of this episode, cooking, you get up early, you start the fire, so the fire can be cooking down to the coals in time to bake breakfast. And then you bake breakfast, you do the dishes from breakfast, you turn around, you prep for lunch, you make lunch, you clean up for lunch, you turn around and you make dinner, and then you clean up for dinner, and then you go to bed, and then you wake up and do it all over again. So a large part of a woman, that's just how life was back then. You didn't know reasons for that would be child mortality rates were generally very high, and you did not know how many of your children were going to survive, and you needed your children to help you on the farm. They're good farm hands. They help you do chores. So the young sons, or the sons as they grew up, they would stay at the house and be taken care of because they are a child until it was deemed they were ready to go help in the fields. And the girls, they would stay at the home and help the mother do the cooking, do the laundry, do the mending, and all of those things that we think of as more traditional, like gender role, female and male things were dominated here, basically just to divide the labor, because all the things needed to be done. So that was their way of breaking down how to get those chores done in their social structure. All right, the dough is looking pretty good here. I got it to a nice sticky point. I'm gonna put it down in loaves here. All right, so I'm gonna go get my Dutch oven, and then we're going to start putting the biscuits in it. We're gonna try to get that unstuck for me as best I can. Should have got some extra flour to roll my hands in. All right. Another reason why you have aprons is so you can clean your hands on them and keep your dress clean. So we're going to do that. All right. Ooh. So here we have my Dutch oven that I'm going to be baking the biscuits in. As you can hopefully see, it has these little legs on it, so sometimes that's called like a spider Dutch oven, or it's like a trivet that's just attached to it on the bottom, and that helps it sit down in the coals. So the coals can get up under here and also have like a little room to breathe, which is nice because we all know fire likes oxygen and helps that burn. Right now I had it sitting the idea of like warming the oven, I guess you would say, I had it sitting near the fire, so it's not going to burn me if I touch it, but it is warm. It's nice and warm. So when I put it in here, my pot is already warm, so then when I stick it on the fire, it can go straight to bacon. All right, Here, let's see. I want you to see me roll the biscuit, so let's set this behind me. Now that you've seen that. So, this is how my grandma taught me how to make rolls, but I think the same thing kind of goes for biscuits. You're going to get your biscuit off here, break off a little piece of dough, shape it into the shape of a circle. This is, I guess you make rolls because you roll them, but this is how I was taught. You make a little claw, and then you put it over the dough, and then you roll it. Oh, and I'm going to stick that in my Dutch oven. Here, let's move this here and that here. There we go. That's a better way to do that. And then I will stick it down in the Dutch oven. I'm going to put it more towards the circle, the sides, and I'm going to kind of make a circle and spiral in to put my biscuits in there that way. And then we're just going to do the same thing over and over again. I'm going to space them out a little bit because I don't want them to touch, and I have enough room to do that. All right, so we have a question was, would folks make their own preserves and jams? And the answer to that would be yes. If you had the berries or the things to do that, that is a very common method of preserving those fruits for a later date. We actually have some preserves that we might put on these biscuits later, which would be very tasty, I'm sure. Also probably a little bit more of a treat because those are nice and sweet and not as easy to come by unless you just had your own bush, which you could definitely have had. And other methods for preserving meats and foods, canning would be one definite thing that you could do to preserve your fruits and vegetables, which is when you, in a nutshell, you boil all of it down and then you put it in jars that you vacuum seal because you put them in water, and then because they didn't have a vacuum then, they didn't know what vacuum sealing meant, but today we would call it vacuum sealing. And you boil the cans as well, and it's a whole long process that you can do, which would help you preserve like fresh foods. Not necessarily done for fruits, but it's done for vegetables. If you're doing fruits, then you call them preserves, and they're kind of more like jams or something. Another thing that we think of today is like freezing them or putting them in the refrigerator or the ice box. They did not have that back then. That's a new thing that's coming about at this time. We actually get the term ice box because you had a large box, and then people would go around with just large sheets of ice that you can then have delivered to your house daily that would come off the boat from way up north that would have to be shipped to you. And then that large block of ice would then be taken to different places that would have ice boxes, and basically you put that large sheet of ice in a box with the same food that you're trying to preserve. Out here, Frontier, Georgia, we don't have an ice box yet. That's not coming to us for another several decades. Here, I want to make this one a little bigger. My biscuits are getting a little small. So another thing that you might be able to do here is smoking your meat. You might have heard of like smoke cured meat, and that's when you hang your meat up in what you would actually build a smokehouse, which is a kind of just like a cabin looking room, little smaller. You would hang your meat up in the rafters, and then you would have a large fire down below in the pit, and then the smoke would go up and cure the meat. So you might have smoke cured meat, or you might have salt cured meat, which is basically when you just rub salt all over your meat. And
we have some folks that have just joined. You just catch them up on your ingredients and if you're going to cook on the flames or the coals.
Ah, yes, all right. So for those of you just joining us, welcome. We're so happy to have you. Right now I am making biscuits or rolls because I'm rolling them. I originally was making biscuits, but I just like rolling things better. And my ingredients that I have here is flour, baking powder, what else did I put in here? Oh, 2 egg-sized things of lard and water. So that's what we have in these little balls of dough. Those are what those are made of. I'm going to be cooking these on the fire in a little bit. And when I say fire, I'm not actually going to be cooking them on the flames. I'm going to be cooking it on the coals because I'm going to be baking. We have this Dutch oven here with this little lovely spider legs or trivets that we have coming down here that I'm going to be able to set on those coals. I'm going to rake out of the fire. We're going to have some lessons in fire tending in a moment as well. Because I want to make sure my fire doesn't go out, but we're doing good on that. It's baking or cooking down, which is what I want because I want to cook on the coals. And then also I'll show you how basically the Dutch oven works. It works very much like an oven that we have today, like a convection oven. And I'm going to explain that a little bit more in a moment once I set these on the fire. I'm going around and I'm putting all my little rolled up pieces of dough. Oh no, they rolled away. I can't do that. Anyway, I'm placing them nicely around the Dutch oven. We're having to fix that there. All right.
How did women learn cooking techniques?
Ah, very good question. How did women learn cooking techniques? So probably would have just been handed down in the kitchen. That's how basically I learned how to cook. Is I think I told everyone in a little while ago is, you know, I learned how to roll rolls from my grandma. You make like a little bear claw and then you go in a circle here on the board. That's where I learned that from. I'm sure she learned that from her mom or her grandma. So very much kind of like today, at least how it worked for me necessarily. We learned from the older people in our lives and their hand down our cooking traditions, because foodways is a large part of culture. A large part of our culture is our food that we have, or your traditional dishes. Like, you know, you think of like your favorite dish that your mom makes you, or your favorite dish that your grandma makes. Like for my family, my grandma makes the most amazing pies, and we love her pies. And that's like a large part of our family gathering is we get very excited when dessert comes around and grandma has made a pie. Just like that happened through the centuries to today. Food is a large part of people coming together and celebrating or just surviving. It's handed down around the mid-1800s. People are becoming more literate. You also have cookbooks for some of the first time that also have some cooking techniques in them, and some recipes, which are very interesting. Some of them have some interesting ways of measuring and some interesting ways of, they can't say heat the oven to however degrees hot. It's like, well, if you hold your hand in the oven or over the flame, and you can do so for 10 seconds or 30 seconds or a minute, then it's about hot enough. Which is just, it's a large thing of, I think people just kind of, they knew. They were cooks and they knew that the fire was hot enough or they knew it wasn't. And measuring was a new concept. You had experimental cooks in the kitchen like you do today. I know I like to experiment sometimes. You also had to be very creative, because if you didn't have something that a recipe called for, well, how do you implement some type of substitute? You had to work with what you had, especially in a time where supply chains are not always the most reliable of things. And you just kind of had to work with what the land gave you or what you had on hand. Like I said, sometimes you might make biscuits with milk. We didn't have milk, so we used water today. And that's how that is working for us right now, which I think should work out pretty well. I mean, it made a good consistency of dough. I'm going to do my final arrangement of my little dough pieces down here.
What would you consider a comfort food at this time? Something that's been more of a treat?
That is a good question. So the question was, what type of comfort food might you have at this time? I'm trying to think. I don't think the idea of like Southern comfort food was necessarily a thing at this time, like the idea of it. Because today, when I think of Southern comfort food, I think of like mashed potatoes and barbecue and mac and cheese. I don't think mac and cheese was a thing during at this point. Barbecue definitely was. And mashed potatoes were also a thing. Potatoes are a hardy staple crop that keep for a very long time. If you keep them in dry, neutral places, they last forever, and they help people survive famines to an extent because they are hardy. They are hardy root vegetables during this time. But if I had to think of something that might be like a treat during this time, I would think of probably like pies or some type of like sweet pastry, some type of something that had sugar in it. If I had to think of something that was just like a staple that they've had forever and therefore was a comfort food, I would think of something probably more like a stew. That would be hearty, probably would have potatoes in it, some type of meat, like a hearty stew would be what I would assume they might have had that might have been like, ah, yes, this is what I have a hankering for, or something of that nature. Did men ever cook? Of course they did. They definitely cooked. If you were out in the army on your trail and you did not, like, you might have a male chef or a male cook that goes with the army, or you might just be on your own and you had to do it yourself. If a man found himself without a wife and young daughters who were under, today I would still not let three-year-olds don't know how to cook and they don't know how to use a fire. They would have to then assume that duty and cook. So of course men cooked. It was generally thought of as a more traditional female role, but that does not, under any circumstances, mean that men did not cook. There's also a lot of documentation and stories where men were thought of as probably slightly more like chefs or cooks that would then go out and work and serve like Queen Victoria or like restaurants that was starting to become a thing at this time, was going out of your home to eat. Besides, it's always been necessarily a thing, like in taverns and such, you could go and get a meal. But the idea that we have kind of a restaurants is beginning to bloom in this time, and then will continue to do so as time progresses. So the time period that we are talking about, like today, right now, is mid-1800s, so 1850, 1860s, that I am portraying today. All right. So I have all of my little balls of dough positioned how I would like in my Dutch oven, and I'm going to put my lid on, and I'm going to take it over to the fire. And then I'm also going to grab my fire tools because we're going to do some fire tending. All right, this is my bucket of water in case everything goes badly. Which we're going to move there so I don't knock it over. All right. So here I have my fire. Whew. So I'm going to, it's nice and hot, and I'm going to attempt to not get smoked out. I'm told smoke follows beauty, so that's supposedly a compliment, but I don't want it right now. All right, there we go. On this side of the smoke. Honestly, I could just push these to the side. Sometimes I rake it down there, but right now, I have a nice bed of coals right here in the middle, which is kind of what I built this fire to do. So we're just going to knock these two out from under the way. Nice bed of hot coals right here. Really nice bed of hot coals. And I'm going to take my pot, and I'm going to position it here in the middle. Whew. All right. That looks good. So you now might have noticed this pot has a bit of a lip to it on the lid, on the ridge. And that's because it acts as kind of like a little pot hold. It's going to hold my coals. So what I'm now going to do, now that I have coals all around it, I'm going to actually put coals on top of my, coals on top of my pot. And this makes it work as a convection oven because it has coals on top and on the bottom. All right, so the question is, how would people get water during this time? So if you live near a creek or a stream or something of that nature, you could get it from there. That's a fresh water source. What a lot of people had to do was dig wells. So depending on how far the water table is below you, you would have to dig down really far and hope you hit water. There's a whole science to it that I'm not necessarily sure about, but one of the ways I think is more interesting and somehow works sometimes, I don't know necessarily the majority, I don't think there's necessarily been a study done on it, but is like if you get a divining rod, which was sometimes used, and that's, I don't have a stick to show you, but you know how sometimes you see like a stick that has like a V and then like a stick coming out of it as a branch. So you hold on to the V part and then you walk around with the stick part pointing towards the ground. And then whenever you feel your V getting closer together, that means you're over a spot. That means that has water under it and you don't have to dig down as far to get the water for your well. I know some people who they think they have the gift of water divining or divining trying to find water. I've never seen it happen before, but it's definitely a thing that people use to attempt to find water in the ground and just to dig wells. You would then, sometimes once you dig the well, sometimes people just put a board over it that then you would have to shift the board, and then you would get a bucket with a rope on it and put it all the way down and then pull it all the way back up. And then you would have your one bucket of water that you could then use for washing, cooking, whatever you wanted to do with your bucket of water. And that's majority of how people got their water. Ah, yes. Okay, so we had the question of if I made my dress, and yes, I did. This is what you would have as your work dress. So basically, you don't want to stand around a fire with a hoop skirt on. One of the fashionable things at this time was the big, pretty hoop skirts. Were very fashionable in the mid-Victorian era, in the 1850s, 1860s, which is the time we're portraying today. You would not, under any circumstance, go cook out in a fire wearing a hoop skirt under any circumstances, because you will catch yourself on fire. If you think about it, you have a skirt that you are not necessarily, that's not attached to your body. You don't have the feeling of the fabric. You catch yourself on fire so easily. There's a lot of people, I think the leading cause of death at this point was women dying in childbirth and then from accidentally catching themselves on fire. Because if you had a hoop skirt and you're cold and you're standing with your back to the fire, the back of your skirt can light on fire really fast. Of course, they had natural fibers that they made their clothing out of at this time. Synthetics like polyester were not available, which they burn faster and they don't melt to your skin when they catch on fire. So you have slightly better chance that way of noticing that you're on fire and putting yourself out, because if you're wearing something like wool, it doesn't necessarily burn as fast as polyester. But still a large problem. So I'm wearing a work dress, which means I do not have a hoop on under it. I have a corded petticoat, which keeps the skirt from getting all twisted around my legs, because that would also be bad for work. If you would like to see, I'll show you. Which might be a little scandalous, but this is my corded petticoat, which keeps my skirts from getting all tangled up there, and it holds it out just a little bit, but not a whole lot. Some ladies, they would wet the whole hem of their skirt, before they started cooking in an attempt to keep themselves from catching on fire. I did not do that. I like to think I've been doing this for a long time and I have not caught myself on fire. Therefore, I like to think I know what I'm doing. But also, I think it's rather impractical, especially if it's like colder outside or just colder in your house. You don't want to get yourself all wet to cook. You would want to stay warm. Also, you would have to go out and draw more water from the well in order to get your skirt wet, because you can't just turn on the faucet. Another reason people didn't fully submerge themselves in bathe, they weren't just nasty. It's also a lot of work to fill up a bathtub if you have to go to the well and then crank up bucket after bucket of water.
Can you talk about the advances in cooking and techniques and methods, maybe from 100 years before your interpretation to?
All right, so the question is about time cooking. So like what some of our advances might have happened at this time. I don't think a whole lot really happened from like the 1700s to the 1800s. It's pretty much the same techniques. Some food might have happened a little bit. Yes, we have a question?
What did the rich people eat?
What did rich people eat? So rich people are going to have far fancier things. They might have like chicken and duck and goose and some of those fancier fowl birds. They're going to have it much more nicely presented on nicer china, nicer garnishes or pretty things around. Then you might have out here on like the frontier, more or less, then they probably aren't going to be eating stews that are just, whatever you have in a pot thrown together. They're going to be following more recipes. France was incredibly fashionable at this time, so French dishes have lots of like sauce that go with them, and there are lots of different spices and such. So you would have like finer things like that. Sugar is expensive, spices are expensive, seasoning, which is spices, expensive. So rich people are going to have a lot more of that because it's expensive.
So how would the foods have been bland to our senses back then?
So the question was, would these foods have been bland? Probably, depends on what your definition of bland is. I feel like that's a very hard definition. They would have had things like salt and pepper. Salt is a preservative, so you're going to have salt, so it's going to have some flavor. Also, think about this. Everything's cooked over an open fire, and that means everything has that kind of smoky taste to it as well, which I think sometimes you don't get that in a modern day oven, and that adds a certain amount of flavor and it brings out a certain amount of flavor. So I think they're just going to be different, not necessarily bland, but also you have a lot of English people, and English food is also considered bland, who are settling in America at this time. So it might just be their tradition of what they like.
What would men have worn on a daily basis during this time?
So the question would be what men wore during a daily basis on this time. So if you're talking about like out here, like what would my counterpart look like? They would be wearing like wool pants that have a higher waist. It would be at their natural waistline, which is where like my apron is at my natural waistline. And then they would have probably a shirt that could be patterned or white. It would have buttons down the front. It's not going to have any type of fancier frills, and they might have a vest on. Probably if they were out working, they wouldn't necessarily have one, but if they were trying to look spiffy, they might have a vest on, like that. If they were going to go to town or go to meeting or something of that nature, they would dress it up a little bit. They might wear suspenders. Probably would wear suspenders to keep their pants up. Nowadays we have like belts, and they had belts back then too, but suspenders were more or less used to that fashion. And then they would have like their leather boots that would look very much like mine, but they might have like a lower thing. It wouldn't go as far up there. Like, yes.
What would the men be doing while the women were cooking?
All right. So if women were thought of to tend the house more, tend the children.
1 second, Marie, if you wouldn't mind maybe facing away from the wind,
Away from the wind. Okay, we're going to attempt this. Is this better?
A little bit, yeah.
All right. So if people were to, does this help at all? No? Okay. So what would men be doing if women were here cooking a good part of the day? They would be out on the fields. They could be, working the farm, working the fields, planting, plowing, harvesting, depending on what time of year we're talking about. They could also, if they were involved in some sort of trade, they could be a blacksmith or a carpenter, which a blacksmith works with metal, carpenter works with wood. They could be doing something of those trades as well. And I'm going to rotate my pot here. So it cooks evenly. Not all coals are created equal. I'm just going to use my hook and I'm going to rotate it. I'm rotating the top part, and that way hopefully everything evens out in my cooking. I'm also going to just use my hook here and move this around a little bit as well.
How long did the logs burn for you to get the coals as hot as you wanted?
I think I started this about an hour before I started cooking. And I'm just cooking one pot that has like, I didn't even count how many rolls I had. Less than a dozen. And it's bread. So it's not like I'm trying to cook meat or anything. So I didn't have to start it that long before, but probably about an hour or so, I think. All right. So this is my handy fire, one of my handy fire tools. It has a little hook on the end that I'm not going to touch because I just stuck it in fire. And that helps when I'm trying to like pick up the thing here, like the lid. Oh, and see, so, oh, they're looking really good. Peeking, you have to peek a lot at your things. They're almost done, I think. They need just a little bit longer. They're gotten to a golden part, but I want them to get brown around the edges. Oh yes, but then also this is a multifaceted fire tool, because not only does it have the hook that I can use to lift the lid and such, because I am not going to touch it because that is full of coals, and I can use it to lift this because that's going to get really hot. It also is hollow, and I can still stand a large amount away from the fire and blow, because it's a fire blower as well. Whew, I just got some smoke in my eyes. But it's helpful that I can stay at least this far away from the fire, around the fire pit, but also blowing into it, giving the fire that air helps stir the coals, stir the fire, and make sure it doesn't go out. Right now, I didn't really care about my fire going out because I'm not going to be using it after I do these coals, or use these coals, which have gotten hot enough from the fire. So I didn't necessarily, otherwise, if I was going to keep using this fire, that's when I would have shoveled these coals down and out of the fire and left the fire going, and I would have stocked it with more wood to keep the fire going, to keep coals going, so I would have it for the next meal. But since that is not the purpose of our demonstration today, I just spread the fire out. We're going to be putting it out anyway afterwards, and then stuck the pot down there. Yes?
What other types of meals can be cooked in an open fire in a Dutch oven?
Oh, almost everything. I feel like a Dutch oven is like a catch-all of great pots and pans to have. I've cooked stews in Dutch ovens. I've cooked meat in Dutch ovens. I've cooked bread in Dutch ovens. I feel like bread is probably the best in a Dutch oven. Like you can technically cook anything in Dutch oven. I've cooked meat more in like a cast iron skillet before, if you want to kind of like fry it or cook it like that. But yeah, pretty much you could try anything.
Do you have any tips and tricks for new people to open fire cooking?
Yeah, so let's tips and tricks to open fire cooking. Trying to think like what would be like what I would say. What would be like the best advice I would have. Let's see. Depends on like where you're cooking it. If you're using like a fireplace, like the hearth, because it's called like open hearth cooking, it's not necessarily like fire cooking, is raking the coals like from the fire in the fire pit out to the hearth and then cooking them on the hearth. For some reason, that blew my mind when I took my open hearth cooking class. I was like, oh wait, we don't cook over the fire, we cook over the coals? Like, wow, like that makes sense now that you say that. But like, in movies and stuff, you always see people over this large fire cooking, but not necessarily over that. Check on it a good bit. It takes a little bit of experience to know, like, I think this hot of fire is going to cook it that fast. You always want to keep an eye on it. I think if there's not like you can set a timer and then walk away and then go back to it at this point. So just keeping an eye on it, not catching yourself on fire, staying a safe distance. Oh, that's good.
What about tending to the coals of the fire? Any advice there starting?
Okay, so starting a fire, that's a whole thing, is building different types of fires to get different types of results. So like I said, if I was going to try to keep this fire going, which I'm not, raking the coals out of the fire, so shoveling the coals out of the fire, and then keep wood on it constantly, letting it burn down, and then also you want to keep the coals in the fire until you're ready to use them. So you don't want to be like, oh, well, I'm going to use these coals later, because if you shovel them out of the fire, then they're going to lose their heat, and they're not going to be as good. Coals are always good for starting a fire. If you have like coals from the last fire you did, like we had some in the fire pit, I scooped them all up and I stuck them in the middle of the fire I was building, because they're good to catch fire again if you have those coals. Fat wood's also really good for starting fires if you're trying to do it the old-timey way, unless you're not using like modern starter fire. Fat wood catches very nicely. It's always kind of fun to also see the sap boil out of it. I was amused by that when I started my fire today. So I would suggest that.
What other resources would you recommend to folks that want to learn more?
To learn more about open fire cooking,
Or how did you learn?
so I learned from a woman named who taught me almost a large amount of what I know about historical fashion and cooking, Miss Martha. I volunteered at, it's called Stately Oaks Plantation. You can still go visit it. It's down in Jonesboro. And they had an old cookhouse, and we had a cooking class that she taught a large amount of us how to go do it. So honestly, I would recommend finding someone who knows what they're doing and then just asking them everything, asking them to teach you, or figuring out if there's a class somewhere that you could go to. I'm sure you could also find videos online. Townsend & Son has good cooking videos, but they're more colonial America, and they have a wonderful setup that doesn't sometimes involves an open fire, but sometimes they have built their own like oven, which is really cool, but not necessarily same fire. Foxfire Museum?
Yes, they have lots of classes.
Foxfire Museum has a lot of classes, I am told. I have not experienced that, but you can also go look that up. I'm going to check on this again. Oh, it's so close.
We want to know more about the types of desserts that were back then.
Ooh, all right. So types of desserts. What would you have? You could have like cakes or pies or puddings. So pudding, like we think of today, is like kind of like the gelatin, jello stuff. Pudding back in this time, like if you think of like Give Us the Figgy Pudding from the Christmas song or Christmas Carol, Christmas song. It's a different, it's not like the pudding we think of today. It's more, it has more substance and more fruit in it. I think down at the governor's mansion in Georgia, which the old governor's mansion that is, it's one of the most wonderful examples of Greek revival architecture I've ever seen. And they have their kitchen in their basement interpreted. They have a bunch of fake food. One of the most impressive to me was they had this giant pineapple cake that would take up, it's bigger than this table. So things could get very lavish. They would have like, this pineapple cake had like sugar, like that type of that sugar that like gets hard, and then you can make decorative things out of it, like that kind of frosting. covered in different types of things. And this cake was to emulate a cake that Queen Victoria had at her court. So large cakes, pies, different things of those natures would be desserts. Yes.
Is there anything that was made during this time or became popular during this time that we still have today?
The Victorian era created lots of different trends and foods that we then still hold dear today. I can't think of any one specific food that like just exploded during this time that we still like really love. But around this time, potatoes were a large topic because you have in the 1840s, 1850s, you have the Irish potato famine, which had become such a staple in their diet, and then a lot of other large political factors that led to this this famine, but one of which being the blight of the potatoes. The potato being such a staple of the diet and such a good hearty vegetable, root vegetable. That's one thing that I could think of, like the potato. Of course, the potato came over from the New World to the Old World when we had all the trade started back in the 1600s. And that had then become like a staple of the diet that just carried through Europe. I still love eating potatoes, so I guess to today. All right, I think we almost might be done. I'm going to check them one more time because we're getting so close to them being done. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take this off. All right, I think they're done. I'm going to leave this here because we're going to let that cool off for a bit. I'm going to go ahead and shake these off and leave that there. All right. They turned out being more like rolls than biscuits, but I think that's okay. I like those better anyway, which are very fun. I can't lift this up to show you right now. Or maybe I can. Let's see. If I can use it like that. All right, there we go. Oh, thank you. All right, so that's the end result of this biscuit making over the open fire. As you can see, there's not really a flame left. It's just the coals that are producing their heat. And then having it over and under. They smell delicious. I know you can't smell them through the camera, but they smell wonderful. There's nothing quite like cooking in a Dutch oven. Even if you cook in like cast iron today in your own oven, there's a different flavor to it. Because you have to like season the pan and all of that stuff. And then also cast iron kind of contains and holds the flavor of whatever was cooked in it before, maybe 5 times before. And I feel like it just kind of adds. It's just fun. So, let's see. Yeah, they're kind of like a nice golden. They didn't get brown on the edges like I was kind of thinking they might. But I'm not mad about that. They're still pretty good. So let's see. I'm going to check the bottoms to make sure they didn't get like burnt. Oh, no, okay. There we go. It has like that perfect little golden brown on the bottom. And then here we have it on the top. Hopefully you can see this a little better now. We kind of did this little like cracking thing, but that's okay. This type of biscuit, you could be used in traditional Southern breakfast. You have like biscuits and gravy, and then like some type of like ham or bacon, like some type of pig meat with breakfast. Works back then as it did today. Oh, this is an interesting experiment. So remember I just showed you the one thing that looked almost like perfect on the bottom? Well, okay, this one's burnt. because you do not, this is a lesson in not all fire is created equal. Even that's why I tried to rotate it, because some spots are going to be harder than others. But this is just burnt. This looks like a charcoal, but obviously not all of them are burnt, which is a fun thing that's different from open fire cooking, from like cooking today. Because if you stick a sheet of cookies in an oven today and you forget about them, they're all going to be burnt. Over this, one could just be cooked almost perfectly like the one I showed you, and then one can look like that. Which is just, you know, it's a fun, different experiment. And yeah, because one side looks really good, and then one side is more done than the other. Like they're all edible. But it's just fun lessons in open fire cooking. It's not all going to be the same cooking temperature by any means.
All right, well, we'll have to end it there. And if you wouldn't mind letting people know that we will be rolling out digital memberships soon.
Ah, yes. All right. So thank you so much for coming today. If you liked this and are interested in seeing more cooking demonstrations, let us know in the comments. We'd like to go back and read those. I'm Marie Walker. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope to see you next time.
A lot of folks ask me what it's like to work here, and I love it, but there are some things that take getting used to, especially when it comes to actors.
Our liberty must be maintained, preserved, and inspired for all time.
All right, Glenn, it's time for a sound check.
Who? Surely you mean President Adams.
See what I mean? Excuse me, President Adams, we need to do our sound check.
Sound check? Why would you check my sound? Are you some sort of tyrant? Again?
All right, we're good, Mr. Adams.
President!
Glenn!
Genius's sorrow's child.
Hey everyone, Libba Beecham here, director of the Cottrell Digital Studio at the Northeast Georgia History Center. I've been with the History Center since 2017, and it has been such a rewarding job. I remember when we first began our live Zoom webcasts with students and teachers all over Georgia, and feeling that we were really on to something special. When the pandemic hit and we had to close our doors in early March, it was a strange feeling because we were concerned for sure. As a nonprofit, we rely on our on-site educational programs, our events, and of course our visitors to sustain us. But at the same time, we were more than prepared to start offering virtual programs for the public from day one of our closing. And for 10 weeks, we offered live stream programs every weekday. Our very first being a live stream with Girl Scouts founder Juliette Gordon-Lowe, portrayed by yours truly, with an audience of over 400 Girl Scouts and their families. And since we've reopened, we've offered free live streams every Wednesday and members live streams every Friday, thanks to our new digital membership option, which is only $3 a month or $35 a year, by the way. Our audience has grown so much since then, and the response to our live stream programs has been so positive. I speak for all of us at the History Center when I say that you have helped us make the most out of this challenging time. By watching our programs, participating in the chat, commenting, emailing, calling us with your kind remarks, writing us letters, you really do help us realize the value of the work we do here. Today, I am asking for your support in another way. Your donations today go toward furthering our mission, and any amount is appreciated. And there are lots of great thank yous for your donation. So please give today at the link below, or you can call Leslie over the phone at 770-297-5900. Stop by or mail us a check to 322 Academy Street Northeast, Gainesville, Georgia, 30501. Thank you so much. And as they say, the show must go on.
Hey there, everyone. Welcome to our next installment, World War II Trivia. But before we get into this fun game, want to give you an update on where we stand with our donations. You can see what did I call it earlier? The bleeper bar. The beeper bar up there. The beeper bar up there. We're at $704, almost a quarter of our goal, but that's not entirely accurate, is it, Libba?
No, because we have had folks call over the phone, and so far we have raised $225 from our phone donations, and one of those, our most recent one, was Marianne Burke, who donated $50. Thank you so much, Marianne. That is awesome.
So that means if you tally those together, we're almost a third of the way there, and feels like we're just getting started. This day is flying by. We're having a great time. We hope you're enjoying having us playing in the background, right in front of you. We're still going to be here for a long time. But right now, what we want to do is go to one of our favorite things that we have with our homeschool groups and with some of our Wednesday broadcast, a trivia game via Kahoots. Libba,
Yes.
You're the master of this. Can you tell them exactly how they can participate?
Indeed. So on the screen, you should see the Kahoot. That's the way we're going to do our trivia. So Kahoot is a website. You just go to www.kahoot.it. And the best way to do this is to really have two different devices or two open tabs, because you want to watch the live stream to see the questions. Yes. And then you're going to use a separate device or a separate tab to input your answers. So once you go to kahoot.it, it's going to ask you for a game pin, and you see it right above. That is the game pin, the 5204899. And then you just type in your name or a team name if you want to go that route. That's totally fine. So we're going to give everyone a few minutes to join, and whoever wins the trivia is going to get a digital membership to the Northeast Georgia History Center. And if you're already a member, you are welcome to gift that to a friend or family member.
So wait just a minute, Libba. For just a few minutes of fun, they could experience a year's worth of history programming?
That's right.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yes, and of course you're also free to simply watch our trivia game. And in fact, it looks like this might be too intimidating, Glenn, because we don't have any players yet.
What?
So maybe I'll be the one player, because I gotta admit I haven't brushed up on my World War II trivia in a while.
It's been at least 6 months, right?
Yeah, well, yeah,
Since you read all those World War II books.
Well, I did portray a Rosie.
That's right.
For our live stream. That was probably one of our March live streams, or one of the earliest ones.
It was, yes. She's a great Rosie the River. You wouldn't believe it. So that was a lot of fun.
It was really fun because we got to learn about the Bell Bomber plant in Marietta, Georgia. And I wasn't familiar with the plant, and I was amazed at one, just how gigantic it was. It was like its own little city in a way. I mean, the size of this plant, where they were making B-52 bombers.
B-29.
B-29, thank you.
You're thinking of the band.
Oh, that's so funny. Is there even a B-52?
There's a B-52 bomber that was that they're still using. Actually, it started in the late 1950s, since B-52. But they're still using it in the U.S. military. It is the longest-lasting airframe in all of military history. That's neither here nor there. But the B-29 in Marietta was a very significant part of Georgia's contribution to the war effort.
I see that one of our viewers says that the pin isn't working. Maybe I have had it up for a while, so maybe I need to refresh this. So let me work on that for a second. But Glenn, for those of us, for maybe our younger audiences who haven't studied World War II in depth, can you sort of give us at least the, in a nutshell, version hey Glenn, how did World War II start? So I'm going to try to get this working for us. So just a moment.
Okay, yeah, sure. So World War II is currently, and has been for a while, very popular in terms of what we think of as our popular consciousness, partially because it's still within living memory, right? Lots of us, we're losing those veterans and those who experienced World War II at a fascinating rate. But there for a while, they were sort of our dads and our granddads, and some of them didn't talk about what they did in the war, their experiences, and there's a lot of interesting reasons for that. But World War II was, well, a world war and was the largest single conflict that humanity has ever experienced on this planet. As a result, it's going to be a big part of our history, a big part of our collective memory and consciousness. So, but why? Why just something that's a conflict going to be so big? Because it had huge, long-lasting effects on our respective nations, especially here in the United States. It sort of set us up as a world power. It started the Cold War, and it kind of put America on top and thrust us onto not only the international scene, but international leadership for decades. And so the effects of that politically, economically, socially, nationally are still with us today.
All right, looks like that new game pin is working. We've got Olivia and NJ Mayer. Welcome, guys. We've got Mr. Banana in the UK. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, you know, one of the really cool things about about doing these live streams is that we actually do have a few people outside of the United States that join us, which is just so neat.
There was Dan from Wales, wasn't it?
That's right. Yes, there was Dan from Wales, and there was someone in the military that was watching. I can't remember what country it was, but definitely wasn't the United States.
Right, right.
So that's been really neat too. So let's give everyone maybe another minute or so to join our trivia. I see people are joining. Welcome, Ruthie. Excellent. Welcome, Kristen. Yeah, so we got some folks joining.
Great. I wonder if Olivia is Olivia.
I wonder. I know. Is that Olivia who sent us a letter? Let us know in the chat. Now, Glenn, I see you've got some items there on the desk. Do you want, while people are joining, can you tell us a little bit about that helmet you got there?
I certainly can. Let me pull this over just a little bit. So, you know, here's it's an American helmet. It's a GI helmet. Technically, it is the M1 helmet that was developed in the United States really began general issue in 1942. It's an interesting shape, and it has come to symbolize America's involvement in World War II, and we used, our military, our infantry especially, used this helmet design from 1942 up until really the early 1990s with only a very few small modifications like in the chin strap, but therefore this helmet style came to be the icon, if there was any single icon, of the American soldier in combat, not only through World War II, but through Korea and Vietnam and through much of the Cold War. And it consists of a shell. I'm not sure we want to take this off, but it also has a liner inside of it. So there's the metal liner, the metal shell that's made of a manganese-based steel. It is not bulletproof. It's meant to protect your head from shrapnel and things from falling from the sky, but not a direct hit. But it does severely decrease the number of battlefield casualties they had. Inside is an adjustable liner so that each soldier could individually fit this to their head to fit properly. And there's a chin strap to sort of buckle it under your chin. Most GIs in World War II actually didn't wear this helmet buckled under their chin. They would buckle it on the back and just sort of put it on their head. There's a lot of different reasons for that we won't go into right now because Libba told me I have to stay on topic. But just wanted to share with you this helmet. Again, it's kind of that American icon. And this one seems to have belonged to an officer. You can see this little white dot right here. That means a lieutenant. That means this person's probably going to be in charge of a platoon of about anywhere from 30 to 40 men. So I sort of wanted to pull this out and sort of have this symbol of America's participation in World War II here nearby. And I also have, now, those of you who are joining us, I hate to do this, but I'm going to give you a spoiler. Germany does surrender. We do win the war, right? But here's a great newspaper. The way people got news, either from the radio or from newspapers, and some of those war-over newspapers are some of the most moving. And you can really see, if you start to flip through these, you can get a lot of information, not just about the war, but about what society was like at the end of the war. What are the ads for? Are there ads? What are the want ads? What jobs are still available? What kind of goods are being sold? What kind of goods are not being sold? So a little trip a little detective trip down a 1940s newspaper can give you a lot of hints into the past, especially if you read it with that very fine magnifying glass of historic inquisitiveness. So I wanted to have that here with us too to kind of give us that idea. That's
awesome.
In a nutshell.
Nice. Very well done. All right. So it looks like we've got 8 players. And just keep in mind, players, that there is a stream delay. So what that means is that you want to answer when you see the questions on the live stream, what you're watching right now, screen. Because there is a delay, whichever device you're using to answer is going to have the answers before you see the question. So only answer when you see all of your options on the live stream itself. All right, I think we're ready.
We're ready, and so watch that. The answers could be tricky.
Yes. Okay, so let me get these instructions out of the way. Here we are with our Kahoot players. We've got Terry, Hawkeye, Jen, Kristen, Ruthie, Stella, Mr. Banana, Olivia, and NJ Mayer. So let's get started, players. And if anyone wants to join, you can join mid-game. And of course, you are always welcome to watch. All right, here we go.
All right, so question number 1. What was the longest battle of World War II? Was it Battle of Midway, Diamond, Battle of the Bulge, Circle, Battle of the River Plate, or Square, Battle of the Atlantic? So you see we've got all kinds of time to make sure that delay works, but make sure you get your answers in, because the quicker you get your answers in, the more points you get. Mm-hmm. But you have to listen to the question and make sure you're giving the right answer, because nothing is so wrong as a wrong answer.
I see those answers are coming in, so we'll give everyone enough time, but not enough time to Google anything.
Oh, yes. No cheating, everyone.
No cheating. No,
this is a fun game.
We trust our players. All right, we've almost got all those answers. I believe we have 8 players, so we'll give them a few more seconds.
Okay.
And just to go over the answers, we have red, Battle of Midway, blue, Battle of the Bulge, gold or yellow, Battle of River Plate, and green, Battle of the Atlantic. Also goes by shapes. Now, I see we've got 7 answers in. I'm going to give our other player, if they are still playing, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Most folks got this wrong. The answer is the Battle of the Atlantic. So it looks like a lot of people answered Battle of the Bulge. That did last a few weeks. The Battle of Midway actually only lasted about a day. But the Battle of the Atlantic. So what this means is the struggle for control of the shipping lanes in the Atlantic. That's a very, very important part of it, because especially once the U.S. gets in the war, those supplies have to flow back and forth across the ocean. And, of course, the German U-boats have the control of the sea lanes. They're trying to sink those transport ships, and there is nothing more important to Great Britain especially than to get those supplies in. So this lasts until from 1939, from before the United States was involved, until Germany surrenders in 1945. And it is an ongoing, continuous battle.
All right. And you still got a chance to be in the lead, since nobody got that one.
That's right.
But that's okay. Right. That's okay. All right, here we go.
In which battle did the Axis powers lose about a quarter of their total troops on their eastern front? Was it red, the Battle of Leningrad, blue, the Battle of Stalingrad, yellow, the Battle of the Bulge, or green, D-Day?
And those answers, because I believe on your input devices, it's just the shapes and colors.
Oh, is it just the shapes? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's the shapes and colors.
Okay.
So in case anybody needs the shapes, we have a triangle, Battle of Leningrad, diamond, Battle of Stalingrad, circle, Battle of the Bulge, or square, D-Day.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, we need our own question music.
I know.
Of course, I've been listening to our telethon theme over and over and over and over again, so I can just
That's right. Liva's pupils are bouncing up and down in time to the music.
All right. Oh, nice even spread across the board, but we had 2 players get that correct. And it was the Battle of Stalingrad. Let's learn a little bit more about that after we see who is in the lead.
Absolutely.
And it is Stella, followed by NJ Mayer. Awesome. Great job. All right. So let's learn a little bit more.
Yeah, so the Battle of Stalingrad was one of the bloodiest campaigns in human history. It was a blow from which the Axis never recovered and marked a turning point in the struggle to liberate the Soviet Union. Now, the entire invasion of the Soviet Union by the Germans was something that the Russians, quite frankly, were not prepared for, and the Germans swept through. Hitler himself said that attacking the Soviet Union would be like kicking in the door to a rotten house. The entire thing would come crumbling down. And the Soviets did incur most of their casualties during the war in this first 6 months of battle. But they got to the River Volga, and at Stalingrad, the Soviets knew that they had to hold. And going into 1942, this was the major German effort of the war. And it was beyond description huge. There had never been armies this big involved. There have never been casualties like this. And by the end of it, the Soviets had captured or destroyed about 1/5 of everything the Germans had built in their army for the last 3.5 years. So it was a tremendous blow to Germany, not only to their material ability to carry on the war, but to their international prestige as well. From up until Stalingrad, the Germans were always advancing. After Stalingrad, pretty much the Germans were always retreating. That's how big a turnaround it was.
Wow.
So let's go to our next question then.
All right. Next question is...
What was the name of the B-29 bomber that dropped the first atomic bomb on Hiroshima? Was it Triangle Enola Gay, Diamond Fat Man, Circle Little Boy, or Square Lucille Ball?
I think I can at least narrow it down just a little.
Perhaps a little. The answer may surprise you.
May surprise you. All right, let's see. Let's let them get their answers in. We've already got 1 answer in.
2.
2, 3, 4.
I didn't realize how mussed my hair was until I just looked at myself in the monitor.
All right, and...
So the correct answer is the Enola Gay. Now, Fat Man and Little Boy were the names of the 2 respective types of atomic weapons, but the Enola Gay was the airplane. So let's see who got that right and now who's in the lead.
Ooh, NJ Mayer coming to the lead, followed by Stella and Ruthie. Very good. All right, so let's learn a little bit more.
So the Enola Gay was piloted by Lieutenant Colonel Paul Tibbets, and it was the plane that dropped the first atomic bomb on Hiroshima August 6th, 1945. This was the first use of atomic weapons in anger, in warfare, and was something that the United States had been developing mostly because they were afraid the Germans were going to develop a bomb. And you have to understand that atomic weapons are a paradigm shift in power, in the actual destructive ability with industry coupled with science, and we'll get more into this in one of our other questions.
All right. Next question.
What was the code name for the Battle of Normandy? Triangle, Operation Omaha. Diamond, Operation Overlord. Circle, Operation Tiger. Or Square, Operation Old Dog.
I don't know which one it is, but I like the name Operation Old Dog.
Operation Old Dog. I feel like that's me trying to get up every morning. It's Operation Old Dog. Sometimes it succeeds, sometimes it fails.
Yeah. All right, we got 2 answers in. 3, 4. All right.
Only a couple more. They're pondering
They're
it.
thinking about it.
Or Googling it.
No.
My dear technical son would say, I'm not Googling it, I'm Yahooing it. And you didn't say we couldn't do that.
Like father, like son.
Like
I'm
father,
sure,
like
yes.
son, I suppose, yes.
All right, we'll have a few more seconds. We've got 6 answers in so far. And they're thinking. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see what the answers are. Okay, most people got that.
Operation Overlord. So let's see who got those answers, and then we'll learn more about it.
All right. Oh, nice. So NJ Mayer is in the lead and has the highest answer streak of correct answers, having 3 in a row, followed by Stella. But Mr. Banana in the UK is coming up in the ranks, I see.
That's right.
All right.
So Operation Overlord was launched on 6th of June 1944 with Normandy landings on 5 separate beaches. There were 1,200 planes, airborne assault planes, that preceded an amphibious force of over 5,000 ships. This was truly America's largest effort in the war, and the British also played a very large role. The British that day would be attacking 3 of the beaches, while the Americans would be attacking 2. It's the culmination of much of what America had been trying to achieve, and Great Britain for that matter, in trying to open up a front on the actual continent of Northwest Europe and strike directly into the heart of Germany.
All right, next question.
What English codebreaker created a machine that helped to decrypt Nazi messages? Was it Triangle, Stephen Hawking, Diamond, Sir Nicholas Rode, Circle, Alan Turing, or Square, William Whittaker?
Oh, that was a quick answer. We've already got one answer in. Did you choose these photos or did Marie?
I think Marie chose these
they're
photos.
great, yeah. Okay, we got 2 answers in. 3, 4.
Getting there.
Yeah. And of course, for all of our viewers, you can also take this opportunity to make a donation
That is
of your
correct.
choosing.
That is correct.
The link for the donation is in the description of our YouTube live stream and our Facebook live stream, as well as the comments if you look back. All right, I think we're down to 6 players now.
Okay.
So I'll give mystery play. Okay, there, yay.
Yeah.
Okay, so a few people got it. It
That's
was
right.
Alan Turing.
Alan Turing.
Very cool. So let's learn a little bit more about Alan Turing after we see who's in the lead now. Oh, nice. So, NJ Mayer, you are still in the lead, but Mr. Banana in the UK is making a comeback. And NJ Mayer has a streak of 4 correct answers in a row. They know their history.
Is that what the flame is?
Yes.
Because they're on fire?
They're on fire.
Nice.
All right. And then I also want to point out that Hawkeye Jen is also coming up in the ranks, so great job. All right, let's go to our answer.
So Alan Turing played a pivotal role in cracking the intercepted coded messages, especially in trying to decrypt and decipher the Enigma machine. And this is a big part of the Battle of the Atlantic because it was through Enigma that the Germans were sending codes to their submarine commanders, letting them know where the convoys were, when they were leaving, when they were arriving, when to attack. And as crucial as that Battle of the Atlantic was, having that inside information was incredibly important to the Allied victory. Now, if you want to know more about Alan Turing, there are a couple of great books, but if it's still up, and I think it is, there's actually a fantastic movie about Mr. Turing that is available on Netflix.
Oh, yeah, I've been meaning to watch that.
I can't remember what the actual name of it is.
I can't either. I'm sure someone in the chat
Maybe
will let
someone
us
in
know.
the chat can share that. But it's a really good movie with Benedict Cumberbatch playing Mr. Turing.
Oh, yeah, yeah. All right, let's go to our next question.
Where was the first atomic bomb tested? Triangle, New Mexico, Diamond, Nevada, Circle, Arizona, or Square, Montana?
Now, I don't know this, but these all seem like plausible places.
Right.
So, we'll see.
They're going to test them far away from anything else.
Yeah.
Because it's an atomic bomb.
You know?
And that's the interesting thing. They were having there were 2 types of atomic bombs, Fat Man and Little Boy, as we've already discussed. And they used different methods to create the fission-based explosions. They knew one would work, so they didn't have to test it, but the other one they needed to test, and this is the one that happened in, I almost said it.
Oh, we've got 7 answers in. Okay, so only 2 people got that one. New Mexico. It looked like a few people were guessing Arizona.
Arizona. That's a fair guess.
Yes. All right, so let's see who's in the lead now, and then we'll learn a little bit more. Oh, nice, Ruthie. Way to rise in the ranks there. We still got NJ Mayer in the lead, followed by Mr. Banana in the UK. All right, so let's learn a little bit more about those testing sites.
Right. So the first atomic bomb was successfully tested at New Mexico's Alamogordo Bombing and Gunnery Range on the 16th of July. Now, this is where, out of New Mexico, was also where the entire project was trying to develop the atomic bomb. This is where the scientists were. It was incredibly super duper, can't believe it, top secret. As a matter of fact, it was so top secret that Vice President of the United States, Harry Truman, didn't know about it. And when Franklin Delano Roosevelt passes away and Harry Truman becomes president, that's when he, in effect, finds out the details. And it's Harry Truman who ends up giving permission to use the nuclear weapons against the war with Japan. So, surprise, Vice President of the United States, super top secret.
Wow. All right, next question.
What agreement signed on September 27, 1940 created the Axis powers? Was it Triangle, the Tripartite Act, Diamond, Triple Alliance, Circle, the Axis Pact, or Square, the Treaty of Versailles? The Axis powers, not to give too much away, being Italy and Germany and Japan, the bad guys, if you will, of World War II. It looks like people might be having to think about this one.
Yes, I think they're thinking about this one.
This is I think the hardest question on the quiz.
Okay, we'll see who gets it. We've got some answers in.
Because this is esoteric, quite honestly. Do you know this one?
I don't. Only one of these is even familiar to me. So we'll see. All right, we've got 7 answers in. I'm going to give folks a few more seconds. And I do believe we only have 7
I think we've got
players.
7
Yeah,
right now,
so let's see who got it. Oh, a nice even spread. Only one
Oh my
person
goodness.
got it. I wonder who that was. So how do you say that?
The tripartite.
Tripartite.
Yes.
I felt like it was a hint that it was that one because you knew how to say it. That doesn't seem made up. All right, let's see who's in the lead. Nice. All right, so NJ is still in the lead, followed by Mr. Banana, but Ruthie is making their way up in the ranks there. So
That's right. It looks like Ruthie's the one who got that.
Oh, so, nice. Yeah, I guess so. Good job, Ruthie. All right, let's learn a little bit more.
So the act was united Japan, Italy, and Germany to formalize the Axis powers. And again, this is an agreement where they came together for the purposes of mutual self-defense. And this is in 1940, however. So at this point, they kind of already know what's going to happen. They all have their different schemes of how they're going to carry out the war. And it's important to remember, too, at this point, Germany also has a pact with the Soviet Union that they will not attack each other. Of course, Germany breaks that one. That doesn't make the Soviet Union a part of this particular alliance, but it does sort of implicate them until they get attacked. And then they go to the allies of specifically and primarily the United States and Great Britain by the beginning of 1942.
All right, and I see that it looks like one of our viewers may have been having some trouble with the delay. Just keep in mind that there is a stream delay, so whatever device you're answering on is going to be ahead of us.
Right.
So wait until you see all of the questions on the screen before you answer. I do hope that helps. Sorry for any confusion. All right, let's move on to our next question. So this is question 15.
What research and development project produced the first nuclear weapon during World War II? Was it Triangle, the New Mexico project, Diamond, the New York project, Circle, the Montana project, or square the Manhattan Project? And I bet a good amount of people may get this one.
All right.
Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, I think I know this one. All right, we've got one answer in. 2, 3,
There it
4,
comes.
5, 6. Let's see about that last player. All right.
Oh,
Yes.
most people knew that one.
That's what I was going to guess.
Yes.
I'm like, I've heard of that. All right.
You've heard of it now. You'd never heard of it in 1944.
That's right. Or did I? All right, so let's see who's in the lead. NJ is still in the lead, but Ruthie is on fire with a 3 correct answer streak. Very good. And Mr. Banana is second, but there's still time. We got 5 more questions.
That's right.
All right, so let's go on to question. Oh, we're doing our answer this time.
Oh, yeah. So, the Manhattan Project was the overall United States government effort to create a nuclear weapon during World War II. And it wasn't just New Mexico. It wasn't, just the scientists working on it. It was the entire thing. There was also a plant in Oak Ridge, Tennessee that was super secret. It was a huge plant, and yet it was top secret. And most people, the vast majority of people who worked there, didn't really know what they were working on. They had a job where they went into a factory. They, for example, said, there's going to be something that goes by your window every 5 minutes. We want you to write down what this meter says as it goes by and turn that into the end of the day. Don't talk to anyone about this. Don't talk to your wife or your husband about it. Mum's the word. If you get found out, you're going to jail. Here's your clipboard. You will do this for 2 years. and so, no one really knew what was going on. The Manhattan Project turns out to be the biggest, most expensive part of America's effort in World War II, especially when you tie it into the assumed delivery device, the B-29 bomber. Designing and building the B-29 and the Manhattan Project together constitute a huge chunk of American money and effort in World War II.
All right. Next question, 17.
After World War II, Germany was divided into how many occupation zones? Triangle 13, diamond 4, circle 8, or square 3. So it's got to be one of those.
It's got to be one.
It's got to be one of those.
So let's see.
See what people say.
Yeah.
And while we're waiting, again, if those of you who are watching, if you want to play, that's fine. If you don't want to play and just watch, that's also fine. But don't forget our ticker up there where
That's
we're
right.
trying to get some donations. Because believe it or not, this trivia program is one of the ones that we use pretty regularly in a lot of our homeschool and classroom activities because it's engaging. It gets the kids going. It lets them participate in a give and take situation where they can not only look at the answers and guess at the answers, but get a little bit of information about the answers, just like we're doing with you.
Oh, they love it. All right, so 4 people got it correct, and it was 4.
It was 4, that's right.
So let's see who's in the lead now. So we have NJ still in the lead, followed by Mr. Banana, but Olivia Burke is making their way up in the ranks. So
I think
great
that is
job.
Olivia.
I think it is Olivia. Hi, Olivia. Olivia is one of our super fans.
That's right.
And we're a super fan of Olivia.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's learn a little bit more.
So after World War II, Germany was divided into 4 zones of occupation: the British, the American, the French, and the Soviet. Now, the American, the British, and the French eventually become West Germany, and East Germany becomes East Germany. And this leads to this makes Germany one of the central areas of focus, conflict, and friction during the Cold War period, because Germany had been the bad guy for 2 world wars. And in both of those world wars, they had invaded the Soviet Union and caused millions of casualties, lots of damage. And so the Soviet Union wants a buffer state. They don't want Germany to become powerful enough to do this again, right? They've done it twice already. So that leads to this part of Europe, Germany, becoming a huge focal point. No matter what else is going on around the world, Germany and Berlin is where the Western powers and the Soviet Union really come face to face in a lot of different ways. The Berlin Airlift, the Berlin Wall, the reunification of West Germany, and of course, Germany doesn't actually come back together until, I guess, formally 92, something like that. 91, 92, 89. It depends on how you count it, but right there around 1990, it takes them, what is that, 40 years plus to become a new country again.
Wow. All right, next question, number 19.
On which beach did the Americans run into a firestorm of resistance during the D-Day landings? Was it Triangle, Utah, Diamond, Juneau, Circle, Omaha, or Triangle, Blue?
Square blue.
I'm sorry, Square Blue.
You're a historian. You don't have to know shapes.
Shapes is geometry, and geometry is math.
Yeah.
That's my excuse anyway.
Oh, goodness. Oh, that's...
What happened?
I honestly don't know. That was strange.
That's no good.
Sorry, folks. That's never happened.
There's no way to go back, is there?
I don't know. Let's see if I can. Okay, resume. No need to answer this time. Okay, so, well.
Nope.
Oh, sorry, folks.
Oh, no.
Well, I guess, let's see. If I go back, let me just see. Okay, resume. No! What? Oh, my goodness. Well, I guess it just skipped ahead. I'm so sorry, but Ruthie is in third. Mr. Banana's in second, and our winner is NJ.
Mayer.
Oh, well, I mean, that was quite a bit of trivia anyhow, but I'm sorry, folks, that it skipped ahead of us. It seems like we have our own little tech issue, but great job, though. We have 3 awesome players, and of course, all of y'all are awesome for playing. But NJ, if you are not already a digital member of the Northeast Georgia History Center, you have just won a digital membership. And
Yay.
What I will do is I'm going to, you just need to either message us. If you're watching on Facebook, you can just message us on Facebook, or you can email us, and I'm going to put the email in the chat right now. But also, congratulations to Mr. Banana and Ruthie, and thank you so much for playing. So let me put our email address in the chat so that, NJ, you have a way to contact us so we can get you that digital membership for You Are a Friend. Congratulations.
That's right. And if you like this, sometimes we do something every week on Wednesday for just the general public, and sometimes we'll do these trivia games. So if you want to keep an eye on getting programs like this participation in the trivia game or lots of other stuff, like us on Facebook and follow us there, and we always keep our events up to date on that. You can get your notification. I almost said warnings. You can get your notifications that we're going to be doing some of these programs. Most of this stuff is also on YouTube, but now, NJ, that you're a digital member, you're also going to have access to a lot of exclusive things. And if anyone out there wants to become a digital member as well, it's only $3 a month or $35 a year, and you can go to our website. And I think there's also a link on our Facebook page that can give you the information for becoming a digital member. And if you also want to help get that beeper bar up there moving forward, we're doing really great on our goal. Thanks everyone for being such great supporters of this and other programs. We are excited to be here. We're going to be here all the rest of the day and deep into the night until tomorrow morning. So we hope you'll keep an eye on us. There's a PDF you can download to get a full schedule of events. You can also click on the link and look at all the different tiers of giving. We have things from $5 all the way up to $1,000. And for each one of those tiers, you get something special, including one of my personal favorites at $100 or more, your Northeast Georgia History Center mug, delivered right to your door for a tasty hot beverage of your choice every single morning.
That's right. So I'm putting our donation link as well as the link to our program right now just did it in the Facebook chat. I'm going to do that as well in the YouTube chat. So here we go. And everybody said that was fun. I'm so glad.
Yeah.
Sorry for the tech issues, but I'm so glad y'all had fun. Great to see you back, Terry. Terry's one of our super fans as well. Jennifer, thank you so much. Tim from the UK, thank you so much for joining us. Ruthie and, of course, Olivia. Oh, and I see that let's see. I just saw that one of our Ruthie is from. Of course, I was curious. So Meyer and Ruthie, thank you so much for playing. Meyer and Ruthie are from our Homeschool Connection program. So thank you so much and great job. No wonder you were so good.
Yes, no doubt.
Yes. Okay, guys. So our next program is a really great one. Marie is going to be taking us on a tour of fashion history with fashion through the centuries. Now, we got a lot of mannequins to set up.
That's right.
So I'm going to play a video. Now, this is a really fun project we did earlier this year when we did a live stream about the history of Les Miserables, the musical. And if you want to know the real history of Les Mis, then you are about to learn in a very fun way. So enjoy this video. We're going to get set up for Marie's Fashion Through the Centuries. And again, please donate what you can. The links are in the chat and in the video descriptions.
Right. We will see you in just a minute.
All right.
One more time. Another day, another misbelief. This never-ending thing called history. These people seem to know one thing, yet it's not said when you may think one more time.
I did not know until today. This is not a revolution.
One more time.
This musical's a rebellion. An obscure event of old now. One more time for everyone.
Will the world ever know?
One more time for those who don't care. Oh, the historic timeline.
And I swear this all is true.
It's a different century. One more time before the street.
It's June of 1832.
At the barricades of freedom. Historians everywhere are screaming.
Do you know your history?
Do you know what year it is? It is 1832.
One more time, it's a rebellion in Bourbon restoration, beginning the July monarchy. That still is a lot of blood.
Napoleon is dead, has been for a while.
We still got a king, so that's kind of wild.
Yes, it still is France, and we are in Paris. Most of this is fiction, get the facts straight, please. One more time for information. This is not the reign of terror. There's a new rebellion, 'cause this is France. Do you hear the historian sing?
It is
1832.
one time
Napoleon is
more.
dead, has been for a while.
We still
Got a king, so that's kind of wild. Yes, it still is France, and we are in Paris. Most of this is fiction, get the facts straight. It is unknown until today. This is not a revolution. We want you to discover when Les Miserables is really sad. One more time,
Wrong revolution!
Aww.
Fashion Through the Ages with me, Marie Walker. Today I will be taking you through a very large span of time in an hour. If we make it, I'm sure we will. I just love talking about historical clothes so much. All of the ones that you have seen today have been made by myself. And we're going to be starting with the German Renaissance. Now, I have chosen this one to start with because this is indeed styled in the German Renaissance style. You'll notice I call this almost like the classic princess dress because you see a lot of princesses wear styles like this. You might notice that this looks a lot like Disney princess's Snow White. Snow White is a German princess, and therefore, the tale is from Germany, and therefore some of the styles are very much emulating the German style, especially of the German Renaissance, when we think of those princes and princesses and castles. Also, you might think of Rapunzel, the Disney princess Rapunzel, also a German fairy tale, also has some very similarities to this dress. You see there's like the cross lacing here, little bits of the poof sleeves. Are the poof sleeves focusing okay? Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
good. So we have a poof here with, I'm sure there's a fancy name for this. I call it my like lattice work of the sleeves. Here, so here's like, these are all little strips, all individually hand sewn. Hand sewn with a sewing machine, but I cut them all out and had to sew them, and it was quite the ordeal. And then the same thing down here as well. Now, I am starting with this one because I'm also going to tell you the difference between a historical outfit and a historical costume. This is one that is very historically based, but it's actually a historical costume because it doesn't function like the historical garment should. So the rest of these are what I would call historical garments, like historical reproductions of actual dresses versus historical costumes. Historical costumes look a lot like the historical outfit, like the actual historical dress, but they don't necessarily function the same way. They might have a zipper up the back. They might like fasten differently, but still look very similar. Other ones you might see, in the Halloween store that, vaguely look like a time period, possibly. So the reason that this one is indeed a historical costume instead of a historical reproduction of a garment is because the cross lacing here is actually, it's not functional. It just is decorative. And actually it has hook and eye tape up the back. And that is like the one reason why it is not a historical reproduction. Also, it's made with upholstery velvet instead of actual velvet, which is, again, another reason why it would be a historical costume versus a historical reproduction piece. But other than that, it very much captures the style. Also, I made this without a pattern because I didn't have a pattern for the German Renaissance. Another reason why it doesn't function the way it should, because I just looked at pictures to figure out how to make this and then pieced it together. But it gives you a good idea of the representation of the style of the German Renaissance. There's also the North German Renaissance, the Southern German Renaissance. There's like all of the pieces of the Holy Roman Empire, because Germany didn't actually exist like it does today. That's a whole nother topic. So this one is kind of a blending of all of those styles. I made it off of a painting that was indeed from the German Renaissance that did look a lot like this. But so that's just something to kind of note. And also I think the Renaissance time period is also incredibly fascinating because you still have very distinct garments from out Europe. So as Europe goes on and becomes more interconnected, the styles start to mold together a little bit, but there are still things that are more popular to wear in perhaps England than they are in Germany, than they are in France, than they are in Spain. But the Renaissance is still very much a time where that you can very distinctly see very distinct differences within European cultures as well. Today we are going to be talking about historical fashion, starting with the German Renaissance, but going through the Edwardian era, which is the early 1900s. And these are all predominantly European or American clothing. So it's not necessarily encapsulating the entire world, but just perhaps more European influence of those garments. So that is the representation of the German Renaissance. And then we are going on to what is sometimes known the Jane Austen era, the Regency era, the early 1800s. So quite a leap there, but for today, that is what we are doing. If you would like to see some more outfits and hear some more about historical context behind all of these outfits, you can go to one of our other live streams that we did about historical fashion, where I talk more about Tudor England fashion. There's far more 1700s that fill in this gap here before we get to Regency. So I didn't want to show those dresses again in case we have our wonderful repeat viewers who want to see both, to give you a flavor of something new today. But if for all of you who are interested, well, what happens between these two? Go check out our other live stream. So this is Regency era dress, early 1800s. You can tell it is early 1800s because of this empire waist here. It looks very straight. It is to look like a column, really. That is the goal, is to look like a column. Here we have the long sleeves. This one has more of a rounded neckline. This as well is, so this is what I think is really interesting about the Regency era for headwear. This is a bonnet I made that is more Regency-esque, but also it is worn over a cap, which is far more 1700s. Far more 1700s, mid to late 1700s, this cap. One could wear it with the Regency era dress and it wouldn't be too far out of place because, of course, we don't throw clothes away the moment that fashion changes, and that would be even more true for historical fashion. But also, you might not want to just wear this because, again, fashion has changed. You might seem a little more old-fashioned. So if you layer it with a new bonnet, your head stays extra warm and you are a little bit more fashionable. Now, what I think is interesting, there are several different styles of Regency bonnets. This is one that I made off of a painting. I also didn't have pattern for it. I just kind of winged it. But this one, what does this remind you of? Little House on the Prairie bonnet, doesn't it? But Little House on the Prairie bonnet, Little House on the Prairie is far in the future of this. So I to myself, I have thought, why do we distinctly think of this shape of bonnet in the late 1800s when it really didn't exist in the 1800s? And like, where did it even come from? So I think it came from like a Regency inspired bonnet that like we see here. Of course, it's not worn like Little House on the Prairie style. This one's like farther. Anyway, it looks kind of different, especially within the context of Regency. But anyway, I just think that's a really interesting thing. Sometimes, again, with fashion, when costume designers are doing period pieces, we see some blending of eras and centuries, and sometimes it works out okay, and sometimes it just leaves people confused for like 100 years. But, you know, that is why we are here, to shed light on what actually happened. So this is a big difference, the Regency era, from what came before it. What came before this was really like those big Marie Antoinette dresses. You have the panniers, you have the pocket hoops, you have bum pads, you have like everything going on down here, and then you drop it all and go to a column. Why? Why would you just like do a total shift? Because up to that point you can kind of see like the evolution, like there's always a lot happening with the skirts. There's like slight modification, and things don't change as fast for literally anything, and that includes fashion. And then you get to the 1800s, you have industrialization, you have fabric that is far easier to make than it previously was. So you have fashion changing faster and faster and faster and faster and faster until today, where we have fast fashion where you go to the mall and the styles have changed every 2 weeks. Which is a whole, again, I could do a whole live stream on just that too. But one of the really interesting things about this time period specifically is this fashion change also reflects the great social change that was going on. And there is always a connection between historical fashion and historical social change, especially as we learn more and dive deeper into the role of women's history, of social history, and not just focusing on, military history, which is great. We just had a whole World War II trivia, but as we do the flip side of that, looking at the social history, including fashion history, which can fit into that category under social history. We learn more about fashion and its relationship to the social history, which I think can just be really well seen here, because this is right after we have the time period of revolutions. We have the French Revolution, we have the American Revolution, we have kings coming down all over Europe, and that is the big grand pannier dresses go away and are replaced instead with a far simpler silhouette, a much freer silhouette reflecting the new freedom and social ideals that people are experiencing around the world. And also because all the people like Marie Antoinette, well, she lost her head, so you don't really want to dress like her anymore, because you don't want to lose your head. So that would be preferable, is to not die. So that's one of the reasons why the drastic change of social history. There's actually like this very interesting style, which is called a la guillotine, where people would kind of emulate what one might look like before they were to go to the guillotine. That means that the hair would be cut short. They would wear like a scarlet ribbon around their neck. It's quite risque. It's kind of like the goth or punk of the Regency era would be, or the late 1700s, early 1800s. It didn't go that far into the 1800s because the guillotine kind of faded from public memory. In a historical context it never had, but just from a practical standpoint of those people. So that is one of the reasons for this look, for this column. It also looks like a Greek column, like a Roman column, which people around the world, especially with the social change, America kind of sees itself as like this new Greek or this new Rome with democracy springing forth. So it's kind of harkening back to this a little bit. And we see this in this look is a little bit more of the Greek. And the Roman, sometimes we see like drapes around this, which kind of look more like a toga or a chiton. If you ever get invited to like a Greek toga party, that's completely historically inaccurate. The Greeks did not wear togas. That was the Romans. The Greeks wore chitons. So you can be that annoying person at your toga party and tell everyone how they're wearing the wrong thing. Now, on to the 1840s. So we're skipping over the 1820s, 1830s, which, 1830s is a whole wild ride of fashion. I have not actually personally made any 1830s dresses yet, but when I do, I will be sure to share them with you, because there was a whole lot going on in the 1830s too, like social revolutions. There wasn't as many political revolutions as there were here, but social revolutions, social upheaval. And when we see social upheaval going on, we also see sometimes more wild fashions, until you get to like a tipping point, and then you kind of see fashion resets itself, which is very interesting, kind of like what's going on here. So in the 1840s, we have a rebellion against the wild 1830s. So we have a very sober, very nice silhouette here. This is actually, if you were with us for the last historical fashion live stream, you actually saw the bodice of this, because I had not quite finished it yet, but now here it is finished, so ta-da! I finished it! Which is, I did a lot more hand sewing on this than some of my other garments. Some people might say, well, it's not historically accurate if you didn't hand sew necessarily everything. Well, if you are close enough to see what my stitches are, then you are too close to me, and you need to back up. But this one, just for my own personal enjoyment, I did more hand sewing, especially with the ruching here. It just could not be done with a sewing machine without crushing this beautiful gathers that I did here. And I didn't want to sacrifice the beauty that should happen here with the hand sewing that with a machine, because I would just look too modern. Of course, there are some things like the inside of the skirt seams. Those are all machine sewn because no one sees them, and there's no point in that, spending that much time on it. If you have that much time, that is fantastic. I do not. So the 1840s is a really, like I said, it's a rebellion against the wild 1830s. This is also when Queen Victoria comes to the throne, so we have a shift from her uncle, who was kind of more indulgent and perhaps sometimes seen as reckless. And you have Victoria, who wants to have like this very prim, proper, heir to her, especially because she's 18 years old when she takes the throne. So sometimes when you're younger, you kind of have to like look more dignified to like get more respect. I'm not sure if that's necessarily what's happening as a whole with the fashion of the 1840s, but it could be one of the goals why Victoria did not continue with the ridiculousness of the 1830s, as fun as it was. So in the 1840s, we have a far more toned down sleeve. The 1830s had these giant sleeves. 1840s, far more toned down, but we do have a two-piece here. So you have like this little decoration, if you can call it that. So it's a little bit more like I have a cap to the long sleeve here. We do have this, I think it's very elegant ruching. It's like a fan bodice here, which means it's very much gathered. And then it has this ruching. It has a very long torso. So this covers like very much the whole torso. The natural waistline is right here. And then it comes down to the hip, which is very interesting and different because, as you can see, 40 years ago, it was way up here, and then it kind of started to go down and down and down until it hits the 1840s, and then it starts to go back up, as we'll see in a moment. And then it just kind of goes up and down and up and down and up and down for the rest of ever. So this is when we still have the beginning of industrialization. Fashion is not changing as much. You can kind of more gear it towards different decades. But of course, there's a large amount of overlap between these as well. So one style doesn't completely fade away at the beginning of a new decade. They kind of blend and blend and blend until you get to the middle, and then it blends with the next decade. So you have transitionary pieces as well. But like I said, this is the 1840s. These are cartridge pleats. I also did these by hands because I thought it would be fun to figure out how to do those, because those are very historical skirt style. So it's a gathered skirt, but it's cartridge pleats, which are a particular type of pleat. And this one, it fastens in the back. It has hook and eyes that go up and down the back. And then you have the skirt here. It would have a little bit more fullness to it than you see on the mannequin, but I only have so many petticoats and I needed some of them to wear with my outfit today. So just know that the skirt would be fuller by just a tad. The 1840s was a time where they had not yet found the hoop quite yet, so there would be just a large amount of petticoats, and you would have starch petticoats. So there would still be a fullness to the skirt that you don't see here. Right now it's just kind of limp. But just, if you can use your imagination with me, there would be a starch petticoat, which would bring a fullness to the skirt, but it's not like as full as my skirt. It's not a hoop skirt yet. But we're building. We are building to the hoop skirt in the 1840s with a large amount of petticoats. It was actually because people would wear so many petticoats to the point where they were like, getting wrapped all around their legs, and it was hard for them to move. And that's kind of how the hoop happened, because with the hoop, you can achieve far more volume with not nearly as many petticoats as people were wearing to try to achieve this silhouette with this. Because it's impossible. I mean, it's fairly impossible to achieve this much girth of a skirt with just petticoats. I'm sure it is, you could, but then you would have also waistband, and you don't want to have a bunch of fullness right here, because you're pretending your waistline is down here, so you don't want necessarily to have that fullness. So that is an interesting part of the 1840s. This would also have a collar with it. Was not able to accessorize all of these dresses, so they're really just the dress. They're not necessarily accessorized as much as they would be, considering that they're mannequins and they don't have heads. So next up, we have this beautiful dress here. So this dress right here is representing the 1850s, the late 1850s, if you will. Now you can see there's quite a difference between the 1840s and the 1850s, but not too much, really, if you think about it. So pretend the skirt's just a tad fuller. We hit the hoop in the 1850s. Early 1850s, You still have a whole lot of petticoats. The hoop starts to really come into its own in the late 1850s. We still have a longer bodice. As you can see, this is a double pointed bodice. So it still has that illusion of a longer bodice. We have like a little cap to the sleeve like we have here. But here we have pagoda sleeves. They are these large full sleeves with undersleeve. So an undersleeve actually, it is not connected to the bodice. It can actually come out from the bodice. So that way if you're doing something and you get your cuffs dirty, well, you don't have to take off the entire dress or wash the entire dress. You can just, treat that one little spot there on your undersleeve. So if I show, this would also have a collar that goes with it, but again, like I said, accessorizing mannequins is hard. Another reason why you can tell that is 1850s or late 1850s and not necessarily 1860s, even though there is a lot of blur and overlap. The reason why I would classify this as more 1850s is, well, one, because of it looks like a little bit of a longer bodice, and that was still going on in the 1850s. I would also say it's because of the skirt. The skirt here, you can see it's two pieces. There is this top part, and then there is a bottom part to the skirt, both gathered. And that was really popular in the 1850s, like those big ruffle skirts, like when you think of Scarlett O'Hara in that opening scene, she has that skirt with just all the ruffles down it. Well, that would be a very 1850s style of dress, which you really didn't see in the 1840s or necessarily 1860s. It was very an 1850s style choice. Of course, people would wear that on into the 1860s, especially if you are in the South and you are blockaded and you cannot buy more fabric, you would just wear what you had. But from a stylistic standpoint, if you're talking about high fashion, which a lot of that, this is what we're talking about today, is very high fashion. It's for people who were wealthy enough to afford being able to keep up with fashion trends versus the working class who would have working dresses, like you saw what I was wearing in the cooking video just a couple hours ago. That would be the type of dress that a working woman would wear, and that would be for basically like the mid-1800s. The style is very similar. It is a work dress. It is not concerned with being fashionable. It is concerned with being practical.
Oh, we have, just wanted to let you know, we have a donation.
Yay!
So Stella and Harrison, thank you so much for your $15 donation
Thank
towards
you.
a mystery history basket.
Ooh.
And Stella and Harrison say, thank you so much for all of the homeschool connection classes. We love the time travels. And Stella says, I love Miss Marie's pink dress for the fashion history.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We love having you as part of our homeschool connection. It is a joy.
It really
is a joy.
is. All right, thank you so much, Stella and
Yay,
Harrison.
thank you.
And we also had an anonymous donor
Ooh.
for $10 that says that we are the best. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
All right, back to some fashion.
Yes, back to the 1850s. We'll time travel to 1850s. So yes, that's another way that you can tell that is 1850s. Now, this is fun. This is just a construction standpoint here. You don't want to waste all the pretty blue fabric because the pretty blue fabric costs way more than this white cotton fabric, which is honestly, it's probably a bed sheet from Goodwill that I found. So, in all honesty, that's probably what it is. If you're interested in doing sewing things and you want just like white cotton fabric or white cotton fabric for anything, go look at your local Goodwill. It's far cheaper, more sustainable, win-win. Yes, so that is how, this is the secret to how this is made. It is pleated here on the bottom, and then it goes to the ground, and then it has this overlay of this skirt. I have gold braiding on it. It kind of reminds me very much, sometimes I refer to this as like my Navy dress because it kind of looks like a Navy officer's outfit a little bit. That was not intentional in my making, it just kind of happened. But I thought it was really interesting. And then of course this is also pleated, and then we have some nice darts there which make it very, very fitted. Yes, but those are some of the traits that make it 1850s more than 1860s. The two-layer skirt, the little bit of a longer bodice, large pagoda sleeves, of course. those also continue into the 1860s. So the dress that I'm wearing fits in right about here. Oh no, I'm going off the screen. So the dress I'm wearing would go right after the 1850s. So this is really a late 1860s dress, if you will. We have like still a pagoda sleeve, but it looks a little different, you can tell, than these. These are a little longer, a little fuller perhaps. You're still trying to go for that hourglass shape very much here, with the sleeves are off the shoulder. My sleeves are still off the shoulder because I'm still in the 1860s. But the sleeves are off the shoulder. You're trying to create the illusion of a small waist with large sleeves and a big skirt. We're still doing that here too. This is a mid to late 1860s dress. This is a very hot pink dress. As you can see, it also has like these fun lapels that just kind of happen down the front of the dress. This would be a very high style, this is very new. Some people, I went fabric shopping with a friend one time, and I was looking at this really pretty silk, and I was like, oh, this would make an amazing dress. It was this lovely like plaid colored thing, and they were like, really? They would wear that back then? I thought they just all wore like brown burlap. But I was like, no, they had pretty dresses too. In the 1860s, like I was saying about the Industrial Revolution, you have all these far new scientific discoveries, and one of those is about dyes. So you have this explosion of color, particularly in the 1860s, and this is actually one of the new color of dyes that they would have in that time period. Oh no, okay, she's okay. I just hit her with my hoop. So this is like mid to late 1860s if we're doing it. This is actually a tucker. It's like or what sometimes people would call like a dickie. Perhaps today it's, I'm not actually wearing a blouse, even though I look like I'm wearing a blouse. This does not attach to my sleeves. These are undersleeves. So a little fashion mystery there, but this, if I, get my hair greasy or I eat something and it falls right here, I don't have to wash my entire dress. I just wash this little front. I think the correct word for it during this time period would be chemisette, which basically means like a little shirt. Another thing that I would have on is, of course, my chemise, which is like my undershirt, pretty much. And then I have my corset, my pantaloons. I have an under petticoat, and then I have my hoop, and then my skirt. And I could wear another petticoat, of course, over my hoop. I probably should. That way you just make sure you don't see any of the rungs of the hoop through the dress. So throughout the 1860s, you see this is a very bell-shaped hoop. This is also a fairly bell-shaped hoop, but during the late 1860s, it moves a little bit more to like an elliptical look than straight-on belt. But mine is really more of a, yay, we have another donation!
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jeffrey Kyle, for your $5 donation for the raffle in the apron raffle.
Yay! Fantastic. So this would be mid 1860s to late 1860s. Of course, not everyone would have like the exact most fashionable hoop that you could have during that time period, because of course the nation just had gone through a civil war. Lots of areas are devastated economically and socially, and you would just wear what you had. So the next stopping point in our fashion history timeline would be the soft bustle era, which is right here. So basically you can tell this looks a little bit like my outfit, but just without the hoop. So we have this, sometimes this is also referred to as the natural bustle era, and this is it's like a natural form, really. It's like it's just your body. You aren't having like a hoop, or in the 1880s we will actually get to a bustle that is like makes your butt look really big. It's like a whole bustle cage. I think we're actually planning on doing a program about that in the next couple months, where I do a whole like getting dressed in that time period and go through all of the underlayers. You get to see all the underlayers as well as the overlayers, and as I talk more in depth about that one particular era in history. So if you want to see an 1880s bustle dress, make sure you become a digital member, or please donate so that we can continue doing all these wonderful live streams for y'all. But the really interesting part about the natural era bustle form here is honestly the back is the most interesting part. We're going to, oh no. All right, so see, here we have the back. So here, I'll just hold her up. This is it's elongating, it's very long. And then we also have all this fun fabric here in the back that is just kind of tucked up. So the front is not as interesting as the back in the bustle era, or the natural form bustle era, if you ask moi. I think the back is far more interesting. So this one is a dinner bodice. We can tell it's more of a dinner bodice than perhaps a day dress, because it does have a lower neckline in the front, and also it has shorter sleeves. It just is, even perhaps to this day, it's more acceptable to show more skin later into the evening as you are going out to a fancy party or something versus going to work. Same back then, same principle. Also, they had no sunscreen and needed sun protection more during the day than at night. So from a practicality standpoint, as well as from a societal standpoint, is why one would do that. So I think this is just a really interesting form of bustle here. So we have just like a black underskirt, and then we have this fun bustle drape in the back. We also have, and then this is what it looks like in the front. It's just very flat. It's very flat, kind of still looks a little, I think it looks a little bit like mine. You have more of a vest-like bodice going on, but then, of course, party in the back. It's kind of like a mullet. It's a mullet dress. So, again, it's very elongating, very much, this is just the body with some fabric draped over it. You can kind of almost see where they just let down the hoop, and then they just kind of pulled all the fabric to the back, and we're like, well, we have to do something with it before it drags on the ground, and then they did this. It's kind of what it looks like. Yay, we have another donation!
Oh, thank you so much, Jennifer. I live in Florida Panhandle, but stumbled across your Facebook page today. I love what you're doing. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's so nice of you, Jennifer.
We really appreciate it. All right, now I'm going to attempt to get through. Here, now you get to see some of my underclothes. Okay. Whoop.
And one of our digital members programs was we called it Victoria's Secrets,
Yes.
because you got to learn about undergarments. So if
Yes.
you become a digital member, you can still access that program as well.
Yes, it was very much like this time period that I'm wearing right now. And I started out in my panelettes and chemise, and then I took you through getting dressed as a Victorian lady in about the mid-Victorian era, which is 1860s, which is about the time period that I'm doing right here, right now, or that I'm dressed in right here, right now. So that was, putting on shoes and stockings, and what does the corset look like? Because corsets are different throughout history, and then they're different than stays, which were like a 1700s thing. So like corset, petticoats, hoop skirt,
Didn't you have like 7 or 8 layers or something?
It was like, I think it was 8 or 9.
8 or 9
depending
layers?
if you counted like socks and shoes as layers or undersleeves as layers.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on how you would like to define a layer exactly. So it's a good time. Become a digital member. We have a lot of fun. So last but certainly not least, and then we can check the chat if we have any questions, and I can just chat a little bit about fashion history some more. This is, I think it's just so fun. It is a early Edwardian bathing dress. So this is like the ancestor to your swimsuit right here. That is what we have going on. So swimming has not always been a popular activity. for a really long time, people have been scared of the sea and didn't go to it. It was not like a vacation like we had today. People might go to the seaside, but it was to kind of like walk along the shore. It was not to go swimming in the ocean. People didn't necessarily know how to swim. It wasn't like, we're not water creatures exactly. We're more like land people. And for a very long time, people had a very real fear of sea monsters. If you read the Odyssey or the Iliad, there are a large amount of sea monsters, which for a long time people did indeed believe in. And also, even to this day, some people still have a very strong fear of the sea. One of my friends, I didn't know until I went to the beach with her, was indeed very afraid of the water because you can't see it. So people have a very much of a fear of what they can't see, and in the sea. You can't see in the sea, which is kind of ironic. But once we get to about the mid-Victorian era in the 1860s, that's when we start to see people becoming more interested in going to the beach as a recreational activity. We see people being more interested in getting into the water as well, not just to go to the beach to take in the air that they thought, the good sea air, the good sea breeze that would be good for your health, but also to go splash in the water. And that's really what the early swimsuits were doing. So this is not like, go swim a marathon, you're going to be the next Michael Phelps dress. This is I'm going to wade daintily into the water, and then I'm going to splash around, and then I'm going to go out. That's that's what this dress is really about. Of course, if you do want, people did try to swim in this dress. I actually have taken this dress to the sea and tried to swim in it. There is a video on YouTube, which if anyone has interest to, we could probably link. But
yeah, actually, let's go ahead and give
Maria. Oh,
Maria.
You want to watch it?
Let's give Maria a shout out at least.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna put the link to Marie's Historical Belle YouTube channel, which is just so great. I've watched a lot of the videos too, and it's just so much fun. So it's Historical Belle. You can hear me typing in there. I'm going to put that in the chat for everyone. And while we're paused, I also want to give a big thank you to Lorraine. Oh, and we just got another donation. So we have Lorraine Smith, who said, love this place. It's helped us stay sane during the pandemic. Please enter 3 raffles for Marie's awesome apron. Good luck with that. That sounds awesome. Thank you for those raffle tickets. And we just had another donation. Let me refresh my page so I can actually see who donated, and that was let's see. Oh, Melissa. So, thank you so much, Melissa, for your $10 donation. Melissa says, I live at the Jersey Shore and had you do a virtual program from a Girl Scout troop. Yes, that was so much fun, Melissa. She says, my girls absolutely loved it. I love everything you offer. Thank you for your energy, sharing your history knowledge, and finding a way to make Northeast Georgia History Center go virtual. Oh, thank you so much, Melissa. That means the world to us, and I had such a blast with your Girl Scout troop. Yes. All right, so let me get that link for Historical Belle in the chat, and do feel free to ask Marie questions.
Yes.
She is here to answer your questions live.
Because if you want to see the making of the Renaissance dress that I showed first, the 1840s dress, or this dress here, if you want to see like me step by step cut out fabric, sew it together, what patterns I used, you can go to that YouTube channel and actually like see the process and see me frolic about at the ocean in this dress, which was a lot of fun. Honestly.
It was a lot of fun, yeah. So that link is now in the chat, folks. So be sure to subscribe to Marie's channel.
Thank you. So we have that going on as well, if you would like to go see that. But so by the time we get to the 1900s, we have more and more people who are interested in going to the sea. We have more people going into the water, and you need more of a proper dress to do that. First bathing dresses, because it was still considered improper for women to show a lot of skin, so you had to have but you also couldn't wear pants because you were a woman. There was a whole lot of factors going into this that would, what is a bathing dress? also, which is really interesting, is bathing dresses also to me look a lot like what you would consider a reform dress, or a bloomer dress, because you had like the large bloomers under the skirt, which kind of coincided there. So a reform dress was made popular by Amelia Bloomer. She was credited with popularizing the reform dress, which was indeed basically a dress like this, but it had longer bloomers under it during the mid 1850s when I was talking about how there were so many petticoats it was hard to walk around before the hoop came into fashion. Well, that's when the reform dress was popular, because people just got tired and fed up of petticoats. And they were like, you know what, this is just, I can't do this anymore. I need something different. And that's when the bloomer dress came into popularity. So the bathing dress evolves until we get to about the 1900s. And then even into the 1920s, you still have like longer bathing suits. But of course, with the 20s, after World War I, you have a whole lot more social change going on there as well. So dress lines come up and all that. So this is like the last, what I would consider bathing dress era, is the Edwardians. This is actually a two-piece. So there's like a jumpsuit under this. So you can see here it has, these are the bloomers that go under it. So here's one leg and here's the other. This one's not connected. The other one had to go through the pole of the mannequin. So here's the other one. And that's all connected to the top portion here. And then the skirt is actually a separate piece that just goes with this. It has like a sailor collar that you can see here in the back. This was very popular. It's like a sailor collar. It like looks what like the Navy had worn at that time. So you also have the popular colors for these dresses. A lot were blue. Again, it looks kind of like Navy uniforms. Darker color. Oh, she's okay. Darker colors and things like that. But very much had a nautical theme to it. For gentlemen, they also had bathing costumes. Sometimes theirs also were all one piece, kind of like the jumpsuit like this, but a little different, or sometimes it could be two pieces. For gentlemen's,
Oh my
whoa!
goodness! Wow, thank you so much to the Howe family for your $100 donation. Oh, they say thank you so much for the wonderful programs, and I believe I caught the tail end of that saying that they were from our Girl Scouts troop. So thank you so much.
You. We have some awesome Girl Scout programming coming up. I think we're meeting Juliet Gordon-Lowe a little bit later this evening, so be sure to tune in for that. That's so exciting. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, and that's right. At 6 p.m. Eastern, you don't want to miss. You can meet Juliet Gordon-Lowe. Ah, yes, okay, I see. The Howe family found out about the History Center through Girl Scouts. So much fun. Oh, thank you so much for your generous donation. We so appreciate that.
Thank you. We appreciate that so much. Yeah, so I think that pretty much covers bathing suits. For gentlemen, they would have stripes. That was the popular fabric for the gentleman's bathing suit, was stripes. And then also you would still wear a corset while bathing. This would be called a bathing dress. So not like a swimming dress or a swimsuit, but rather a bathing dress, because you were going to go bathe in the ocean. You would still wear a corset. It would be a different kind of corset. There was a specific corset for bathing. Because remember, like, corsets are kind of like bras. They're there for your support, not just to make your waist look small. Sometimes it does do both. But really, they were more of a functional support garment than any type of shapewear. Of course, they can also be shapewear, but that's up to the wearer is how they wear it. So that you would still have like a bathing corset. You would also wear like socks, like long stockings, and shoes. This is for modesty as well as sun protection. Gentlemen, of course, they did not wear like stockings and shoes all the time. Sometimes they would have bathing shoes. Sometimes, even to this day, people still wear like bathing shoes into the ocean because you don't want to, cut your feet on shells or any of the other sea things on the sea floor. But yes, people would wear bathing shoes back then as well. So for women, for modesty, and I mean, it's a double win because it's also sun protection, and sunscreen had not come about in the early 1900s yet. Would also wear that. And sometimes, even to this day, people don't wear sun protection. So,
Should we see if folks have any
Yeah,
questions?
let's see if you
All
have
right.
any questions about any of these dresses that I've made, the construction of them, the fashion history behind it, the social history behind it. I'd be happy to answer any of those.
Now, Mary, I've been curious about the materials
Oh,
that
yes.
you would find. Now, were there trends when it came to materials as well, or was it basically just the same kind of materials over the years? Like, what was the clothing made of?
So that depends on like what the purpose of your garment is. If you're doing like a work dress versus a ball gown versus something that you are going to wear to a formal dinner versus something that you are going to sleep in. So there weren't necessarily, I would say, quote unquote, perhaps trends behind fabric for, but there were for particular garments, if that makes sense. So, I wouldn't make a work dress out of a silk. I wouldn't make a ball gown out of cotton. I mean, you could, but it wasn't necessarily like a good idea or popular to do so. But if all you could afford was cotton and you wanted a ball gown, well, I mean, you could make it out of that. But it wasn't a popular thing to do. So I would say it was, there were trends of popularity in what you make certain clothing out of. So for ball gowns, for fancy dresses, you would have more like silks and satins and taffetas. And for work clothes, you would have cotton and linen and broadcloth. Of course, all of these would be natural fibers. Synthetics don't come in until a little bit later. Wool. Wool was a very popular fabric for working people, and of course there would be different types of wool. There's worsted wool, there's uncut, unbleached wool, which play a part in a lot of different dresses and styles. It was used a lot in working women's fashion and working men's fashion, but also perhaps more prosperous people would also wear wool, but perhaps for different things as well, or cut into different styles. Velvet was also a thing. Velvet, we see velvet dresses like in the German Renaissance. In the Renaissance, we see velvet dresses. We don't really see a little bit, I would say, Renaissance into the 1600s. Some people might argue that the Renaissance does indeed go into the 1600s as well, or the tail end of the Renaissance. But we don't see that many velvet dresses going into the 1700s. Some still exist. But by the time you get to the 1800s, you don't see a whole lot of velvet dresses. That has not as popular. You see velvet moving into accessories. There are a lot of velvet accessories, velvet capes, velvet caplets, but not, or velvet trim on dresses. That becomes a thing that is a trend. But you don't see as many like full-on velvet dresses. So that kind of dies out, especially when you have linen. Linen has always been a popular fabric, going back hundreds of years. But in the 1700s, you see still like a lot of linen dresses. My hat's falling. By the Victorian era, you don't see as many linen dresses in like nice dresses, if that makes sense. So you'll see perhaps like a linen work dress, but you're not going to see a linen ball gown. You're not going to see, unless it's a very, very fine linen or a fine muslin. Ooh, muslin got very, very popular in the Regency era. You actually even hear about that in a Jane Austen book. They're like, oh, well, he knows his fine muslin, and he gets it from India, because India had then just been starting to be colonized, and the East Indian Trading Company with Great Britain. So then you have fabrics, the textile industry of India, which was huge, still is today, coming into Great Britain. Well, actually, it was huge, and then it wasn't, because Great Britain kind of took it over, and then has come back.
And we have a question. Heather would like to know, how long did it take you to make each of these dresses?
Ooh, okay. Good question. They all take different amounts of time because they do different amounts of work. This German Renaissance here, this dress, I made it out of upholstery fabric. I also only gave myself 2 weeks to make it because then I was going out of the country and I wanted to take this dress. The reason I made this dress on a personal note was because I got accepted into my school study abroad program at Oxford. And Oxford is one of the most beautiful towns I have ever seen. It has gorgeous historical architecture, which I am a great fan of historical architecture. I'm pretty sure we've done a couple live streams where I just talk about old buildings, and it's fantastic. Be sure to check those out too. But I really wanted to have a dress to wear to celebrate, just going to celebrate and commemorate going to Oxford and being around this historical architecture. So I decided to make a German Renaissance dress because a lot of those colleges, the one I was going to is Trinity College. That's where I lived and ate. And that one was founded in, I believe, 1533. So I wanted a dress that was somewhere around that time period. But then the chapel was built in the 1600s. So I wanted a dress, but I also needed a dress that would not take up so much room in my suitcase because it still took up a lot of room in my suitcase and I regret nothing. But that's why I decided to go with this instead of like a Tudor dress, because a Tudor dress it felt like it was more fabric that I did not have room for. This one, because I made it out of upholstery velvet because it was far cheaper than actual velvet and I was on a budget. So this one, it did take me 2 weeks, but I had to wrestle this because like my sewing machine would not always accept the thickness of the upholstery velvet, and I ended up breaking my needle several times. I actually started hand sewing it, and I bent several hand sewing needles, so it was quite the challenge. I would also say this is, at the time of this dress's completion, it was one of the most challenging dresses that I had made because it has so many parts to the sleeve, and also I didn't have a pattern that I was doing. But I still made it in about 2 weeks. A dress like this one is far easier to make because it is a column that has almost no fullness. It has fullness in the back. Here we have some, there are more fullness in the back, there are more pleats. That was very popular. So you want a very flat front, but then you want a full back. Which was also popular in 1700s when you have like the robe a la Française and things like that. So this took like almost no time. This was far easier to do because you just have like I could literally count the amount of pattern pieces that we have. Here's 1, here's 2, here's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's like 9 pieces to this dress versus this one that had the sleeve has 43 pieces. This one has 9 total. So this one takes far less time to actually make. And also, usually you don't line skirts, but you line the bodice pieces. The skirt is like half this dress. The bodice is very, very small. So lining the bodice also did not take nearly as long. And I'm just fussing with this now since I moved it. There we go. Because it has like this nice little like tuck pleat going on in the front here, which makes rooms for the bust. All right, this one took me a lot longer. This one I was working on it on and off as well because I was also doing school and such. This one took me like a couple months, honestly, because I was doing so much of it hand sewing. So machine sewing versus hand sewing, it cuts like the time so much if you do it by machine versus hand. But like I said, to get some of these details correct, I had to do it by hand versus with a machine. Because you can't, it's physically impossible really to do cartridge pleats that I have like around the skirt here by hand. It was almost, it wouldn't have the same look if I did like the top fan bodice with a machine versus by hand. So this one, it took me a whole lot longer to do it by hand versus by machine. Like I said, I was working on it on and off for about 2 months. The one behind me here, I made it such a long time ago. I honestly don't remember how long it took me to make this dress. But the 1860s, 1850s, that's really where I started with my historical fashion journey. I kind of started there, and then I worked forward and backwards as I please. So I'm far more familiar with the silhouette, with the pattern shapes. I think I've made about 9 American Civil War 1860 dresses that are about like this shape. This is one of the earlier ones, so I'm sure it took me a little longer than it would today. But if I had to guess for those I can, especially if I'm using a machine and I've done it so much where I just know how to do it. I have a lot of confidence in knowing how to make it. Versus this 1840s dress, like I said, it took me 2 months, but I had also never made an 1840s dress before. So there were still a lot of techniques that I had to research, a lot of like, am I doing this right? Because I wanted to try to get it fairly historically accurate. Of course, there's no like, since we are modern people, there is no like getting it like true historical accuracy. We can't like go back to the 1840s and make a dress, but we can make it historically adequate. And that is definitely what that is. It's very historically adequate. So for this, I could, not this one necessarily, because this one has, it's a fancy dress with the 2 parts. So this one I think I could get done in a couple weeks if I was working on that, especially if I just had a whole weekend to dedicate to that. Could knock it out with like within 2 weekends, working on it within the week, if I didn't have a lot going on in my own life as well. This dress, I actually made it for a play I was in high school. I was Helen Keller's mom in The Miracle Worker. So Helen Keller's story takes place, or it begins, right after the American Civil War. It's a really interesting and inspiring story. If you have not seen or read The Miracle Worker, it's also a fantastic play, just a piece of theater by itself, and movie, as well as just the story of Helen Keller. Very interesting from a historical standpoint. But that Helen Keller story really starts in the 1870s, right after the American Civil War. So as her mother, they're a very wealthy family, they were able to, hire a full-time woman to take care of their daughter. I made a very nice bustle era dress. This also probably took me a couple weeks to do as well. This one, one of the things, I actually just finished a cap, which was like an 1780s cap, and I just finished trimming it. And it almost took me as long to trim it as it did to sew the entire cap itself, because the trimming was so intricate. So going around and, sewing on all of this trim around the entirety of this dress, that takes a while. Like this dress too, it takes a while to just sit there and sew on all of that trim. So that adds to it as well, versus an untrimmed dress, which is it's just faster and easier to get down. And then this one I think it took me not as long because it's less fabric, but I had never made one quite like this before. Now, one thing that I must confess, usually bathing dresses would be made out of wool, and I made mine out of cotton because wearing a wool dress to the beach sounded quite awful to me. So it's the same style, but I used a different fabric for it. It would indeed probably be wool. Wool was far more popular and common. But I chose a cotton because it's really hot in the south and I didn't want to die and or drown, because I wanted to actually wear this into the ocean. But this one, I think I would say it took me maybe like a week, possibly 2. But this one has, again, it has less pieces, it has less fabric. It was my first time making a bathing dress, so I'm sure the next time it'll go a lot faster. But this one was a lot of fun to make as well.
All right. Well,
do you have any last minute questions? Because I think we have 5 minutes before we have to go.
Yeah. I think we're good with questions. Thank you so much, Marie.
Absolutely. I love talking about historical outfits, and hopefully I'll be able to come back and talk about even more.
Definitely. And yes, if you want to catch more of Marie's fashion history, then please do become a digital member. I will put a link in the chat right now. www.negahc.org/member right there. And memberships are as low as $3 a month. I was almost like, wait, it can't be that. $3 a month or $35 a year, and you get to enjoy members-only live streams every Friday at 2 p.m. Eastern. And you can catch all of our past programs, many of which Marie focuses on fashion history as well as many other topics. And while we are transitioning to our next program, which is going to be a blacksmithing demonstration with interpreter Stephen Bartlett, let's just go over our raffles and our donation tiers. And so let's see. So we've got, for our raffles, you can enter anytime. So, and we will be announcing the winner tomorrow between 7 and 9 a.m. By the time we conclude. Of course, you will also be notified. You don't have to actually be there when we announce it. But some of these raffles include, all right, so we've got a tour of, if you live in the Georgia area near the History Center, you can have an in-person tour with up to 10 people. And that is a private guided tour. And you also get to see our archives, which is really neat. Not everybody actually gets to go into the archives and see it.
Most people don't.
And if you're not in the area, totally fine, because we can offer you a virtual tour as well. So that is super cool. Now our next, let's see, we've also got, of course, Marie's apron. So Marie is going to be sewing that beautiful apron. You saw the pattern for it a little bit earlier. So if you would like a chance to win a handcrafted apron by Marie, then tickets are only $5. And of course, you just make a donation of $5 or more. You can have as unlimited entries. So we certainly encourage you to get as many tickets as you like. And just make a donation of at least $5, and in the message of your donation, just let us know which raffle you would like. So next we have our mystery history basket. So if you want some fun surprises, then this is the raffle for you. We have a lot of great stuff in our gift shop. So we are hand-picking items for our mystery history basket. And we also have Glenn's book. So Glenn wrote Hall County during World War II. And this is really fascinating. Even if you're not in the Hall County area, it still speaks to the World War II experience, and you get to know the home of the Northeast Georgia History Center too, and get a really cool book that is a personalized, at that, copy of Glenn's book. So really cool there. And speaking of our blacksmith demonstration, so you can actually win the candlestick holder that Stephen made for our blacksmithing demonstration. It's really beautiful, and it's just cool to have it made in as Marie would say, historically adequate, historically accurate, and from the blacksmith shop here at the Northeast Georgia History Center, the Hoyt Heron Blacksmith Shop. And you can also, oh, wait, I want the digital membership one. There we go. We went through the tour. You can also win a digital membership for you and a friend. So that's 2 digital memberships for this raffle, all $5 per ticket. And of course, as we were saying, digital memberships get you into our members-only programs every Friday at 2 p.m. Eastern. Lots of fascinating history topics there. So I hope that you will join us for that. And up next, we are going to have our blacksmithing demonstration. But keep in mind, we are going to end this live stream and start a new one, because we have Facebook only allows us to be live streaming for 8 hours at a time, and I can't believe we're already at 7 hours.
Wow.
It really has gone by so fast.
It has.
And wow,
It
we are
has.
28%, does it say, to our goal, and actually a little bit higher than that because we've gotten some
Yes.
phone call donations
We
as
have.
well. So thank you all for your generosity. Thank you, Marie, for sharing all of your knowledge and beautiful, beautiful garments and dresses. So up next, we are going to have our blacksmithing demonstration. We're going to end this live stream, and then you'll see another live stream start up, and we'll start with blacksmithing. So we will now just put a place card to let everyone know that we will be right back. Thank you all. All right, we'll see you soon.